Young Mansion Master Duan Ling Tian of Azure Cloud Mansion? Isn't he a weakling? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Didn't they say that the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was taken away from him by an Upper Province powerhouse? How did he reclaim it? It has merely been a few years since he left the Lower Province for the Upper Province of Dao Martial Saint Land. Back then he hadn't even broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Currently, he's as strong as a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After confirming that the human powerhouse they saw killing their Boar Devil clan's 3 great guardian warriors in the mirror image was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe took a while to regain their senses. The 3 patriarchs were in the Lower Province after all. It was only natural that they did not know about the happenings in the Upper Province. Otherwise, they would not be in the dark. Tales of Duan Ling Tian killing Xie Zong, an elder from Black Kshetra sect, to reclaim the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was well known in the Upper Province. I thought long and hard about this before I came to a shocking conclusion, the chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. What is it? The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe turned to look at the chief of the Red Boar tribe in curiosity when they heard his words. My guess is news about the Devil Seal tablet being snatched from Duan Ling Tian by someone from the Upper Province is fake information that the Azure Cloud Mansion released. They must have done it to divert attention away from Duan Ling Tian. After all, he has a target on his back as long as people know he has the Devil Seal tablet. The Azure Cloud Mansion might not be afraid of the people from the Lower Province. But there's quite a number of powerhouses from the Upper Province who came to the Lower Province in search of the Devil Seal tablet. The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe nodded in agreement since the chief of the Red Boar tribe's words were reasonable. That's possible. That must be it. After a moment, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe seemed to have recalled something. He frowned before he cried out, "No. If I'm not mistaken, it has been less than 10 years since news of the Devil Seal tablet being taken away from Duan Ling Tian by a powerhouse from the Upper Province appeared. How's it possible that Duan Ling Tian's strength has increased to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? Could he have hidden his true strength?" The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe posted one question after another. When the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe heard this, they frowned immediately. "I'm confused." "Me too." Eventually, both of them shook their heads and expressed their confusion. With a glint in his eyes, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said, "The Azure Cloud Mansion is strange. From what I know, when the vanguard from the Human Devil clan arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, more than half of the Human Devils were killed. They only managed to deal with the Azure Cloud Mansion when their full troop arrived." The chief of the Red Boar tribe nodded. "I heard that as well. Moreover, it seems like the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse single-handedly killed most of the vanguard from the Human Devil clan. Even the direct disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace from the 3 palaces and 6 halls was killed. All of us assumed there are no strong human powerhouses in the Lower Province of Dao Martial Saint Land. However, it seems like there are quite a few of them in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Even if it is our Boar Devil clan, I'm not certain we would be able to take the Azure Cloud Mansion down back then," the chief of the Black Boar tribe said, with Duan Ling Tian around. "I'm afraid the Boar Devil clan would have a hard time dealing with the Azure Cloud Mansion since the old patriarch is not with us." The chiefs from the Thunder Boar tribe and the Red Boar tribe strongly agreed with this statement from the chief of the Black Boar tribe. 3 of them would never expect that Duan Ling Tian was also unaware of the whereabouts of the people from the Azure Cloud Mansion. He would not be able to help the Azure Cloud Mansion even if he wanted to. Should we reveal the fact that the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian, is in the Lower Province and possesses the Super Saint weapon? The Devil Seal tablet? The chief of the Red Boar tribe asked the chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe for their opinion as he looked at them. The chiefs of the Black Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe exchanged a look before the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe shook his head and finally said with a hint of wariness, "There's no need to rush. Duan Ling Tian seems to have vanished after he killed our Boar Devil clan's 3 great guardian warriors a year ago. If he didn't attack the other Devil clans, it's not wise for us to expose him since he would be able to trace it back to us. It might attract his attention and he might vent his anger on us. This wouldn't be good for the Boar Devil clan." It seems like we're back to square one, the chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a bitter smile. Previously, although they did not know the human powerhouse was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they had kept this matter close to their chests because they were afraid. Now that they discovered Duan Ling Tian's identity, things still did not change. They were still afraid. After all, he was not just an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet that was able to suppress devils. All of a sudden, the chief of the Black Boar tribe steered the conversation in a different direction. Recently, I heard some rumors about the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, acquiring a new vice palace master who's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Most importantly, the vice palace master's name is also Duan Ling Tian. Although the Boar Devil clan's territory neighbored the Human Devil clan's territory, they rarely interacted since they belonged to different clans. The interaction between the clans had only increased recently due to their search for materials to repair the interprovince transportation formation. The Human Devil clan's Wandering Saint Palace has a new vice palace master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who's also called Duan Ling Tian. Could there be such a coincidence? The chief of the Red Boar tribe was stunned. I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe had lived the longest among the 3. It was not a surprise that he was far wiser than the other 2 chiefs. He looked at the chief of the Black Boar tribe and asked, "Do you know anything about the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? Was he an elder before he was appointed as a vice palace master, or did he just join the Wandering Saint Palace?" The chief of the Black Boar tribe replied, "He only joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago." He only joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago? The expression of the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe changed dramatically. His eyes widened as something appeared in his mind. People from the Wandering Saint Palace are pure humans. They're devil cultivators. If he's not pure human, the Wandering Saint Palace won't let him join even if he's an eminent celestial. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe began to say, "A human whose name is Duan Ling Tian. I think." However, before the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe finished speaking, the chief of the Red Boar tribe interrupted him. "Do you suspect that the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and the person who killed the 3 great guardian warriors?" "Yes." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded and said solemnly, "A year ago, he killed our Boar Devil clan's 3 great guardian warriors. At the same time, the Wandering Saint Palace gained a new vice palace master. Do you honestly think this is a coincidence?" After a while, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe spoke again. He became more and more convinced as he said, "I think the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian, appeared a year ago to infiltrate the Human Devil clan's Wandering Saint Palace. He must have passed by our Boar Devil clan during his journey there and killed the 3 great guardian warriors." The chief of the Black Boar tribe's eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, "Now that I listen to you, this seems very likely. However, how did Duan Ling Tian join the Wandering Saint Palace? Based on his attacks that we saw from the mirror image, it's obvious that he's not a devil cultivator." The chief of the Red Boar tribe asked in confusion. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe replied, "Do you think it's hard for a human powerhouse whose strength is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to disguise themselves as a devil cultivator?" The chief of the Red Boar tribe was speechless as realization dawned on him. Since he was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he knew what powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage were capable of. "I'm fairly certain the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, those in Wandering Saint Palace are probably still unaware of this." The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said with conviction as his eyes shone. "I've also heard the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace has entered closed-door cultivation not long after he joined the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago. For this reason, not many people have seen him. It's not a surprise that no one from the Wandering Saint Palace has found out about his true identity. Only a handful of people from Wandering Saint Palace have seen him." A sinister smile crept onto the face of the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe as he said, "If that's the case, let's give the Wandering Saint Palace a hand. Let's think of a way to let the people from the Wandering Saint Palace see the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The chief of the Red Boar tribe applauded when he heard this. Good one. Amazing. The eyes of Black Boar tribe's chief lit up as he said, let's do this. A year ago, the three patriarchs from the Boardevil clan did not dare to spread the news about the human powerhouse because they were afraid of him since he was able to kill their three great guardian warriors. Although they did not spread the news, they had been nursing a grudge ever since then. After a while, they discovered the powerhouse was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. However, they were still afraid, so they did not spread the news. Thus, their grudge grew stronger. Finally, at this time, they found the perfect chance to deal with Duan Lingtian by using the Human Devil clan. The three patriarchs of the Boardevil clan felt as though they had been thrown a lifebuoy just as they were drowning. They finally managed to secure this lifebuoy after much agony. I really can't wait to see Yuan Hao Chen's expression when he finds out that he trusted a wolf to watch over his sheep. The chief of the Red Boar tribe, one of the patriarchs of the Boardevil clan, said gleefully. Among the three palace masters from the Human Devil clan, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is the only one who's close to becoming an eminent celestial. His celestial ascension tribulation should be near. If we leave those old geezers out, he's the second strongest person in the Human Devil clan after the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. It's unfortunate that he's not an eminent celestial yet. I'm not certain if he and the patriarch of the Human Devil clan would succeed in killing Duan Ling Tian. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said. That's right. The chief of the Black Boar tribe nodded in agreement. That Duan Ling Tian has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Moreover, his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his strength and the Devil Seal Tablet, even an eminent devil might be caught off guard and die, the chief of the Black Boar tribe said fearfully. The chiefs of the Thunder Boar tribe and Red Boar tribe felt a jolt of fear as well when they thought about this. If those old geezers don't come out, it seems like nobody in the Human Devil clan will be able to deal with Duan Ling Tian, the chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a frown. Even if nobody in the Human Devil clan can deal with Duan Ling Tian, those old geezers wouldn't let him get away if he poses a threat to the Human Devil clan. At that time, he'll definitely die, the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe retorted. You're right. Those old geezers from the Human Devil clan are like our old patriarchs. They're not afraid of the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet at all. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe nodded. What we need to do now is send this portrait to the Wandering Saint Palace in the Human Devil Saint City. Those who have seen their new Vice Palace Master will definitely recognize the person in this portrait. The eyes of the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe shone brightly as he said eagerly, at that time everyone will know that their Vice Palace Master Duan Ling Tian is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. They'll find out he's human and not a devil cultivator. How exciting! Both chiefs of the Red Boar tribe and Black Boar tribe's eyes glittered with excitement. Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the Boardevil clan. Currently, he had gone into closed-door cultivation in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in the Human Devil Saint City. He was completely focused on his cultivation. Since his cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage 2 weeks ago, he was determined to continue cultivating to quickly raise his cultivation base to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He did not think much of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and thought he could only further increase his strength once he broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Meanwhile, Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen, who came with him to the Wandering Saint Palace, were also cultivating. Since everyone in the independent mansion they were staying in was cultivating, the atmosphere was tranquil. At the same time, many figures could be seen outside of Duan Ling Tian's mansion. These people were patrolling disciples who were sent by Elder Peng Lai to protect Duan Ling Tian and his family. Time passed quickly. In just a blink of an eye, a year had passed. At this time, there were 3 patrolling disciples outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. One of them was bored and he looked at his companions as he said conspiratorially with a smile, "By the way, both of you should have heard of the Azure Cloud Mansion, right?" "Of course." One of the 2 patrolling disciples nodded. The current territory of the Human Devil clan used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In fact, the Human Devil clan can be considered to be reaping the fruits of their labor. Why did you suddenly bring this up? The last patrolling disciple asked as he raised an eyebrow. The patrolling disciple who had started the conversation laughed before he said, "I'm just bored. Recently, when I went out, I managed to obtain the portrait of the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion." The young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion? The two patrolling disciples were stunned. After a while, one of them asked in surprise, "The young mansion master shares the same name as our vice palace master, right?" "Yes." The patrolling disciple who started the conversation nodded. "I heard about the young mansion master as well. Rumor has it that he managed to obtain the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, once it appeared. Then, a powerhouse from the upper province came and snatched it from him. He's indeed unlucky," the other patrolling disciple said. "You're right." The patrolling disciple who started the conversation smiled and put on a mysterious air as he said, "So, are you interested in seeing what that unlucky person looks like? Since we have nothing better to do now, you might as well show it to us. I want to see the person who managed to obtain the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, even though it was taken away from him later. He used to own it after all." The other patrolling disciple said eagerly, "Don't dawdle. Quickly take it out for us to see." The last disciple stared at the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and urged him to show them the portrait. However, when he saw the person in the portrait, he was thoroughly shocked. He had seen the person in the portrait before. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciple who started the conversation and the other patrolling disciple continued to converse among themselves. "This is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion?" "Yes. He looks quite handsome. Unfortunately, he's unlucky." "You're right. Anyway, I don't think we would even be able to see the Devil Seal Tablet, let alone owning it or letting it get taken away." "That's true." The last patrolling disciple paid no heed to the two disciples' conversation at all. He stood motionless, dumbstruck. How's this possible? Apart from sharing the same name, how's it possible that they look identical? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The patrolling disciple was confused. "Hey, Huangzheng, what are you doing? Wake up. Why are you in a daze?" The other two had ended their conversation and saw their companion, Huangzheng, had fallen into a daze. Huangzheng trembled for a moment before he regained his senses. With a solemn expression on his face, he questioned the patrolling disciple who started the conversation, "Where did you get this portrait? What makes you think that's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Huangzheng, are you all right? Why are you being so serious?" The patrolling disciple who started the conversation was bewildered. "Quickly answer my question." Huangzheng ignored his question and urged him to give him an answer. This was an important matter after all. "I found this portrait somewhere outside. I'm not sure if everyone in the Human Devil clan has seen this portrait," the patrolling disciple who started the conversation said in confusion. "I heard people said that this is the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." Another patrolling disciple asked curiously as he stared at Huangzheng and asked, "Huangzheng, don't you tell me you've seen the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before?" "Huangzheng, you've seen the young mansion master before?" The patrolling disciple who started the conversation stared at Huangzheng with glittering eyes. "If there's something you know about the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, you have to inform the Great Spirit Palace immediately. You'll definitely be heavily rewarded." The last disciple of the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace was killed by the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion and another powerhouse. That disciple was extremely favored by the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. The patrolling disciple said excitedly. Huangzheng said hesitantly, "The person in this portrait, I've seen him before." Huangzheng's words instantly attracted the attention of the two patrolling disciples, and their eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. "Did you really see the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before? Where did you see him? Do you have any clues? If you do, you can inform the Great Spirit Palace about it. They'll definitely reward you handsomely." The other two patrolling disciples looked at Huangzheng and questioned him one after another. "I've seen the person in the image before, but One of the two disciples continued to speak before Huang Zhang could reply. Are you sure you don't have any clues about his whereabouts? It's really too bad. It would be great if you have clues. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do even if you've seen him before. Yes. The other patrolling disciple nodded in agreement. Huang Zhang seemed to have not heard the other two patrolling disciples' words as he asked, do you think that two people with similar names and appearances exist in this world? One of the patrolling disciples asked in confusion. Two people with similar names and appearances? How's it possible? The other patrolling disciples replied. There may be people with similar looks, and there must be more people with the same name. However, it's extremely rare for two people to share the same name and look identical at the same time. However, there's a possibility the two are twins and they're using the same name. Apart from this, I can't think of a second possibility. This patrolling disciple's words sounded rational. What if the two people are a human and a human devil respectively? Huang Zhang asked with a wry smile on his face. A human and a human devil? Huang Zhang, what are you trying to say? The two patrolling disciples were baffled. Suddenly, one of them seemed to have thought of something as his eyes widened in shock. He inhaled sharply and quickly turned to look at Huang Zhang. He asked, Huang Zhang, the reason you're asking all these questions. Could it be that our new Vice Palace Master who shares the same name with the young Mansion Master look alike? What? The other patrolling disciple was stunned. Yes. Huang Zhang nodded bitterly. Both of you must have heard that I was there when our new Vice Palace Master killed Elder Lin Yuan. For this reason, I know what he looks like. His appearance is identical to the person in the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion that you showed us earlier. It wouldn't be alarming if they only look identical. The problem is that they share the same name as well. Huang Zhang was bewildered. The other two patrolling disciples were shocked. Not only did their new Vice Palace Master share the same name with the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but they looked alike as well. This was too much of a coincidence. After a while, the patrolling disciple who had the portrait said with conviction, if this is not a coincidence, there's only one possibility left. Our Vice Palace Master and the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion are the same person. Our Vice Palace Master is the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He must have an ulterior motive for joining our Wandering Saint Palace. The other patrolling disciple continued saying, if this is the case, doesn't this mean the Wandering Saint Palace has a spy in its midst? The patrolling disciple gasped as fear jolted his body. That's possible. Huang Zhang's expression darkened and his eyes were narrowed as he said wryly, what should we do now? Although it's very likely he's the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he's currently our Vice Palace Master. With just the three of us, I'm afraid no one will believe our words. This concerns the safety of Wandering Saint Palace. We must inform someone of this or spread news of this even if it's just the three of us. The other patrolling disciple insisted. The patrolling disciple said in support of his companion's words, of course, we must inform someone about this. Hopefully, word about this will reach our Palace Master. Currently, it seems that only our Palace Master is capable of dealing with Vice Palace Master Duan. The three disciples discussed among themselves and agreed to inform someone about their discovery in hopes that it would reach the ears of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. After that, they quickly went to a place that was closest to the mansion of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, this place was not very close to Yuan Haochen's mansion. It was only the closest place that the three disciples had access to. The three patrolling disciples were stopped by a patrolling elder as soon as they arrived. Naturally, the patrolling elder was familiar with the three patrolling disciples. He asked, Huang Zhang, why did the three of you rush here? Elder Ho Feng, we came to see Lord Palace Master because of an emergency. Huang Zhang blurted out impatiently since he knew the importance of their discovery. Lord Palace Master is in closed-door cultivation? The patrolling elder waved them away dismissively as he said with a frown, regardless of the emergency, come again after Lord Palace Master is out of closed-door cultivation. Elder Ho Feng, this news concerns the safety of our Wandering Saint Palace. I must speak to the Palace Master as soon as possible, Huang Zhang said impatiently since he was worried. It concerns the safety of our Wandering Saint Palace? The patrolling elder from Wandering Saint Palace asked skeptically. The two patrolling disciples who came with Huangzheng chimed in one after another in support of Huangzheng. Elder Ho Feng, Huangzheng is not joking. The information he wants to convey to Lord Palace Master indeed concerns the safety of the Wandering Saint Palace. Yes, Elder Ho Feng. This incident must be dealt with properly. When the patrolling elder heard their words, he raised an eyebrow before he asked in a low voice, "What's happening? If you don't tell me about it, I can't let you see Lord Palace Master and potentially disturb his cultivation. After all, I'll be the one to bear the consequences if Lord Palace Master gets angry." Elder Ho Feng, the news is... Huangzheng quickly revealed his discovery to the patrolling elder. He knew if he did not, he would not be able to alert the Palace Master. At the same time, the other patrolling disciples took out Duan Ling Tian's portrait. The patrolling elder's expression darkened now that he realized the severity of the matter. However, he still questioned the three patrolling disciples to be certain. "I saw this portrait a few days ago when I went out. I know rumor has it that it's the portrait of the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, are you certain our Vice Palace Master looks identical to the person in the portrait?" Elder Ho Feng, I was there 2 years ago when our new Vice Palace Master killed Elder Lin Yuan. I remember his appearance vividly, and he resembles the person in this portrait. If you don't believe me, you can summon the others who were present at that time, such as Ding Jianhong, to verify the matter. They've seen the Vice Palace Master as well. In fact, if you think that's too troublesome, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to prove that I'm not lying. Huangzheng was getting more worried and more impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pricked his finger and swore on the lightning penalty oath. I, Huangzheng, willingly swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation. I'm willing to be killed by the lightning penalty oath if I'm lying about the identical appearance of our Vice Palace Master Duan and the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder that seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth sounded in accordance with the 99 heavenly tribulation oath as soon as Huangzheng finished swearing. Seeing that Huangzheng was not killed by the lightning penalty, the patrolling elder finally believed Huangzheng's words. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang in the air, sending a jolt of fear to Ho Feng, the patrolling elder of Wandering Saint Palace. Understood so bold as to swear on the lightning penalty oath here and disturb my master's cultivation. Swoosh! A figure appeared like a gust of wind before the group of people as soon as the thunderous voice ceased talking. The figure belonged to a blue-clad young man. He was handsome and his body was muscular. His aura completely suppressed Huangzheng and the others. My Lord Vice Palace Master. My Lord Vice Palace Master. When Ho Feng, Huangzheng, and the others saw this man, they immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Who swore on the lightning penalty oath earlier? The young man asked as he looked at the others pointedly, causing shivers to run up their spines. However, they could not afford to be afraid at this important moment. This blue-clad young man was Yun Fuyi, the first Vice Palace Master and the direct disciple of their Palace Master. Lord Vice Palace Master, it was me. Huangzheng stammered with his head lowered. His body trembled as he broke out in cold sweat. He knew that the place where their palace master had gone into closed-door cultivation was nearby, therefore the claps of thunder might have disturbed his cultivation. At the same time, Yun Fuyi looked over Huangzheng's shoulder. In the next moment, swoosh! Yun Fuyi lifted his hand and a solidified saber ray appeared before Ho Feng's eyes and slashed through the air. Ho Feng shut his eyes immediately due to the blinding saber ray. That saber ray seemed to have turned into the sickle of death as it effortlessly sliced through Huangzheng's neck, beheading him. Before the blood even gushed out, the saber ray suddenly shone even more brilliantly. It seemed as though it could cut through anything. Bang! The sound of an explosion rang in the air as Huangzheng's corpse was turned into dust. Nothing could be seen apart from a falling spatial ring. Ho Feng was the first one to recover from the shock and gasped. His eyes were filled with awe as he looked at Yun Fuyi. It did not take long before the sight of the falling spatial ring reminded them of Huang Zheng's death. They quickly lowered their heads as their bodies trembled in fear. They were afraid Yun Fuyi might kill them as well. On the other hand, Yun Fuyi looked calm as though killing Huang Zheng was of no importance. Indeed, he did not put much thought into killing Huang Zheng. Yun Fuyi turned to look at Ho Feng and asked, "Why did he swear on the lightning penalty oath here?" A disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace must have his reason to swear on the lightning penalty oath at this place. Lord Vice Palace Master, it's like this. Ho Feng immediately revealed everything that he was told in detail. Therefore, Huang Zheng swore on the lightning penalty oath to prove that the new Vice Palace Master looks identical to the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. They share the same name and look identical? Yun Fuyi raised his brows in shock, realizing the severity of the matter. Would there be such a coincidence in this world where their new Vice Palace Master shared the same name and appearance with the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Yun Fuyi shifted his focus to the other two patrolling disciples and questioned in a low voice, "Do you have the portrait of Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "Lord Vice Palace Master, here's the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion." The patrolling disciple in possession of the portrait quickly handed the portrait over respectfully, as though any delay might cause him to be killed like Huang Zheng. Whoosh! Yun Fuyi did not seem like he had moved when an invisible force took the portrait from the patrolling disciple. He unrolled the scroll and glanced at it before he asked in a low voice, "Are you certain this is the portrait of Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion?" "According to word outside, it is." The patrolling disciple replied rather anxiously, "Lord Vice Palace Master, that's what people outside the palace have been saying. There were many human devils who performed the soul-searching secret tactics on humans who had seen the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Therefore, we have reason to believe the person in the portrait is Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of the Azure Cloud Mansion," Ho Feng said with conviction. Yun Fuyi narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. After that, he left like a gust of wind. Ho Feng heaved a sigh of relief after Yun Fuyi left. He was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was only natural he was pressured by Yun Fuyi, who was at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for the other two patrolling disciples, they were in a worse state. They had sweat so profusely that it seemed as though they were drenched in water, looking completely exhausted. When the three sighed in relief, Yun Fuyi's thunderous voice rang in the air again, causing their hearts to beat in trepidation. "You must not breathe a word about this to anyone else. Otherwise, you'll die." They took his words to heart. Meanwhile, Yun Fuyi, who had left like a gust of wind, returned to the mansion his master was staying in after he warned Ho Feng and the two patrolling disciples. After a while, he thought to himself, "Little junior sister seems to have seen our new Vice Palace Master before." Yun Fuyi was one of the direct disciples of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Based on his words, it was not difficult to guess that the junior sister he had thought about was Huang Wenjing, the last direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. I'll have to verify this matter with little junior sister. If we can confirm that our new Vice Palace Master is Duan Ling Tian, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, we'll have to come up with a countermeasure with the other Vice Palace Masters. Yun Fuyi thought to himself as his eyes glinted fiercely. Yun Fuyi disappeared like a gust of wind again before he reappeared at the other end of the mansion where Huang Wenjing, his junior sister, was cultivating. Great senior brother. Huang Wenjing, a lady with a cold demeanor who was dressed in white, walked out of her cultivation place when she was alerted to Yun Fuyi's arrival. Yun Fuyi beckoned Huang Wenjing over. He raised his hand, and a scroll unfurled and hovered in the air before her, allowing her to see it clearly. "Junior sister, please take a look at this portrait. Do you know the person in the image?" Huang Wenjing trembled imperceptibly as her eyes shone. 2 years ago, when she found out this man already had 2 wives, she had forced herself to forget him. She had been focusing on her cultivation to forget about this man. She did not expect she would feel anxious like she did 2 years ago when she saw the portrait. She took a deep breath to prevent Yun Fuyi from noticing the shift in her emotions and said skeptically, "Great senior brother, why are you showing me Vice Palace Master Duan's portrait?" "Vice Palace Master Duan. Yun Fuye's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he muttered to himself, "It seems like they aren't lying. Indeed, there's something wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan." Huang Wenjing furrowed her brows when she heard Yun Fuye's words. "Great senior brother. What do you mean? What's wrong with Vice Palace Master Duan?" "Little junior sister, you might not know this. The portrait I just showed you is supposed to be of Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, not Vice Palace Master Duan." Yun Fuyi did not hide the matter from his junior sister. "What?" Huang Wenjing was shocked. "Senior brother, what you mean is, Vice Palace Master Duan not only shares a name with the young mansion master from an influential human group, the Azure Cloud Mansion, but they also look identical." Yun Fuyi said with a sneer, "I think it's more apt to say that they're the same person." "The same person?" Huang Wenjing was shocked. When she regained her senses, she shook her head vehemently. She said, "How's it possible? The young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion only left to the upper province less than 10 years ago. Before he left, he hadn't even broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could he have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? Her voice grew fainter when she recalled that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to improve one's innate spiritual root. Huang Wenjing felt worried as she thought to herself, "If he's able to help me improve my innate spiritual root, this means he's able to improve his innate spiritual root as well. If he improved his innate spiritual root to a dark violet one and went to the upper province, it's possible for him to grow so strong in less than 10 years. Yun Fuyi frowned when he heard Huang Wenjing's words. He muttered to himself, "That's true. I didn't think about this earlier. Even if the cultivation environment in the upper province is really good, how could someone who hasn't even broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in less than 10 years? However, why do they share the same name and appearance? It's possible that he has grown so strong due to a fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land." Yun Fuyi muttered under his breath. Still convinced that the new Vice Palace Master was most likely the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He continued thinking about it, growing more and more convinced. If he's not the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why is it that we haven't heard of someone like him in the Human Devil clan? It seems as though he had appeared out of nowhere. How could it be a coincidence that he shares the same name and appearance with the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Before Huang Wenjing could react, Yun Fuyi excused himself and left like a gust of wind. His eyes were glinting coldly. "Little junior sister, please excuse me. I have to go now." Yun Fuyi left because he felt it was imperative that he gathered all the Vice Palace Masters, excluding Duan Ling Tian, to come up with a solution. He should have let his master, Yuan Hao Chun, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was in closed-door cultivation, know about this so that he could solve this. However, Yuan Hao Chen's current closed-door cultivation was different from his previous ones. He was presented with a golden opportunity and decided to seize the chance to comprehend heaven and earth to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. This would allow him to overcome the bottleneck and become an eminent celestial. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who knew how long he would have to wait before an opportunity presented itself again? Yun Fuyi knew all this very well, so he decided not to disturb Yuan Hao Chen's cultivation. This was also why he had callously killed Huang Zheng, the patrolling disciple, who had sworn on the lightning penalty oath that could affect his master's cultivation. Fortunately, he was able to set up a noise-canceling formation due to his lightning-fast reflex. If his master was disturbed, who knew if he would lose the chance to become an eminent celestial? Since Yun Fuyi was a Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, it did not take long for him to gather all the Vice Palace Masters. When everyone arrived, he did not beat around the bush and quickly explained what he had discovered to everyone. The few Vice Palace Masters were stunned. Their new Vice Palace Master was not a devil cultivator? Most importantly, he was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although they found the matter hard to believe, they could not refute the evidence that Yun Fuyi presented them. One of the Vice Palace Masters asked grimly, "Vice Palace Master Yun, does Lord Palace Master know about this?" "No, not yet." Yun Fuyi shook his head. Master has gone into closed-door cultivation due to an opportunity for him to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. If I disturb Master now, who knows how long before an opportunity would present itself again. For this reason, I decided not to disturb him for the time being. Lord Sect Leader actually found an opportunity to attract the celestial ascension tribulation? The other few Vice Palace Masters were delighted when they heard this. How could they not feel delighted? They knew what it meant if a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. If their palace master managed to overcome the tribulation, he would become an eminent celestial. Moreover, they had no doubts that their palace master would successfully overcome the tribulation. After all, in the history of Wandering Saint Palace, none of the palace masters had failed the tribulation. This was because they all had a special method to deal with the celestial ascension tribulation. Master told me it might take him a year before he comes out of closed-door cultivation, Yun Fuyi said to the other Vice Palace Master. Therefore, in this coming year, we must not act rashly and alert our enemy. This news can't be leaked. We must stall for time until Master comes out. The few other Vice Palace Masters agreed with Yun Fuye's words. After all, apart from the Palace Master, none of them was a match for the new Vice Palace Master. Although the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls would definitely help them deal with their new Vice Palace Master, they did not want this matter to be made known because they did not want to tarnish the Wandering Saint Palace's reputation. When all was said and done, this was a matter of their palace anyway. To play it safe, I'd like all of you to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you wouldn't breathe a word of this to anyone else. Yun Fuyi looked at one of the Vice Palace Masters pointedly. The Vice Palace Master was none other than Huang Qiling's father. When Huang Qiling's father saw Yun Fuyi staring at him, he knew that Yun Fuyi was aware of his son's close relationship with Duan Lingtian. He sighed inwardly. Linger, you've indeed made a good friend. After Yun Fuyi set up a simple noise-canceling formation, the other Vice Palace Masters swore on the lightning penalty one after another that they would not spread word about what they had heard. Curiously, a month after the Vice Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace swore on the lightning penalty oath, news about Vice Palace Master Duan Lingtian being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion spread like a wildfire overnight in Wandering Saint Palace. Before Yun Fuyi could take measures to stop the news from spreading, it had spread through the entire Wandering Saint Palace before spreading out. Damn it! Yun Fuyi was so furious that he had killed Ho Feng and the other 2 patrolling disciples. He suspected the news was spread by these 3 people. He did not suspect the other few Vice Palace Masters because they had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. A cold and lonely figure was seen standing in the sky above the Wandering Saint Palace. She was staring in the direction where Duan Lingtian was staying and murmured, I hope he receives news about this and leaves the Wandering Saint Palace and Human Devil Saint City. Yun Fuyi would not have thought that Huang Wenjing, his little junior sister, was the one who had spread the news since she wanted to warn Duan Lingtian in time so that he could make an escape. She knew he would be killed once her master came out of closed-door cultivation. She could not bear to see him die even though she knew he was not a devil cultivator. These are the only things I can do for you. The rest will have to depend on your luck, Huang Wenjing said with a sigh before her figure disappeared. Apart from the people in Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Qiling was shocked as well. Brother Ling Tian is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? He's not a devil cultivator? How can it be? Even after he regained his senses, he still found it hard to believe. The news spread out of the Wandering Saint Palace to the Human Devil Saint City. Meanwhile, in the Boar Devil clan's territory, the 3 patriarchs had gathered again when they received news about the Human Devil clan. After a year, Duan Ling Tian's identity as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is finally exposed, the chief of the Red Boar tribe said with a smirk. The Human Devil clan must be in chaos now. With Duan Ling Tian's strength and the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, he would definitely wreak havoc on the Human Devil clan, the chief of the Black Boar tribe said. Let alone the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Even the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, who's an eminent celestial, might not be able to deal with Duan Ling Tian, who has the Devil Seal tablet. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe sneered and said scornfully, once the Human Devil clan is in trouble, those few old geezers would definitely make an appearance. At that time, Duanling Tian will definitely die even if he has the Devil Seal tablet. The three patriarchs thought that Duanling Tian could deal with the human devil clan with his super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, but they were unaware that the Devil Seal tablet was incomplete. A whole Devil Seal tablet might have easily killed an eminent devil, but an incomplete Devil Seal tablet could not even kill a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In the Wandering Saint Palace, when Elder Peng Lai, who had sworn to be loyal to Duanling Tian on the lightning penalty oath, heard the news, he was astounded. Master is not a devil cultivator? He's an ordinary human. Naturally, Peng Lai was unaware that Duanling Tian was a human from the Dao Martial Saint Land and the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion when he swore on the lightning penalty oath. I really didn't expect this. Peng Lai smiled bitterly when he verified the truth of the matter. He knew he had no other options now other than to continue on the path he had chosen since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. He could only be loyal to Duanling Tian no matter what. For this reason, soon after Peng Lai heard the news, he instantly rushed to the mansion where his master, Duanling Tian, was staying to call him out of closed-door cultivation so Duanling Tian would be able to escape the Wandering Saint Palace in time. He cried out, "Master!" Although Peng Lai knew his master was extremely strong, he did not think his master was a match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. His master would definitely die if the palace master attacked him. He was, naturally, concerned about Duanling Tian due to the lightning penalty oath that he had sworn. Peng Lai managed to wake Kuer, Duan Siling, and Gan Ruyen up except for Duanling Tian. Gan Ruyen looked at Peng Lai with a frown as she said irritably, "What's happening?" This person had just disturbed her cultivation after all. However, she became worried when Peng Lai told her that Duanling Tian's identity had been exposed. Kuer was also shocked by Peng Lai's words. She asked anxiously, "Brother Tian's identity has been exposed?" She knew very well that not only would her man become the enemy of Wandering Saint Palace but the Human Devil clan as well once his identity as the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was exposed. Although her man was strong, she knew he might not be able to deal with the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, let alone the entire Human Devil clan. I remember Brother Tian telling me that there's no way he can defeat the palace master without using the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Even if he uses it, he's not certain he would be able to defeat him. After all, the Devil Seal tablet is incomplete. He won't be able to wield the full power of the Devil Seal tablet. Since Kuer was Duanling Tian's woman, he did not bother with hiding things from her. She was privy to a lot of matters. Since she knew a lot, how could she not feel worried and anxious? Gan Ruyen looked at Peng Lai and asked urgently, "Where's he?" "I called Master earlier, but it seems like he has entered a deep state of cultivation. I can't seem to wake him up," Peng Lai said wryly. "Regardless of what state he's in, he would die if he doesn't escape now," Gan Ruyen replied impatiently. She quickly rushed to Duanling Tian's room to wake him up. Unfortunately, no matter how many times or how loudly she called out, she received no response at all. Bang! Gan Ruyen could not suppress her impatience and broke the door before Kuer could stop her. She entered the room as quick as lightning. Furious, she began to raise her voice and said, "Stop cultivating. Do you know your identity has been exposed? Don't implicate Kuer and Siling even if you have a death wish." Boom! As soon as Gan Ruyen finished speaking, a thunderous sound rang in the air and she was thrown out at lightning speed. She immediately spat out blood, looking extremely miserable. However, as soon as Gan Ruyen finished her words, boom, 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 boom. When Gan Ruyen was thrown out of the room, the sounds of explosions rang in the air again before Duanling Tian's room collapsed, dust flying up. When Gan Ruyen managed to stabilize her body, she threw up blood again. Indeed, she looked miserable. "Auntie!" The adorable Duan Siling looked at Gan Ruyen anxiously. She was clearly worried. Apart from her parents, her aunt was the most important person in her life after all. "Are you all right, sister?" Kuer was also staring at Gan Ruyen with a worried expression on her face. She did not wait for her sister to reply as she turned to look at the collapsed room. Her worry intensified when she thought of her man trapped in the collapsed room. Gan Ruyen shook her head and said, "I'm all right." She glared at the collapsed room angrily, thinking that Duan Ling Tian had attacked her. Duan Si Ling, who was next to Kur, regained her senses and quickly reminded her mother impatiently as she pointed at the collapsed room. "Mommy, Daddy's still in there." "I know." Kur nodded. Her face was filled with anxiety. "That's—" Peng Lai suddenly exclaimed in shock. As the dust settled down, a figure the size of a small mountain could be seen. The figure seemed to be formed from golden flames, and its shape resembled that of a bird. Its huge figure was blocking the door, making it difficult for people to see inside the room. Peng Lai was stunned. What bird is this? He was not familiar with this bird that was formed from golden flames. Kur and Gan Ruyen were at a loss as well. They did not know what the bird was. Duan Xiling's attention was focused on the bird as she asked her mother, "Mommy, what bird is this?" "I don't know." Kur shook her head. This was also her first time seeing such a bird. "Auntie, do you know what it is?" Duan Xiling shifted her focus to Gan Ruyen, but Gan Ruyen also shook her. "It would be great if Daddy is here. He'll definitely know what that is," Duan Xiling murmured to herself. Her face was filled with admiration for her father, whom she thought of as omnipotent and omniscient. However, she suddenly cried out, "Oh no. Daddy is still in there." Duan Xiling became even more worried. She did not think as she moved toward the bird formed from golden flames. "Be careful." Gan Ruyen was shocked by Duan Xiling's action. At this moment, she had realized it was not Duan Ling Tian who had attacked her, but this bird. Therefore, how could she not feel anxious when her niece rushed toward the bird? Gan Ruyen was still stunned, and Kur had not reacted when Peng Lai lunged toward Duan Xiling to prevent her from approaching the bird. "Be careful, miss." When Peng Lai reached Duan Xiling, he was just a few feet away from the bird. Boom! The bird seemed to have noticed Peng Lai as a restless power radiated from its body. It released a shockwave that hit his back and sent him flying out. Although his face was pale, he still protected Duan Xiling and pulled her out of harm's way. Similar to Gan Ruyen, he threw up blood after he stabilized his body. When he looked at the bird, his eyes were shining with fear. What the hell is this? What kind of cultivation method is this? He actually has a strange animal protecting him. Peng Lai had come to the conclusion that the bird formed from golden flames was his master's protector. It would attack anyone who came close to his master. However, it seems like this bird is not sentient. And it seems like master's energy is in the bird's body. As a powerhouse at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, Peng Lai was more sensitive to things compared to Gan Ruyen. Needless to say, Kur and Duan Xiling, who were weaker than Gan Ruyen, would not be able to sense this at all. "Don't worry, madam and miss. Master's aura is stable and he should be fine. As for this bird that's formed from golden flames, it should be a technique that Master had cast to protect himself. As long as we don't go near it, we won't be attacked." Peng Lai comforted Kur and Duan Xiling when he saw how worried they were. Meanwhile, Gan Ruyen used Saint Origin to speak to Duan Ling Tian in an attempt to bypass the bird. Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, her voice was blocked as soon as it arrived near the bird. "It's useless to use your Saint Origin to speak. I've tried it before," Peng Lai said with a bitter smile. "Can't you defeat this bird?" Gan Ruyen questioned urgently. She felt as though they were running out of time. "No. It's as powerful as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage." Peng Lai shook his head. Naturally, based on the bird's attack, he knew the bird was stronger than him. "What technique is this anyway?" Gan Ruyen had an anxious and grim expression on her face. What everyone did not know was that Duan Ling Tian himself was unaware of the bird's existence. The bird that hovered in the collapsed room was as big as a small mountain, and its golden flames were burning brightly. It looked like an invincible guardian that was protecting Duan Ling Tian from external disturbances. If Duan Ling Tian was awake, he would have instantly recognized the bird formed from golden flames that acted as his guardian was the three-legged golden crow. It was a character in ancient mythology in his previous life. Elder Hua, a pagoda spirit of the celestial supreme treasure, the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, that Duan Ling Tian used to have was, in fact, a three-legged golden crow. He was the only three-legged golden crow in the Jade Emperor Heaven, one of the Devata realms. It was only natural that Kuer, Gan Ruyen, and Peng Lai did not know about the three-legged golden crow, let alone Duan Siling, who was much younger than the three. Madam, what should we do now? Peng Lai smiled bitterly at Kuer. We can no longer waste any more time. Otherwise, Lord Palace Master will arrive soon. Once he's here, all of us, including Master, won't be able to escape. Bring both of them away for now. I'll figure out how to wake him up. Gan Ruyen chimed in as she looked at Peng Lai before Kuri could reply. She put her sister and Duan Siling's lives above her own. That was why she wanted Peng Lai to bring them away. Sister, I won't leave if Brother Tian doesn't come out from his cultivation, Koa said resolutely. Their separation in the past had caused her to cherish what she had even more. No matter what, she would never willingly leave her man's side. Elder Peng Lai, please take my sister and daughter away. I'll stay here to wake Brother Tian up, Kor demanded. She had made up her mind to stay next to her man even if it meant she would die. She would not regret her decision. After all, she thought it was a blessing if she could die together with her man. Naturally, she wished for her elder sister and daughter to survive. Mom, I'm not leaving. I want to wait for Daddy. Duan Siling was no longer an ignorant and innocent girl. As a 12-year-old, she had become a thoughtful and rather stubborn girl. Be a good girl, Siling, leave with your aunt for now. We'll come look for you as soon as we can, Kua said fondly. A hint of reluctance to separate with her daughter could be seen in her eyes because she knew it was highly likely that she would die. She might not be able to see her daughter again and see her growing up. No, I'm not leaving. Since both you and Dad are staying, I'm not going to leave. Duan Siling became even more stubborn than usual, since it seemed like she knew what was going on. Kor was going to continue persuading Duan Siling when Gan Ruyen suddenly chimed in. In that case, let's try waking him up with another method. Naturally, her words also indicated that she did not want to leave. Kor could only smile bitterly since she knew her elder sister's temperament. Following that, Kor, Duan Siling, Gan Ruyen, and Peng Lai tried their best to wake Duan Ling Tian up. They had used Saint Origin in their voices, secret voice transmissions, voice transmission jade token, and other methods to no avail. None of them could get past the bird made from golden flames, the three-legged golden crow. The more time they spent here, the more dangerous the situation was. The three-legged golden crow hovered in the air like a stalwart guardian, protecting Duan Ling Tian from external disturbances. In fact, this three-legged golden crow was formed from Duan Ling Tian's son, Saint Origin. His Saint Origin was different from those in the mundane realms since it had fused with the Sun Force, the force from Elder Hua. That was why it was called Sun Saint Origin. Although Duan Ling Tian's Sun Saint Origin had reached its limit for the time being, it was still a unique force formed from the three-legged golden crow's energy. Saint Origin could not compare to it at all. When Duan Ling Tian Cultivation Base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage 8 form and mastered the soul-detaching technique, he did not realize that part of his son's Saint Origin had formed a three-legged golden crow that acted as his guardian while he was cultivating. Moreover, the strength of this three-legged golden crow was as strong as a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. All this time, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the commotion in his room. He was fully focused on his cultivation, trying hard to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, the Celestial Ascension form, as quickly as he could. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind began to blow in Duan Ling Tian's mansion, alerting Peng Lai. It seems like there's no way for us to leave now. Peng Lai smiled bitterly when he sensed a few divine consciousness he was familiar with. Those divine consciousness belonged to the few vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace and a few elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage. Outside the mansion, Yun Fu Yi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, stood at the lead. He hasn't left yet. Although Yun Fu Yi did not manage to find Duan Ling Tian with his divine consciousness, he had detected the Golden Flame's three-legged golden crow. Apart from that, he had also detected Kuer, Duan Siling, and Gan Ruyen, who were staying in the mansion as well. For this reason, he was certain Duan Ling Tian had not left yet. Peng Lai must have already heard that Duan Ling Tian is the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It seems like he has switched alliances and betrayed the Wandering Saint Palace. Another vice palace master said with a growl. This is not important. What's important is that Duanling Tian hasn't left yet. Yun Fuyi shook his head. It seems like these people are trying to wake Duanling Tian up. However, he's being guarded by his bird protector, so he wouldn't be disturbed. Yun Fuyi was knowledgeable since he was the eldest direct disciple of the Palace Master and also a Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was not difficult for him to figure out the situation. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he said, "This is advantageous to us. After all, we might not be able to stop Duanling Tian if he comes out from closed-door cultivation." Although Yun Fuyi had not met Duanling Tian yet, he had heard from his master that Duanling Tian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He might be widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he knew he would not be able to contend with a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The other few Vice Palace Masters and Elders nodded in agreement when they heard Yun Fuyi's words. All of a sudden, a thunderous and piercing voice rang from outside, permeating the Wandering Saint Palace. "Palace Master Yuan. I'm sure, and I'd like to visit you. It's Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace." Yun Fuyi's expression darkened. The other Vice Palace Masters and Elders' expressions darkened as well. They knew what they were most worried about had come to life. They knew they could no longer hide the news that their Vice Palace Master Duanling Tian was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, since news about it had spread out of the palace. They knew it would not take long for news to spread to the entire Human Devil Saint City and the territory of the Human Devil clan. However, they did not think the news would spread so quickly. In such a short time, Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, had already come to the Wandering Saint Palace. Yun Fuyi and his comrades were not surprised that Shi Nanfeng was the first to show up. After all, they knew Shi Nanfeng hated the Azure Cloud Mansion more than any other human devils in the Human Devil clan. This was because Shi Nanfeng's last direct disciple, whom he favored the most, was killed by the Mansion Master and a powerhouse of Azure Cloud Mansion. How could Shi Nanfeng give up on this opportunity to seek revenge when he found out the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was in the Wandering Saint Palace? Fortunately, I have set up multiple noise-canceling formations for my master. Otherwise, my master would have been disturbed by all these commotions. Yun Fuyi thought to himself with a grim expression on his face. Whoosh! Yun Fuyi was suddenly enraged. He cried out, "Bastard!" This was because he had sensed an extremely strong divine consciousness unscrupulously scanning the entire Wandering Saint Palace, clearly invading their privacy. It was a sign of disrespect. In Duanling Tian's mansion. Impossible! Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, is here. Peng Lai was shocked by the sudden appearance of Shi Nanfeng when he sensed Shi Nanfeng's divine consciousness. The Palace Master of the Great Spirit Palace? Ganru Yan's eyes sparkled with hope when she heard Peng Lai's words. She knew about the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. She understood the strength of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace and the Great Spirit Palace was almost on even ground. Based on the hostility in the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace's voice, he obviously did not come with good intentions. Perhaps they would be able to stall for time to wake Duanling Tian up if the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace and Great Spirit Palace fought. Unfortunately, this was just her wishful thinking. Peng Lai shook his head. He explained, "Palace Master Shi Nanfeng is here for Master." Gan Ruyan's expression turned grim when she learned of the enmity between Shi Nanfeng and the Azure Cloud Mansion. They were already in trouble with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. However, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace came to look for trouble with them as well? Outside the mansion, swoosh, like a gust of wind, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yun Fuyi, who was standing in the lead, and the other Vice Palace Masters and Elders from Wandering Saint Palace. The figure was 2 meters tall and had a muscular build. He was dressed in a golden robe. His long hair was tied casually behind his back. His face looked pleasant with his arching brows. The golden-clad middle-aged man did not greet Yun Fuyi and the others and bluntly asked as he stared at the mansion, "Is the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion inside this mansion? Killing intent shone brightly in his eyes when he spoke. Palace Master Shi, Yunfuyi growled as he glared at the golden-clad middle-aged. How can you trespass into the Wandering Saint Palace without an invitation? Isn't this inappropriate? Inappropriate? This doesn't seem like something appropriate for you to say unless you're a palace master. The golden-clad middle-aged man, Shi Nanfeng, said as he looked at Yunfuyi dismissively. Master Palace Shi, don't tell me you're unaware that my master is currently in closed-door cultivation. Yunfuyi's expression turned grim. He knew very well that Shi Nanfeng must have known his master was in closed-door cultivation. Therefore, Shi Nanfeng was so bold as to enter the Wandering Saint Palace without an invitation. I understand that you hate the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion very much. However, please remember that this is the Wandering Saint Palace, not the Great Spirit Palace. And the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is currently our vice palace master. Even if he's to be killed, it's my master's responsibility to kill him, not yours. Yunfuyi's tone was stern when he rebuked Shi Nanfeng. What a joke. Yunfuyi honestly did not care who personally killed Duanling Tian. However, if Shi Nanfeng killed him, people might think that the Wandering Saint Palace was incompetent and that they could not even deal with a spy. For this reason, he did not want Shi Nanfeng to kill Duanling Tian for the sake of Wandering Saint Palace. Since Palace Master Yuan is cultivating now, I won't disturb him. When he comes out, I'll definitely come and personally apologize to him. Shi Nanfeng said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura turned intense as he stared at the mansion that housed the person he yearned to kill. Duan Rufeng, since you managed to escape that day, I'll avenge my disciple by killing your son. Shi Nanfeng muttered under his breath as he radiated killing intent from his body. Palace Master Shi, my master will most likely attract the tribulation within a year and become an eminent celestial after he comes out of closed-door cultivation. I advise you to think twice before you recklessly make a move, Yunfuyi warned Shi Nanfeng when he saw Shi Nanfeng was about to make a move. As soon as Yunfuyi finished speaking, whoosh! Shi Nanfeng was shocked. His killing intent had disappeared as well. Palace Master Yuan has found a chance to attract the tribulation? Shi Nanfeng asked as he looked at Yunfuyi. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. He was not afraid of Yuan Haochun even though he's only slightly weaker than Yuan Haochun. In fact, their strength could be considered as evenly matched. However, if Yuan Chao had become an eminent celestial, it was definitely a cause for fear. After all, once Yuan Chao became an eminent celestial, it would not be difficult at all for him to kill him. Yunfuyi only grunted in reply as though he was too lazy to repeat his words again. Shi Nanfeng's face turned red with anger, but ultimately, he did not dare to enter the mansion. He mulled over it for a moment and finally decided to compromise. Since Palace Master Yuan will come out in a year, I'll respect his wishes. I won't kill him. However, you have to guarantee that the young mansion master stays in the palace. I'll wait for Palace Master Yuan to come out and watch as he kills the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Shi Nanfeng could interrupt the cultivation of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he did not dare to do so. Even if he could delay Yuan Haochun from becoming an eminent celestial, but due to his weaker strength, there was no doubt Yuan Haochun would become an eminent celestial before him. If he had disrupted Yuan Haochun's cultivation now, there was no doubt he would be harmed or killed once Yuan Haochun became an eminent celestial. After a while, he added coldly, however, if you're not capable of guarding Duanling Tian and he escapes before Palace Master Yuan comes out, don't blame me for killing him. Palace Master Shi, you can do whatever you want if Duanling Tian leaves our palace, Yunfuyi assured Shi Nanfeng. As a matter of fact, he was, indeed, worried that Duanling Tian would escape before his master came out from closed-door cultivation since none of them would be able to stop Duanling Tian. Remember your words, Shi Nanfeng said quietly. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. It was as though he was planning to wait here for a year. Yunfuyi was not surprised by Shi Nanfeng's action. After all, if he was in Shi Nanfeng's shoes, he would not give up until he watched the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion die. After Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, arrived. Many others, including the Crimson Blaze Palace and the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, came to the Wandering Saint Palace as well. All of them came with the same reason, and it all concerned the notorious young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I didn't expect the new vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace to be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It doesn't matter. He'll die for sure. Rumor has it that this news spread from the Wandering Saint Palace. He should have time to escape, so why didn't he? Does he have a death wish? Although Palace Master Yuan is in closed-door cultivation, and the others can't deal with Duan Ling Tian, Palace Master Shi is guarding this place. Even if Duan Ling Tian manages to leave, he'll still die. He would die if he leaves the Wandering Saint Palace, and he would die even if he leaves the Wandering Saint Palace. Similar remarks could be heard from the people of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Due to the number of people who had come, the Wandering Saint Palace became very lively. Initially, I was overjoyed when I found out we have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who knew he would be the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Damn it! Although he's just a human from the Dao Martial Saint Land, he managed to infiltrate our palace. Don't worry. He'll surely die once Lord Palace Master comes out. Even if he escapes before Lord Palace Master comes out, he would still die since Palace Master Shi is standing watch outside his mansion. Most people were unaware that their Palace Master would probably become an eminent celestial when he came out of closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, it would be even more lively in the Wandering Saint Palace. As time went by, more people came to join the members of the Wandering Saint Palace, and Sher Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace outside the mansion Duan Ling Tian, was staying in. The fact was, most of these people had only come to watch a show since they knew they would not have a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian at all. Currently, the general consensus was Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. Inside the mansion. We're done for. Finished. Penglai muttered as he paced back and forth in the mansion. He roughly knew the situation outside. He looked extremely upset, as though it was the end of the world. The mansion where Duan Ling Tian was staying in seemed to be isolated. None could enter or leave the mansion. He's still here. Huang Wenjing, the last direct disciple of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, furrowed her brows when she learned about what happened. She was anxious. She knew there was nothing she could now, even if she wanted to help that man. After all, she had already done everything that she could to help him. She sighed as she mumbled to herself with a hint of helplessness. Even if I successfully beg Master not to kill you when he comes out after a year, it'll still be difficult for you to escape. Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was still immersed in his cultivation. He was completely unaware that he was currently in captivity. Time passed by quietly, and many months passed by in just a blink of an eye. The atmosphere was tranquil in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. However, the people that came with Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, who had been standing guard outside Duan Ling Tian's mansion, knew that it was only the calm before the storm. Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who had become a captive in his mansion. Kuer, Duan Si Ling, Gan Ru Yen, and Peng Lai had also become captives in Duan Ling Tian's mansion. They were well aware of the situation outside and knew their chances of survival were slim. Initially, they felt anxious. However, as time passed, they came to terms with their fates. They knew there was nothing they could do. When Palace Master Yuan Hao Chun comes out of his closed-door cultivation, it'll be the end of us. Kuer, do you have any regrets? Gan Ru Yen asked Kuer after she sighed. Regrets? What do you mean, sister? Kuer asked in confusion. I'm asking if you regret meeting him? If you didn't meet him, you won't be so unlucky. You definitely won't have to face the danger today if you don't know him. Gan Ru Yen replied. As soon as Gan Ru Yen finished speaking, Kuer shook her head and said vehemently, Of course not. She paused for a moment before she said with a bright smile on her face, Meeting Brother Tian is one of the best things to have happened to me. To me, getting to meet Brother Tian is like a gift from God. I feel content being able to be with him for such a long time. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. It could be seen from her bright smile that she meant what she said from the bottom of her heart. Although Gan Ru Yen had anticipated this kind of answer from Kuer, she still felt touched when she heard her sister speaking about her feelings for Duan Ling Tian. She wondered if Duan Ling Tian was really that good of a man. Unknowingly, Her train of thoughts wandered elsewhere as she became misty-eyed. Suddenly, Duan Xiling's voice rang out in the air, as though she had made a huge discovery. Mother! Aunt! The bird moved. It moved! That? Peng Lai had come over as well, alerted by Duan Xiling's cry. He instantly looked at the bird formed from golden flames. Kur and Gan Ruyen were looking at the bird as well. In the distance, where Duan Ling Tian was in closed-door cultivation, the three-legged golden crow the size of a small hill had unfurled its huge wings. Initially, it had stood guard motionlessly. Currently, it was flapping its wings. It flapped its wing faster and faster with each passing second. Brilliantly bright red flames had appeared in its eyes. Whoosh! 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 The wind began to howl as the three-legged golden crow flapped its wings. Sand and dust rose in the air, creating a sandstorm. It did not take long before the three-legged golden crow began to rise into the air. When Duan Xiling saw this, she cried out, "Fi flying! It is flying!" Although it had only flown 10 meters high, it had surprised everyone. After all, this bird had remained lifeless and without sentience earlier. Is Daddy okay? When the three-legged golden crow flew up, Duan Xiling thought she would be able to see her father. However, even after the three-legged golden crow had flown up, her father did not emerge from the ruin. The room Duan Ling Tian was in remained the same after it had exploded. Apart from the shattered wall and bricks lying on the ground, the wooden bed still remained standing. However, the figure of a person dressed in a purple robe could not be seen at all. Unlike Kur, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen, Peng Lai could clearly sense Duan Ling Tian's aura. He said, "Master is in the bird's body. It seems like his aura is stronger than before. In fact, it seems like he has made a breakthrough." After a while, he paused as he fell deep into his thoughts. However, isn't Master's cultivation base already at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He was confused, unable to figure out what was happening. It was obvious Peng Lai was unaware that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had assumed that Duan Ling Tian was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was only natural since the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed rivaled a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If Duan Ling Tian was not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, how could he have killed Lin Yuan, an elder of Wandering Saint Palace who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, with just 2 strikes? At this moment, when Duan Ling Tian, who was in the body of the bird that was formed from golden flames, caused a commotion in the mansion, the throng of people outside the mansion began to notice the movements in the mansion as well. That? What's that? Naturally, Shi Ninfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was the first one to notice the three-legged golden crow that had flown up into the sky since his attention was solely focused on the mansion. A frown and a hint of confusion could be seen on his face. He was not sure what was happening. However, one thing was for sure. He could not wait to kill the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion who was hiding inside the mansion. After a while, Shi Ninfeng was baffled. His aura seems to be much stronger than before. His aura is similar to that of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on what he knew, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was already at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He thought to himself, could he have held back when he was cultivating earlier? Boom. 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 Peng Lai and Shi Ninfeng were still confused when the deafening sound of thunder rumbled on the other side of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, startling everyone in the estate. This is the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? In the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yun Fuyi, a Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, flew out of his room immediately. When he saw the tribulation clouds that were brewing in the sky, his eyes twinkled and he had an excited expression on his face. He knew his master was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Once his master had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, his master would be able to make a breakthrough and become an eminent celestial. He had no doubts that his master would successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. In the history of Wandering Saint Palace, there were no palace masters who had failed the heavenly tribulation after all. I didn't expect Master to attract the celestial ascension tribulation a month earlier than expected. This means, in just a few days, Master will become an eminent celestial. Yun Fuyi thought to himself excitedly. Tribulation clouds were clouds that heralded the heavenly tribulation. Apart from purple lightning bolts, bolts of multicolored lighting could be seen flashing in the clouds like dragons as well. The lights from the bolts of multicolored lightning were blindingly bright. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder continued to reverberate in the air. Initially, the tribulation clouds only converged over a small area. However, as time passed, the area it encompassed grew wider and wider. That's the direction of the Palace Master's residence, isn't it? In the wandering Saint Palace's estate, groups of elders and disciples lifted their heads to look at the sky. They could tell the clouds were converging above the Palace Master's residence. These dark clouds with purple and multicolored lightning bolts are the sign of a celestial ascension tribulation. Right? An elder from wandering Saint Palace exclaimed with widened eyes as though he had made a huge discovery. Tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation? When the other elders and disciples from wandering Saint Palace heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. Lord Palace Master is undergoing the heavenly tribulation? It seems like it won't be long before our wandering Saint Palace will gain an eminent celestial. From today onward, there'll be a second eminent celestial in the human devil clan. Moreover, the new eminent celestial is none other than our Lord Palace Master. There was uproar in the wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone was delighted when they found out about this. Meanwhile, outside of Duan Lingtian's mansion, the people from the remaining 2 palaces and 6 halls, including Shern and Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, were also looking in the direction of the residence of Yuan Haochan. While they were looking at the tribulation clouds that were converging above Yuan Haochen's residence, they failed to notice that the bird formed from golden flames that was hovering in the sky was changing as well. The flames seemed to disappear before it revealed a purple-clad young man who had been concealed in the body of the 3-legged golden crow. "Daddy!" Duan Xiling cried out. The purple-clad young man who was hovering in the air opened his eyes immediately when he heard Duan Xiling's voice. It seemed like Duan Lingtian had officially ended his closed-door cultivation. "Daddy!" Duan Lingtian did not even have the chance to test his son's Saint Origin that had broken through the last level without the help of the elementary devouring tactic when he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. He opened his eyes immediately. He looked at the direction of the voice and saw a girl about 12 or 13 years old standing in the distance. "Xiling, you've grown so much." The moment Duan Lingtian saw the girl, his body trembled involuntarily. "It should have been about 3 years since I went into closed-door cultivation." Before Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation, he had estimated he would be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in 3 years. Since he had successfully broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and he saw his daughter had transformed from a little girl to a teenage girl, he knew 3 years had really passed. He had been closed-door cultivation for a long time. At this moment, guilt rose in his heart. He felt guilty that he was not around to watch his daughter grow up. "Daddy, you finally came out." Although Xiling had grown into a young lady, her temperament was still the same. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she quickly rose up into the sky and flew into Duan Lingtian's arms. Duan Lingtian instinctively caught Duan Xiling in his arms and smiled. "Xiling has grown so big in just a blink of an eye. I almost couldn't recognize you." "Daddy, you were in closed-door cultivation for 3 years, Duan Xiling said as she pursed her lips, looking at Duan Lingtian dolefully. "It's Daddy's fault. Daddy shouldn't have gone into closed-door cultivation for so long," Duan Lingtian said in a gentle tone as he laughed. "Daddy, Mummy missed you a lot." Although Duan Xiling still acted like a small child in front of Duan Lingtian, she had matured into a thoughtful girl. For this reason, after she hugged him for a while, she let him go and led him toward Kur. After that, she let go of his hand and stood obediently next to Gan Ruyen. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with love as he looked at Kur. He called out softly, "Kur." Kur looked at the man whom she worried about even when she was sleeping. In the next moment, she rushed into his arms and held him tightly as though she would never let him go again. "Brother Tian." Duan Ling Tian had a guilty expression on his face as he gently held Kur in his arms. At this moment, silence was better than words. The hearts of these two people seemed to be one at this moment. Peng Lai had a complicated expression on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation. Master! His master had helped him improve his innate spiritual root into a dark blue one. During these 3 years, he had made a breakthrough as well, joining the ranks of elders at the 8th form of the saint stage. Usually, this would be a cause for celebration. However, right now, he could not bring himself to feel happy about his achievement. Although he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was already regarded as a traitor by the Wandering Saint Palace. Not only would he be stripped of his position as an elder, but it was not certain if he could even stay alive at this point. He might have other options if he was not bound by the lighting penalty oath, but he had no other choice now other than to follow his master to the end of this dark road. My only hope is that master will be able to create a miracle after coming out of closed-door cultivation. Everyone was afraid to die, and Peng Lai was no exception. If he survived this calamity, he would willingly follow his master to the end of the world, leave the Wandering Saint Palace, and turn his back on the human devil clan. Moreover, his instinct told him that if his master managed to survive this, his achievement would be higher if he followed his master rather than stay in the Wandering Saint Palace. Ganru Yen looked at Duan Ling Tian. Her expression was complicated as she sensed his mysterious aura. His aura has become so much stronger compared to 3 years ago. 3 years ago, his cultivation base was still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai might not know about Duan Ling Tian's real cultivation base 3 years ago, but as Kur's twin sister, Ganru Yen knew it very well. Although Duan Ling Tian's combat power was on par with an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she knew his cultivation base at that time was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his black innate spiritual root, he should have broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? Ganru Yen did not possess a black innate spiritual root, nor was her cultivation base that high, so she could only come to this conclusion. She thought to herself, currently, he should be a match for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Uncle Peng Lai, what's going on with those clouds that are brewing over there? It seems like it's glowing. It looks so mesmerizing. Duan Xiling asked Peng Lai when she saw the clouds converging in another area of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. When Peng Lai heard Duan Xiling's question, he shifted his gaze to the sky. Only then did he notice the clouds converging in a single area. Moreover, he discovered a multicolored light flashing intermittently in the clouds. His eyes widened and his expression darkened as he exclaimed in a low voice, "This is the celestial ascension tribulation." He knew it was not appropriate to disturb the tender moment between his master and Kur, therefore he had deliberately lowered his voice. Ganru Yen, who was standing next to Peng Lai, naturally heard his words. She shifted her eyes to where the clouds were converging as well. Celestial Ascension Tribulation? It's indeed the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. As a former disciple of the Fire Worship sect, Ganru Yen was, naturally, privy to matters regarding the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and the Tribulation clouds. For this reason, when she saw the dark clouds that were flashing with purple and various color lights, she knew it was the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Fear filled her heart as she looked at Peng Lai. She asked him to confirm her suspicion. Where are the clouds converging? It's converging above the residence of Lord Palace Master. Peng Lai smiled bitterly. Previously, I was confused why Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, didn't make a move on Master even though he hates Master so much. Moreover, Lord Palace Master hasn't come out from his closed-door cultivation. It's a good opportunity for him to act. However, he has only been guarding our mansion. I couldn't figure out his intention, but I finally understand now. As it turns out, Lord Palace Master had gone into closed-door cultivation to break through to become an eminent celestial. Shi Feng must be afraid to offend Lord Palace Master, since Lord Palace Master is about to become an eminent celestial. That must be why he didn't dare to recklessly charge into the mansion. However, with this revelation, Peng Lai's heart was filled with trepidation again. Although Ganru Yen had prepared herself for the worst to happen, she could not help but ask again. Are you sure it's the residence of the Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace? She felt a little weak as she said, This means Yuan Hao Chun will be undergoing the heavenly tribulation and in a few days, he'll become an eminent celestial. The slight ray of hope that had appeared in her heart was snuffed out instantly when she thought of this. Earlier, Gan Ruyen had thought that since Duanling Tian had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial Stage 8 form, he would be a match for Yuan Hao Chun. However, she was unaware of the limit of his son Saint Origin, so she did not know that even if Duanling Tian had broken through to the 8th of 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage, he still would not be a match for Yuan Hao Chun. She did not even take the incomplete Devil Seal tablet into account. However, now she discovered that Yuan Hao Chun was undergoing the heavenly tribulation and would become an eminent celestial soon. She felt like a drowning who had been given a life-saving buoy only to find out the buoy was damaged. It was as though she had ascended to heaven only to be pushed down to hell. No, there's a chance he might fail the heavenly tribulation and die. Gan Ruyen murmured to herself. At this moment, the ray of hope appeared in her heart again as colors returned to her face. Based on what she knew, it was not certain that every powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage would successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. Peng Lai instinctively shook his head when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. He laughed bitterly as he said, Fail the heavenly tribulation? That's impossible. It's impossible? Gan Ruyen furrowed her brows when she heard Peng Lai's words. What do you mean? You're so confident about your palace master's ability. It's not about being confident or not, Peng Lai said bitterly. In the history of our Wandering Saint Palace, there has never been any palace master that had failed the heavenly tribulation. All palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace inherited a special technique to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. What? Gan Ruyan's expression changed when she heard this. So you're saying Palace Master Yuan will definitely pass the heavenly tribulation and break through to the next stage, becoming an eminent celestial? She asked to confirm what she had just heard. When she saw Peng Lai nodding, she felt as though the world had darkened. The stars and the moon seemed to have lost their shine. It seemed like the world was ending. However, after a few moments, her eyes lit up again as she thought to herself, It'll take at least a few days for Yuan Hao Chun to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. This means for the next few days, he won't be able to make a move on us. Gan Ruyen quickly turned to look at Duanling Tian, not caring if she was interrupting his and her sister's private moment. She said anxiously, Duanling Tian, you'll have to get us out of this place while the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is going through the heavenly tribulation. Once he overcomes the heavenly tribulation, it would be hard for us to escape. Her tone turned even more urgent as she spoke. Initially, Gan Ruyen had thought of Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, as a threat since she did not think Duanling Tian was a match for him. However, now that she noticed Duanling Tian had broken through to the next level, she felt he was now on even ground with Shernan Feng. Gan Ruyen was unaware that although Duanling Tian had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage 9th form, his power did not increase significantly compared to 3 years ago. Unless he used the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, to suppress Shernan Feng, Duanling Tian was not evenly matched with the Palace Master of the Great Spirit Palace. Overcome the heavenly tribulation? Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard Gan Ruyan's words, as though he was thinking about something. Kua pulled away from Duanling Tian's arms when she heard Gan Ruyan's words. She asked her sister, Sister, are you saying that the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is going through the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? She knew that if a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage passed the heavenly tribulation, he or she would become an eminent celestial. Moreover, she knew it would not take long before an eminent celestial would undergo transcendence and ascend to the Devata realm. Yes. Gan Ruyen nodded solemnly as she looked at the sky. You see the dark clouds that are flashing with purple and multicolored lights? That's the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. You can tell it's the tribulation clouds from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation based on the 5-color lightning bolts. Currently, the clouds are converging above the residence of Yuan Hao Chun. She shifted her gaze to Duanling Tian and said, Now is a good time for you to take us away. The only person standing in our way is Shi-Nan-Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Before Gan Ruyen could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian interrupted her. Shi-Nan-Feng? The palace master of Great Spirit Palace. He was, naturally, of the enmity between Shi-Nan-Feng and the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, he was confused when he heard that the palace master of the Great Spirit Palace was standing in their way of escape. Moreover, he was also unaware that his identity as the young master of Azure Cloud Mansion had been exposed since a year ago. At this time, Peng Lai recounted in detail everything that had happened so that Duan Ling Tian would understand what was going on. The last direct disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was the vanguard of the Human Devil clan that invaded the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he was killed by my father and another powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he learned about this. In any case, the last direct disciple of the palace master of Great Spirit Palace was at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, my father, along with another powerhouse, managed to kill him. Who's the powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion? When did father grow so strong? Many questions appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. Furthermore, the entire Human Devil clan has found out that I'm the young master of the once powerful Azure Cloud Mansion? They found out about my identity through my portraits that were previously circulated in the lower province. Duan Ling Tian finally realized how careless he had been. If only he had disguised himself, he would not be in this predicament. Duan Ling Tian continued to think to himself as his eyes flashed coldly. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Shi-Nan-Feng, wanted to kill me a year ago. However, he was afraid of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace since he's about to become an eminent celestial. That's why he didn't dare to act recklessly. All this time, he has been waiting outside the mansion. He had struck a deal with the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace as well. He would get to kill me if I tried to escape. Otherwise, he would let Yuan Haochen deal with me. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's attention shifted to something else. My son Saint Origin feels unstable. He discovered that his son Saint Origin felt unstable and agitated like a playful child that was trying to escape because he or she has found something fun to play with. At the same time, he also discovered his perception of the world had become more profound. Although he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and was able to slowly comprehend heaven and earth and form a vague connection, his comprehension was not very profound. However, he found his comprehension seemed to have deepened and increased a whole level when his son Saint Origin roiled in his body. The feeling was similar to when one's a beginner and instantly reached the fundamental awareness stage. This must be due to the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation. It seems like the sun force that had fused with my Saint Origin has formed some kind of connection to the tribulation clouds. When Duan Ling Tian tried to investigate the connection, he sensed the sun force he had obtained from Elder Hua. The sun force's power surpassed all the power from the mundane realm. After all, it came from the Devata realm. For this reason, his understanding of the sun force was not too deep. All he knew was the sun force was extraordinary. When Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was still low, his strength could rival those powerhouses who had a higher cultivation base than him because of the sun force that had fused with his son's Saint Origin. Outside the mansion, in the sky, Palace Master Yuan is undergoing heavenly tribulation? Shi-Nan-Feng's attention was completely focused on the tribulation clouds that were converging above Yuan Haochen's residence. Naturally, he knew that Yuan Haochen had successfully attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. He had an undecipherable expression on his face as he thought to himself, from now on, there'll be another eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan. Previously, although Yuan Haochen had always been stronger than Shi-Nan-Feng, the gap in their strength was not that wide. In terms of status, they were on par since they were both palace masters from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. However, currently Yuan Haochen was going to become an eminent celestial. He was bound to become much stronger than Shi-Nan-Feng. Their statuses would no longer be the same. He would be inferior to Yuan Haochen. In the Human Devil clan, as soon as one became an eminent celestial, one's position would be elevated to that of a patriarch. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls present on the scene discovered Yuan Haochen had successfully attracted the celestial ascension tribulation, they were in an uproar. Palace Master Yuan is about to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Isn't it obvious? Oh my goodness! This is big news. I need to return and inform our Lord Hall Master of this. I have to go return and report this to my Lord Hall Master as well. After a while, 7 figures could be seen flying out of the wandering Saint Palace's estate. These people were from the remaining 1 palace and 6 halls. It was clear that they had each returned to inform their palace master and hall masters about Yuan Haochen successfully attracting the celestial ascension tribulation. Moreover, there was no chance Yuan Haochen would fail the celestial ascension tribulation. He would undoubtedly become an eminent celestial in these few days. It would be an important occasion in the Human Devil clan. This was definitely something they had to report to their superiors. Soon after the 7 people from the remaining 1 palace and 6 halls left, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, seemed to notice something. Ha! He instantly shifted his gaze to the mansion in front of him. Shi Nanfeng saw a purple figure pulling 3 women with him as another figure followed closely behind. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he muttered to himself, Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ling Tian could feel Shi Nanfeng's gaze on him, and he turned to look at Shi Nanfeng and saw the killing intent in Shi Nanfeng's eyes. He must be the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Shi Nanfeng smirked when he saw Duan Ling Tian turning back to look at him. He thought Duan Ling Tian was trying to escape. Trying to escape? Shi Nanfeng had assumed Duan Ling Tian was trying to escape because he thought Duan Ling Tian must be intimidated by him and Yuan Haochen, who was about to become an eminent celestial in the next few days. With the threat of an eminent celestial looming over Duan Ling Tian, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be so bold as to continue staying in the wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian did not bother with Shi Nanfeng as he brought Kur, Duan Siling, and Gan Ru Yen away. Let's go. Peng Lai followed closely behind when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. After flying for a while, Peng Lai lifted his head to see where they were going. He was shocked when he saw the tribulation clouds looming ahead. Isn't this the direction of Lord Palace Master's residence? He had thought his master was going to bring them out of the wandering Saint Palace. It was completely out of his expectation that his master would bring them directly to the Palace Master's residence. He was completely dumbfounded. In fact, Peng Lai was not the only one who was baffled. What's he trying to do? Is he seeking death? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, did not expect this at all. He had expected Duan Ling Tian to try and leave after all. Duan Ling Tian continued to make his way to the center of the wandering Saint Palace's estate. It was where Yuan Haochen's residence was located. Isn't that man Vice Palace Master Duan from the wandering Saint Palace? Meanwhile, the people from the other palaces and 6 halls had also discovered Duan Ling Tian and his companions. What are you talking about? What Vice Palace Master Duan? He's the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Where's he going? It seems like he's heading to the center of the estate. Why isn't he trying to escape? Maybe he can't find the way. How's that possible? He's been in the palace for 3 years now. Even if he spent most of his time cultivating, how could he not know the way out of the estate? Exactly. Duan Ling Tian's action did not only confuse Peng Lai and Shi Nanfeng, but it confused the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls as well. None of them knew what Duan Ling Tian intended to do. The elders from Wandering Saint Palace were also confused by Duan Ling Tian's action. Isn't he heading toward Lord Palace Master's residence? Maybe he plans to surrender so Lord Palace Master won't kill him? However, they were not convinced Duan Ling Tian was going to surrender. It brought them back to the same questions they had earlier. What was Duan Ling Tian trying to do? Where did he plan to go? I can feel the sun force getting more and more restless the closer I get to the area where the tribulation clouds are converging. It feels like something in the center of the convergence area is attracting it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he brought his wife, daughter, and sister-in-law with him. Moreover, I can feel my comprehension of heaven and earth slowly deepening without any signs of stopping at all. It might be slow, but the improvement is continuous. I'm certain my comprehension of heaven and earth now far surpasses all those who have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Not only that, but I can feel my comprehension rate getting faster as I get closer and closer to the area where the tribulation clouds are converging. This was the reason why Duanling Tian had brought his companions to the center of the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. He knew going to that place would benefit him, and his comprehension time of heaven and earth supported his theory. Duanling Tian thought to himself, what if I use the sun force with my current comprehension of heaven and earth? He quickly lifted his hand and a majestic and oppressive force shot out, making the void shake. Indeed, it has gotten stronger. He could clearly sense the faint connection between the sun force and the tribulation clouds. The connection is so faint because I haven't fully comprehended heaven and earth yet. When Yuan Hao Chun used his saint origin 3 years ago, it had resonated strongly with heaven and earth. The force of his saint origin is extremely strong. Duanling Tian could still vividly remember the incident from 3 years ago. His attack was easily blocked by Yuan Hao Chun as though he was a child swinging around a toy sword. Moreover, Yuan Hao Chun had sent his sword flying back to him with an extremely strong force. It had thoroughly shocked him at that time. He could feel how terrifying powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth were. Naturally, at that time, Yuan Hao Chun had almost completely comprehended heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after only 3 years. Although one would need a chance to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, one would not obtain such a chance if one did not comprehend heaven and earth to a certain degree. During the time it took me to travel here from my mansion, my comprehension of heaven and earth has improved so much. Duanling Tian felt excited when he sensed the connection between his sun saint origin and heaven and earth. All this while, Duanling Tian had completely ignored Shi Nanfeng, who was trailing after him. This was because he knew Shi Nanfeng would not dare to recklessly attack him as long as he remained inside the Wandering Saint Palace. Shi Nanfeng was even more unlikely to attack him now that Yuan Hao Chun was just a step away from becoming an eminent celestial. Duanling Tian had completely grasped the situation he was in. Although he was wary of Yuan Hao Chun, he wanted to find out why his sun force was so restless. He wanted to find out what was in the center of the convergence area that attracted his sun force. Moreover, he had an incredibly strong feeling that he would benefit from going over there. The sun force came from Elder Hua, who's from the Devata realm. Therefore, it's much stronger than other forces in the mundane realm. As I get closer and closer to the area where the tribulation clouds are converging, not only does my sun force get more restless, but my comprehension of heaven and earth is improving faster and faster as well. It'll certainly be beneficial for me to go there. Duanling Tian had already weighed the pros and cons of going to the area where the tribulation clouds were converging. He was not a fool after all. This was not an impetuous decision he made. After all, he had his wife and daughter with him. He had to ensure their safety. At this moment, Gan Ruyen said exasperatedly, "What do you think you're doing? Why are you going to the palace master's residence? Please don't drag Kuer and Si Ling down with you if you plan to die." She had been trying to hold back her words for a while now. She could no longer keep quiet as they went closer and closer to Yuan Hao Chen's residence. Kuer quickly comforted her sister and said, "Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reason for doing this. Please don't worry." Based on her words, one could see her complete trust in Duanling Tian. Duan Siling nodded as she chimed in, "That's right, Auntie. Daddy wouldn't harm us." Gan Ruyen was rendered speechless by her sister and her niece's responses. Duanling Tian only glanced at Gan Ruyen indifferently and did not bother with replying to her. "Based on my current ability, I'm certainly not a match for Shi Nanfeng and Yuan Hao Chen if I don't use the Devil Seal tablet. Even then, I'm not completely certain I'll be able to kill them with the Devil Seal tablet. If I can't kill them, there's no difference if I choose to escape now or head to Yuan Hao Chen's residence. We'll still be in danger regardless. I might as well follow the sun force and head to the area where the tribulation clouds are converging. I have a feeling I will benefit from it." In Duanling Tian's opinion, whether he chose to escape from the Wandering Saint Palace or head to Yuan Hao Chen's residence, they would still be in danger. He would still have to face a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage either way. Therefore, he reasoned he might as well head to Yuan Hao Chen's residence where his sun force was attracted to. At least it seemed like he might benefit from it. Since this is Yuan Hao Chen's celestial ascension tribulation, the area where the tribulation clouds are converging should be right above his mansion. Duanling Tian continued thinking to himself. It would take a few days for Yuan Hao Chen to pass the heavenly tribulation. After all, the celestial ascension tribulation is different from the common heavenly tribulation. It has 81 bolts of lightning. He can only pass the celestial ascension tribulation if he's able to endure all 81 bolts of lightning. At that time, his body will produce celestial origin energy, and he'll become an eminent celestial. Before he passes the tribulation, he's still a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Shi Nanfeng. He sped up as he brought the 3 ladies with him. Seeing this, Peng Lai sped up as well, following closely behind. Meanwhile, Shi Nanfeng and the other people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were following Duanling Tian and his companions as well. Apart from that, a few elders from the Wandering Saint Palace had joined in as well. These elders were sent by Yun Fuyi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, to keep an eye on Duanling Tian. Now that Duanling Tian had left his mansion, it was only natural that they would follow him. With Duanling Tian in the lead, this large group of people swarmed toward the residence of Yuan Hao Chen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. My comprehension rate of heaven and earth is getting faster and faster. How exciting! Duanling Tian thought to himself as he got closer to the mansion. He was eager to discover the thing that attracted his sun force. Meanwhile, the other palace masters and hall masters from the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan finally received news about Yuan Hao Chen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. In the Crimson Blaze Palace, Yuan Hao Chen has successfully attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Wu Tuanjin, the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace, was shocked when he heard the news from an elder who had just returned. Yuan Hao Chen, the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace, was already widely acknowledged as the strongest person after the Human Devil clan prior to this. Now he had even successfully attracted the celestial ascension tribulation? Based on the history of Wandering Saint Palace, there's no palace master who has failed the celestial ascension tribulation. In other words, it wouldn't be difficult for Yuan Hao Chen to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. After a few days, he'll become an eminent celestial. Wu Tianjin took a deep breath when he thought about this. After that, he quickly went to see the palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace to inform him of this important news. Let alone the Crimson Blaze Palace, this news was definitely going to cause an uproar in the Human Devil clan. In Azure Sheen Hall, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. Are we going to have a second eminent celestial in our Human Devil clan? It's said that the sky above the Wandering Saint Palace looks majestic with the tribulation clouds brewing. I want to go and have a look. Even if I can't enter the Wandering Saint Palace, it's enough to watch from afar. Count me in. After all, I haven't seen the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation before. When the news about Yuan Hao Chen undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation spread in the Azure Sheen Hall, it naturally caused an uproar. A large group of people even left the Azure Sheen Hall to have a look at the Wandering Saint Palace. At this moment, the Crimson Blaze Palace, Azure Sheen Hall, and the other 5 halls were in an uproar. Many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were making their way to the Wandering Saint Palace. They made an inconspicuous sight, alerting others in the Human Devil Saint City. For this reason, it did not take long before news of this spread in the Human Devil Saint City. In just a few days, the Human Devil clan will have another eminent celestial. This is absolutely great news for our clan. It's awesome news indeed. Now that there's an eminent celestial in the Wandering Saint Palace, it's going to become the strongest force among the 3 palaces and 6 halls in our Human Devil clan. The Human Devil Saint City was in an uproar. Apart from the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of the Human Devils were delighted by the news of another eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan. It did not matter to them if he was from the Wandering Saint Palace. After all, with a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan, their clan's status would only rise. How could they not feel excited? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an unremarkable and dilapidated mansion located somewhere in the northeast direction of the Human Devil Saint City, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. After a while, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the door of the dilapidated mansion. The figure belonged to a middle-aged man with a strong build who was dressed in a green robe. His looks were average and his face was expressionless. Thump, thump, thump. With just a few steps, he walked into the dilapidated mansion and stood in front of a room. The door to the room was covered in spiderwebs. Based on this, it could be seen that the door had not been opened for a long time. Strange enough, the middle-aged bowed reverently as though someone of great prestige was behind the door. Master Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, has successfully attracted the celestial Ascension tribulation. In a few days, it's highly likely that he'll become an eminent celestial, the middle-aged man said respectfully. His tone was humble when he spoke. Based on his words, it was clear that he was so respectful because the person behind the door was his master. If the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls from the Human Devil clan were around, they would be shocked to see this. After all, this middle-aged man was none other than the current patriarch of the Human Devil clan who was also an eminent celestial. Whoosh! As soon as the patriarch of the Human Devil clan finished speaking, the sound of a gentle breeze blowing could be heard. The breeze removed all the cobwebs from the door. Apart from that, mist began to waft out from the crack underneath the door. The mist continued to waft out before it suddenly solidified into a figure of a man near the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The figure belonged to an old man who was dressed in gray robes. The old man's face was wrinkled, and his brows were white. He held a shabby-looking stick in hand. All in all, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, based on the mysterious technique he had used when he appeared, it was clear he was not ordinary at all. Furthermore, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had addressed him as master. What a joke! Would someone like the patriarch of the Human Devil clan address an ordinary old man as master? The cloudy eyes of the old man suddenly brightened as he asked the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, Yuan Haochan? Is he the descendant of that immortal Yuan Dongxing from the Wandering Saint Palace? His voice sounded hoarse, lending it a creepy vibe. Yes. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan nodded instantly. He knew who Yuan Dongxing was. He was an elder of Wandering Saint Palace from 5,000 years ago. At that time, Yuan Dongxing had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It did not take long before he attracted the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Unfortunately, he was not the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Therefore, he was not privy to the technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension tribulation. He had failed his Celestial Ascension tribulation. Most people in the Human Devil clan thought that Yuan Dongxing had died when he failed the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, if he had died, why did the mysterious gray-clad man, the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, refer to him as an immortal? The gray-clad old man nodded. Good. It seems like he's better than that immortal Yuan Dongxing. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that a second eminent celestial has emerged in the clan, it's time for me to depart. A hint of relief could be heard in his voice. Master, are you certain that you want to leave? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not surprised by the old man's words. It seemed as though he had long known about the old man's intention. However, a hint of reluctance could be heard in his voice when he spoke to the old man. Time flies. 1,000 years is coming to an end soon, marking the coming of my 4th heavenly tribulation. If I continue to stay here, I'm not confident I'll be able to pass the 4th heavenly tribulation. The gray-clad old man explained with a sigh when he heard the reluctance in the voice of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Currently, that brat from the Wandering Saint Palace is undergoing the Celestial Ascension tribulation and will soon become an eminent celestial. This is the perfect opportunity for me to leave. With both of you watching over the Human Devil clan, I can leave in peace. The old man actually referred to Yuan Haochen, who was soon becoming an eminent celestial, as a brat. If someone else was around, they might be stunned speechless by these words. However, the expression of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan did not change at all. After all, he did not think it was inappropriate for the old man to refer to Yuan Haochen as a brat. You're right, master. It's almost time for your 4th heavenly tribulation. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan nodded. However, he still looked reluctant to part with the old man. After a while, he asked, "When do you plan to leave, master?" "After that brat passes his celestial ascension tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, I'll talk to him before I leave," the old man replied. The patriarch of the human devil clan nodded as he said, "If that's the case, I'll accompany you to the wandering Saint Palace after he passes the tribulation." "No. Let's go over now. The tribulation clouds have been brewing for a while now. The first lightning bolt would strike in about 30 minutes. It's been a long time since I saw the Wandering Saint Palace's secret technique to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his entire being shimmered before he transformed into a gray fog again that drifted quickly up into the sky. The dense gray mist was clearly making its way to the Wandering Saint Palace. Whoosh! Seeing this, the patriarch of the human devil clan also flew up into the air and headed to the Wandering Saint Palace. "Master, I've heard about the Wandering Saint Palace's secret technique to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. However, is it true that only the palace master of each generation is able to use that technique?" The patriarch of the human devil clan asked respectfully with a reverent look at the gray fog ahead of him. A hoarse voice that clearly belonged to the old man came from the gray fog. "Yes, the inherited technique can only be used once in a long while. Therefore, only the palace masters are given the priority to use this technique." Based on the old man's words, it was clear he had some knowledge about the Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to successfully overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. Ah, that makes sense. Realization dawned on the patriarch of the human devil clan as he continued to follow his master, who had transformed into a gray fog. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the dense gray fog had arrived at the sky above the Wandering Saint Palace. To be exact, it had arrived above Yuan Haochen's mansion. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and above the dark clouds, colorful and radiant lights could be seen from the auspicious clouds. On the other hand, purple lightning bolts flashed intermittently from the dark clouds like violet snakes. These dark clouds are the tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation. Swoosh! A gust of strong wind blew past before the gray fog solidified again into the figure of a man. At this time, the patriarch of the human devil clan finally arrived. He obediently stood by the old man's side as they watched the scene unfold before them. Under the colorful auspicious clouds and the tribulation clouds that were flashing with purple bolts of lightning was Yuan Haochen's mansion. Currently, the surroundings of the mansion were bustling. It had been like this for quite some time now. The atmosphere only became more and more bustling as time passed since more elders and disciples had arrived as well. In the end, it was as busy and crowded as a market. Hasn't it started yet? The tribulation clouds from the celestial ascension tribulation seem to still be brewing. I wonder when it'll begin. I can't wait to see Lord Palace Master show off his might and easily pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Me too. Almost all the elders and disciples of Wandering Saint Palace had gathered at Yuan Haochen's mansion. All of them wanted to witness their palace master successfully overcoming the celestial ascension tribulation. After all, this was an extremely rare occurrence. If they missed this chance, who knew when they would be able to witness such a thing again? I've read about the celestial ascension tribulation in an ancient book. It said that the tribulation clouds would brew for about an hour. An hour? Only 30 minutes have passed. So this means the celestial ascension tribulation will begin in 30 minutes? That should be the case. Among the group of onlookers, there were some knowledgeable elders and disciples who knew about the celestial ascension tribulation. When people found out the celestial ascension tribulation would begin in 30 minutes, they became even more excited. In front of a door of the mansion, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was standing there expressionlessly. Standing nearby was his great disciple, Yun Fuyi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace. At this moment, he was reporting everything he had discovered about Duanling Tian, their newly appointed vice palace master, to Yuan Haochen, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. When Yuan Haochen heard about this, his face was no longer expressionless. In fact, his brows were raised in surprise. He looked at Yun Fuyi and asked, "Where's he now?" "He's in closed-door cultivation and hasn't come out of his mansion. Even if he has come out, There's no way he can escape. There's you in the palace, and there's Palace Master Shi Nanfeng preventing him from escaping. Yun Fuyi replied. Yuan Haochen nodded. I'll deal with this matter after I've overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. I have to prepare for it now. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation will begin in 15 minutes. At that time, the first bolt of lightning will strike. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the sky without waiting for Yun Fuyi to reply. He was currently hovering in the air underneath the tribulation clouds. At this time, the clouds were still converging from all directions above Yuan Haochen. As the clouds grew denser, the bolts of lightning also grew in size. Boom! 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 Thunder rang in the air as the tribulation clouds continued to brew. At this time, the commotion in the mansion's surroundings had roused Huang Wenjing from her closed-door cultivation. She had left instantly and appeared next to Yun Fuyi. Great senior brother, has Master's heavenly tribulation started? Yun Fuyi stared at the sky where a lone figure could be seen hovering underneath the tribulation clouds. When he heard Huang Wenling's familiar voice, he turned to look at her with a smile on his face. Little junior sister. Yes, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation is about to begin. In a few more days, we'll have a second eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan, he said excitedly. His master was about to become an eminent celestial after all. How could he not feel excited? Huang Wenling's eyes were also filled with admiration and excitement as she gazed at her master's figure in the sky. Master! Her master was going to become an eminent celestial soon. As his last disciple, she knew her master had waited a long time for this day to come. He would finally realize his dreams. For this reason, she was delighted on her master's behalf. However, Huang Wenjing's thoughts suddenly veered in a different direction as a purple figure appeared in her mind. Master's about to undergo his tribulation. This means when Master becomes an eminent celestial in a few days, he would also deal with that person's matter, right? As soon as the purple figure appeared in Huang Wenjing's mind, it would not leave no matter what. She could not stop thinking about him. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian. Yun Fuye's voice thundered in Huang Wenjing's ears. Based on how loud he had shouted, it was clear he had seen someone he hated very much. Duan Ling Tian. When Yun Fuyi bellowed and looked in the distance, Huang Wenling's eyes followed the direction of his gaze as well. It seemed as though the purple figure that was in Huang Wenling's mind was completely overlaid with the purple figure in the distance. Why's he here? Huang Wenjing began to panic when she saw the purple figure. Doesn't he know that it's dangerous for him to come here? She had no idea why that man would come over. Did he not know his identity had been exposed? Did he not know her master would kill him? Duan Ling Tian? Yun Fuye's voice was so loud that many elders in the surroundings of the mansion heard it. All of them instantly shifted their attention to the group of people who had just arrived. Their eyes were focused on the purple-clad young man in the lead. Isn't that Vice Palace Master Duan Ling Tian who was appointed as a Vice Palace Master 3 years ago? It's him. I've seen his portrait before. The portrait wasn't drawn recently. It was drawn many years ago. It's drawn when he was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, not the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I've heard about him. It's really unexpected that he has broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in such a short time. Yes, that's right. Rumor has it that it has only been 10 years since he had left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land for the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land. During that time, he went from a martial cultivator who had not even broken through to the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I wonder what fortuitous encounter he had in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Or could it be that the cultivation environment in the upper province is so good that it's incredibly easy to make a breakthrough? Impossible. Even if the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land has an excellent cultivation environment and resources, it's impossible for someone to have such a huge improvement in just a mere 10 years. In my opinion, he must have had some fortuitous encounters. Regardless, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is indeed a good place. After all, even his fortuitous encounter is so amazing that it allowed him to improve so much in just 10 years. Indeed, the elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves as they stared at Duanling Tian. They discussed how Duanling Tian had managed to improve so much in just 10 years and concluded that he must have had a fortuitous encounter in the upper province of the Dalmartial Saint Land. For this reason, the elders and disciples became very excited and looked forward to going to the upper province of the Dalmartial Saint Land. Based on the current progress, the setup of the inter-province transportation formation should be completed soon. Yes. Once the setup of the inter-province transportation formation is completed, the devil clans will be able to invade the upper province and settle down there. Who knows, we might be lucky and have a fortuitous encounter like Duanling Tian. How exciting! At this time, Duanling Tian, Kur, Duan Siling, and Gan Ruyen was hovering in the sky above the mansion of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Peng Lai, who had been following closely behind them, came to a halt as well. Naturally, now that Duanling Tian and his companions had stopped moving, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, and the elders from the Wandering Saint Palace stopped moving as well. All of their eyes were trained on Duanling Tian. Up until now, they still could not figure out what Duanling Tian's objective was. Why would he come to the mansion of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace? Did he come here to get killed by Yuan Haochen, who was about to become an eminent celestial? This group of people who had followed Duanling Tian here was not the only one who thought he was seeking death by coming here. Even the elders and disciples who had arrived earlier felt the same way. Brother Ling Tian, why are you here? You should leave this place quickly. Leave as far as you can. It's dangerous here. A familiar rang in Duanling Tian's ears. He did not even need to look to recognize Huang Qiling's voice. Huang Qiling, the son of a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was the first person he met from the Wandering Saint Palace. Naturally, Duanling Tian only found out Huang Qiling was the son of a vice palace master in the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago when he was appointed as a vice palace master. Duanling Tian had already guessed that Huang Qiling's status had to be quite high in the Wandering Saint Palace, but he did not know the specific details. It's dangerous here? Duanling Tian shook his head when he heard Huang Qiling's voice transmission and said, "Thank you for your concern. However, don't you know that if I try to leave, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, would kill me as soon as I step out of the palace? Currently, your palace master hasn't passed the celestial ascension tribulation, so he's equally as dangerous as Shi Nanfeng. If I leave, I'll be killed by Shi Nanfeng. However, if I stay, he won't be able to make a move. I may have a few more days to survive if I stay, since your palace master would take that long to overcome his tribulation." Huang Qiling was rendered speechless by Duanling Tian's words. However, when he thought about it, he could find no flaws in Duanling Tian's words. Is there no other way? Huang Qiling furrowed his brows. Actually, I'm rather curious. You should know by now that I'm the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Why are you concerned about me when you're the son of a vice palace master in Wandering Saint Palace? Duanling Tian asked with a frown through voice transmission. Huang Qiling did not hesitate as he replied through voice transmission, "Brother Ling Tian, I consider you as a friend. It has nothing to do with your identity or background. Whether you're from the upper province or from the land of exile, you're still my friend. Moreover, in my opinion, compared to the human devils, I identify more with humans. It's just unfortunate that I'm too weak, so I can't be of help to you." A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Duanling Tian was moved by Huang Qiling's words, and that he considered him a friend. "You. Why are you here? Are you seeking death?" Suddenly, another familiar voice sent through voice transmission rang in Duanling Tian's ears. He immediately looked down at the compound of the mansion and saw a familiar and beautiful figure. Huang Wenjing. Duanling Tian recognized the beautiful figure with just a glance. She was the last direct disciple of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. She was considered as one of the strongest among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace and widely acknowledged as the most beautiful lady in the human devil clan. Huang Wenjing must have already known my real identity. However, it seems like she's more concerned than angry. Duanling Tian could hear the hints of worries in Huang Wenjing's voice. Duan Tian sighed. He knew why Huang Wenjing cared about him, so he pretended not to hear her voice transmission. When he sensed the hostility from the young man standing next to her in the compound of the mansion, he thought to himself, the person next to her should be Vice Palace Master Yun Fuyi, the great direct disciple of Yuan Haochen. Duan Tian shifted his attention away from Yun Fuyi to the tribulation clouds. Something in the center of the tribulation clouds had attracted his sun force. The sun force seems like it's going out of control. I wonder what's in the center of the tribulation clouds. He was curious and could not wait to find out the answer. During my journey here, my comprehension of heaven and earth has improved so much compared to before. He was confident the thing in the tribulation cloud had to be something extraordinary. At this moment, Duan Tian finally saw Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Yuan Haochen. He was still slightly afraid when he saw this person who had effortlessly blocked his attack that he had unleashed with all his might. Duan Tian saw Yuan Haochen staring at the tribulation clouds, a domineering aura rising from his body. As his saint origin surged out of his body, it began to resonate with heaven and earth. It could be seen from this that his achievement was indeed high when it came to his comprehension of heaven and earth. Yuan Haochen did not even glance at Duan Tian, nor did he use his divine consciousness on Duan Tian. It was clear he was fully focused on the tribulation clouds as though it was the only thing that existed in his world. Since Duan Tian had arrived, the atmosphere had turned very tense. Duan Tian caught everyone's attention when he arrived. In fact, he garnered even more attention than Yuan Haochen, who was about to undergo his celestial ascension tribulation. If his identity was not exposed and he was still the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he would not be so eye-catching. Everyone's attention was on him because he was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, one of the human forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Tian didn't come alone to the Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago. He came with a pair of twin sisters and a little girl. A disciple of Wandering Saint Palace suddenly said. The little girl should be the young girl by his side. And the other 2 women look identical, so they must be the twins. This pair of twin sisters look identical, but they have different bearings. Duan Tian is really lucky. That's not the point. The point is that his companions must be humans as well. As the elders and the disciples of Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves, their attention gradually shifted to the 3 ladies next to Duan Tian. Since they had come with him, it was not difficult for them to guess the ladies were humans as well. Peng Lai, who was standing behind Duan Tian, suddenly heard a voice. Peng Lai, how can you be so foolish? He was no stranger to this voice. It belonged to his best friend, who was also an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace. What's going through your mind? Duan Tian is the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Based on the current situation, I don't think he can leave the palace alive. Won't you get yourself killed if you continue to follow him? The elder clearly cared about Peng Lai. A hint of anxiety could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Upon hearing the elder's words, Peng Lai's heart was moved, but at the same time he felt rather helpless. He wanted to leave Duan Tian as well, but he was compelled to stay with him due to the lightning penalty oath. If he left Duan Tian, he would be instantly struck dead by lightning. He might be killed for following Duan Tian, but at least he would be able to survive for a few more days. He was really afraid of the lightning penalty. He still had hopes that his master could create a miracle even though the situation seemed rather bleak. After all, his master was not an ordinary person. He was able to improve other people's innate spiritual root. This seemed like the ability of a celestial to him. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of wind whistled in the air as many figures appeared from all directions. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared near the mansion of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. A strong and tall figure was the first to appear in front of Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. He bowed reverently at Shi Nanfeng. Lord Palace Master. It was a young man dressed in blue robes. Although the blue robe was large, it was tight on his body. The outline of his muscles could be seen through his robes. His stem expression was laced with respect when he bowed at Shi Nanfeng. Yuan Ba, you're here. Shi Nanfeng looked at the blue-clad young man and nodded. That's Xing Yuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. He's the strongest among the human devils below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The people from the Azure Sheen Hall are here too. That's Gong Sun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall. The people from Crimson Blaze Palace are here as well. That's Wu Tianjin, their Vice Palace Master. The people of the Wandering Saint Palace quickly discovered that apart from the 7 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of the high-ranking officials were here. The Palace Master of the Crimson Blaze Palace and the Hall Masters of the 6 halls didn't come. A few disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were surprised. Maybe they have things to deal with? How's it possible that all 7 of them have something to attend to at the same time? An elder from Wandering Saint Palace chuckled as he said, "Please remember that although it's great news for the Human Devil clan to have a second Eminent Celestial, the Eminent Celestial is from our Wandering Saint Palace. The others from the 3 palaces and 6 hall might not see this as joyous news. I think those Palace Master and Hall Masters must be having a meeting on how to deal with our Wandering Saint Palace, since our palace will be in control soon." Many people mulled over the elder's words and agreed with him. After all, the relationships between the 3 palaces and 6 halls were sustained and balanced by competition. Therefore, how could the other 2 palaces and 6 halls not be troubled when their Wandering Saint Palace was going to have an Eminent Celestial soon? The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace is really broad-minded for personally coming here. A disciple who had just come out of closed-door cultivation praised Shi Nanfeng. Many elders and disciples in the surroundings laughed when they heard his words. One disciple tried holding back his laughter as he asked, "Didu, do you really think the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace is here because Lord Palace Master is about to become an Eminent Celestial? Is that not it?" "Of course not. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Master has been here since a year ago. His target is actually Vice Palace Master Duan, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." "Yes. You must have heard about the enmity between the Great Spirit Palace and the Azure Cloud Mansion, so there's no need for me to explain further." "Oh." Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from the 3 palace and 6 halls who had just arrived were looking at Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, boom! A deafening explosion rang in the air. The shockwave spread from the sky. Its aura was incredibly oppressive, causing many people's hearts to thump in trepidation. The celestial ascension tribulation has finally begun, many people thought to themselves. Everyone quickly shifted their eyes away from Duan Ling Tian to the space above Yuan Hao Chun. The tribulation clouds looked dense in the sky. It was as though they had covered the sky above Yuan Hao Chen's mansion. The area it covered was vast, blocking light from shining down from the sky. It was really dark. Fortunately, the light from afar provided enough light for people to see their surroundings. Boom, 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 boom. Claps of thunder rang in the air deafeningly. Purple lightning bolts flashed in the tribulation clouds, and colorful lightning bolts could be seen once in a while. However, only those who had reached a certain level of cultivation were able to see the colorful lightning bolts. The deafening thunder must be the signal of the start of the celestial ascension tribulation, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He had some knowledge about the celestial ascension tribulation. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something as he cried out, "Oh no!" He discovered his sun force had become so restless that he found that he could barely suppress it. It continued to roil in his body until he finally decided to stop suppressing it. "I want to see what's going on anyway. I really wonder what's causing it to act this way." He finally gave up on controlling his sun force and freed it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sun force seemed to have detached itself from Duan Ling Tian's saint origin and transformed into golden flames that surged out of his body. It seemed as though he was shooting out fire from his body. Strangely, he was not burned at all, even his robes were left untouched. "Daddy!" Duan Si Ling was the first one to notice the change in Duan Ling Tian. She was so shocked that her eyes widened and she placed a hand over her mouth. "Brother Tian?" Kur also noticed the changes in Duan Ling Tian at this time. She was standing the closest to Duan Ling Tian, but she did not feel the heat from the golden flames that were surging out of his body. Gan Ruyen had only taken a look at Duan Ling Tian when the golden flames shot up and away from Duan Ling Tian's body toward the center of the tribulation clouds with a loud boom. "What's that?" Naturally, everyone present on the scene was startled by the golden flames as well. Swoosh! Golden flames shot up into the sky under everyone's watchful eyes. When the golden flames reached a certain distance away from the center of the tribulation clouds, it transformed into a giant flaming bird. The crowd had just regained their sense when the bird unfurled its wings and flew into the tribulation's clouds without creating any ripples. What's the golden flame? I don't know. I can't tell. I've not heard of anything like this happening during the celestial ascension tribulation. The golden flame turned into a bird in the end. I don't recognize the bird. Does anyone know what bird it is? I haven't seen it before either. No, I don't know. The sun force that had turned into golden flame before it surged out of Duan Tian's body confused everyone. When it turned into a bird, no one knew what kind of bird it was as well. Even Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could not identify it. Yuan Hao Chun, who was solely focused on his preparation, was also slightly distracted by the golden flame. Naturally, he did not know what the flaming bird was as well. However, he did not let it distract him for long, when he noticed nothing had changed even after the flaming bird had flown into the tribulation clouds. For this reason, he shifted his attention back to passing the celestial ascension tribulation. As a palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, there was no doubt he would pass the tribulation. However, he could only cast the technique he had inherited during the second half of the heavenly tribulation. He still had to face the weaker part of the heavenly tribulation with his own strength. The 3-legged golden crow? No one, except for Duan Tian, knew what the flaming bird was. He was shocked when he saw this. After a while, he felt a sense of relief when he thought of something. I almost forgot. The sun force is actually Elder Hua's force that he gave me through the enlightenment technique. It isn't strange for it to take the form of a 3-legged golden crow. After all, Elder Hua himself is a 3-legged golden crow, and the sun force is the exclusive force of a 3-legged golden crow. Mom, it's that bird again! Duan Xiling cried out. Duan Tian was shocked when he heard his daughter's words. He did not know his daughter had seen the bird before. Xiling, you've seen this bird before? Duan Tian asked as he looked at his daughter. Daddy, you're so silly. Previously when you were cultivating, wasn't this bird protecting you? Because of the bird, Auntie couldn't wake you up at all. Duan Xiling replied. Protecting me? Duan Tian shifted his gaze to Gan Ruyen. Duan Tian finally understood what happened after Gan Ruyen and Ping Lai recounted what had happened to him. According to them, it appeared a year ago. At that time, my cultivation base had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The 3-legged golden crow protected me while I was cultivating? Based on their explanation and description, the 3-legged golden crow should be the same one that's formed by the sun force. Previously, Elder Hua did not mention anything about this at all. Duan Tian felt upset again when he was reminded of Elder Hua. This was because he thought Elder Hua had died when he used the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to save him. The golden flame came from Duan Tian. Apart from the people on Duan Tian's side, Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, noticed it as well even though he was looking at the tribulation clouds that signified the start of the celestial ascension tribulation. After all, half of his attention was always on Duan Tian. For this reason, he saw the golden flames surged out of Duan Tian's body before it shot into the tribulation clouds. What's that? Shi Feng was naturally confused since this was the first time he had witnessed something like this. He had not read about anything like that before. Even the bird it has turned into looks unfamiliar. He felt rather annoyed because he could not identify the flaming bird. After all, he had always thought of himself as knowledgeable. Perhaps, he would not have felt so annoyed if he knew that bird did not exist in the mundane realm. When Shi Feng regained his senses, he looked at Duan Tian coldly. Duan Tian, when Yuan Haochen passes his tribulation in a few days, I wonder how you'll die. If looks could kill, Duan Tian would have died multiple times. Duan Tian felt Shi Feng's murderous stare and was about to turn to look at him when he was suddenly stunned. At this moment, he could clearly feel the saint origin in his body had begun to roil in his body as well along with the sun force. Moreover, He discovered his ability to comprehend heaven and earth had risen a few stages in just a blink of an eye. Is this due to the sun force that shot out of my body? What has happened actually? Duan Tian thought about the sun force that had turned into golden flames before it shot into the tribulation clouds. He was very certain the sudden rise in his ability to comprehend heaven and earth had something to do with the sun force. It's still rising. Duan Tian discovered that his ability to comprehend heaven and earth continued to rise, showing no signs of slowing down. Each time it rose, he sensed heaven and earth differently. Initially, he had felt a strange and faint connection to heaven and earth, but now, they felt familiar and intimate to him. The changes were extremely obvious. Meanwhile, high above the tribulation's clouds, two figures who had been hovering there for a while were also shocked by what they saw. These two figures were none other than the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and his master. Master, what's this? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan could not help but ask the gray-clad old man. He did not know what was happening at all. I don't know. The gray-clad old man shook his head even though his eyes shone brightly as though he could see through all things. At this moment, both of them saw the colorful clouds above the dark tribulation cloud dispersing before converging together again. This was caused by the strange bird that had flown through it. Similarly, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and the gray-clad old man did not recognize the bird as well. They were even more surprised when they saw the bird flying playfully around the colorful clouds after passing through the tribulation clouds. The colorful clouds were not just any ordinary clouds. They were the colorful, auspicious clouds that would appear after the celestial ascension tribulation ended. It was said that the birth of colorful, auspicious clouds had something to do with the Devata realm. This bird is formed from golden flames. Its force seems to surpass the force of Saint Origin. I can sense that its level is equivalent to the celestial origin energy. The gray-clad old man muttered to himself. What? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan exclaimed in shock when he heard his master's words. It was only natural that he was shocked when he learned that the bird's force was equivalent to the celestial origin energy. If someone else had said this, he would not have believed them. Since his master already possessed celestial origin energy, he did not doubt his master's words at all. The golden flame that transformed into a bird seems to have come from the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, said as he tried to peer past the tribulation clouds in Duan Tian's direction. However, before he could finish his sentence, boom! The deafening sound of thunder rang in the air. The tribulation clouds continued to expand as the purple bolts of lightning continued to flash restlessly. Suddenly, a blindingly bright purple and white light flashed. The blindingly bright flash happened to block the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's sight as he peered past the tribulation clouds. At the same time, boom! As soon as the dazzling purple and white light flashed, a deafening and earth-splitting thunderclap sounded in the air. Then, the people present on the scene saw a bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm struck from the tribulation clouds toward Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's the lightning strike. The first lightning strike is here. Many people said the same thing when they saw the bolt of lightning. However, their eyes widened in shock when they saw that before the lightning strike could land on Yuan Haochen and before he had a chance to deflect it. Another dazzling purple and white light flashed in the sky. It hurt the eyes of many people with a lower cultivation base. Boom! Another deafening and earth-splitting thunderclap sounded in the air as though it could destroy heaven. Quickly following that, a lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm struck as well. This bolt of lightning was similar to the one that was heading for Yuan Haochen. What's happening? Why is the second bolt of lightning striking when the first bolt of lightning hasn't even had a chance to strike Lord Palace Master? I don't think this is the second lightning bolt. It seems similar to the first one. I wonder what's happening. Is it possible that the first strike contains two lightning bolts? That's impossible. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation has a total of 81 lightning bolts. Each strike would follow one after another. If the lightning bolts come so fast one after another, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation would be over very quickly. Would there be a need for us to wait for a few days? You're right. However, what's with this situation? Not only were the few vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace confused, but even Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and the other vice palace masters and vice hall masters from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were confused as well. They could not comprehend what was happening. Up above the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan finally managed to look at what was happening. Naturally, he saw the 2 lightning bolts that appeared one after another as well. Similarly, he was confused. After all, he had passed the celestial ascension tribulation and knew that the second lightning bolt would only appear an hour after the first strike. Moreover, the second lightning bolt would be stronger and thicker in size. This completely contradicted his knowledge of the celestial ascension tribulation. Master, why are there 2 identical lightning bolts? Well, isn't it common to have 2 identical lightning bolts if there were 2 people facing the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time? The gray-clad old man replied knowingly to the patriarch of the human devil clan. His seemingly all-seeing eyes peered through the tribulation clouds and landed on a purple figure. Under the tribulation clouds, the high-ranking officials of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were still shocked over the second lightning bolt when they were further shocked because the second lightning bolt did not strike at Yuan Haochun. Instead, it struck a figure standing in the distance. Peng Lai suddenly cried out, "Watch out, master!" Duan Tian was completely engrossed in his new comprehension of heaven and earth was woken up by Peng Lai's cry. As soon as he regained his senses, he could feel as though he was the target of something. He was shocked and baffled when he saw a lightning bolt as thick as an adult's arm striking at him. The lightning bolt was like a ferocious dragon that was attacking him. At this moment, many thoughts flitted through his mind. What's wrong with this lightning bolt? It's not striking at Yuan Haochun. Isn't he facing the celestial ascension tribulation? What's happening? The lightning bolt had almost reached him at this point. No, it can't strike here. It'll endanger Kuer, Xiling, and Gan Ruyen. Since its target is me, I'll have to bring it away. Duan Tian instantly mobilized his Saint Origin and cast the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. A pair of flaming wings instantly sprouted from his back. However, the Golden Crow's wings were different from how it usually looked. It was a much darker gold before. This was due to the sun force leaving his body. Nevertheless, when Duan Tian mobilized his Saint Origin, it seemed to resonate strongly with heaven and earth. It seems like my ability to comprehend heaven and earth has reached its peak after rising so rapidly. I thought I had hit a bottleneck, but it's actually the limit. Based on the way my Saint Origin resonates with heaven and earth, I feel that my comprehension of heaven and earth is no different from Yuan Haochen's comprehension 3 years ago. I can't believe my ability to comprehend heaven and earth has risen so quickly to the limit. The quick rise of Duan Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth made him feel as though he was cheating or given a cheat while playing a game. After all, he had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but his ability to comprehend heaven and earth had been raised to its limit in less than a day. Normally, it would take someone who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage tens of years to several thousand years just to reach this stage. However, it had only taken him a few hours. It was only natural that he was amazed by his progress. Duan Tian wondered to himself, is it due to the sun force that left my body? However, his thought was quickly interrupted by the incoming lightning bolt. Golden Crow's Wings? Duan Tian flapped his wings and flew far into the distance with just a thought. It even feels different when I cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. The process is much smoother and seems more natural. It seems like I can cast it easily with my Saint Origin. Naturally, now that Duan Tian's ability to comprehend heaven and earth had been raised to its limit, his Saint Origin had improved as well. Previously, he merely felt a slight connection between his Saint Origin and heaven and earth. However, currently, he could sense the strong resonance between his Saint Origin and heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Thunder continued to ring in the sky as the lightning bolt followed Duan Tian closely. When Duan Tian led the lightning bolt away from Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen, he discovered there was another identical lightning bolt. However, that lightning bolt was making its way to Yuan Haochun. There's another lightning bolt? At the same time, he saw Yuan Haochun lifting his hand and releasing his Saint Origin, that resonated strongly with heaven and earth, easily destroying the lightning bolt that was approaching him. This lightning bolt that's following after me doesn't seem like it belongs to Yuan Hao-chun. It seems like it belongs to me. How's this possible? Although Duanling Tian found this hard to believe, he had no choice but to accept what was presented before him. When Duanling Tian was certain he had gone far enough that it would not endanger Kerr and the other two ladies, he finally stopped moving. His gaze turned cold as he lifted his arm. Like a dragon charging out, he released his saint origin, which seemed as endless as the sea. He cried out, "Break!" Duanling Tian's saint origin, which seemed as vast the sea, easily overwhelmed the lightning strike. The two lightning bolts were easily destroyed by Yuan Hao-chun and Duanling Tian. They made it seem so easy that it seemed as though they were having fun doing it. It seems like I overestimated its strength. Or should I say I underestimated my strength. Duanling Tian had flown far away because he was afraid the lightning would endanger Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen. For the safety of the three women, he had cast the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, and quickly flew away from them. However, it seemed like he did not need to do that at all. Just a moment ago, he had only waved his hand and did not even cast any martial tactics, divine abilities, or utilize the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and yet, he had easily dealt with the first lightning bolt from the tribulation clouds. His vast saint origin had overwhelmed the lightning bolt easily. It did not set off any storm at all. He was completely unharmed. Yuan Hao-chun. After Duanling Tian dealt with the lightning bolt, he felt a piercing gaze on him. He discovered it belonged to Yuan Hao-chun, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Yuan Hao-chun was a middle-aged man of medium build. Although his looks were not particularly outstanding, as the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, he had a superior air about him. His entire being radiated an aura of someone who held a high position. Today, Yuan Hao-chun seemed exactly the same as when Duanling Tian had first seen him. He wore a silver robe as well. When he looked at Duanling Tian, he discovered Duanling Tian fearlessly returning his gaze. Apart from Yuan Hao-chun's cold gaze, Duanling Tian could see a hint of shock on his face as well. In fact, Yuan Hao-chun was not the only one who was astonished. Duanling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, he himself was also shocked by the tribulation lightning. Previously, I felt that my comprehension of heaven and earth has hit a bottleneck, but now it seems like I've reached the limit of my comprehension. When I dealt with the lightning tribulation earlier, I could sense the strong connection between my saint origin and heaven and earth. Its connection is not inferior to Yuan Hao-chun's connection to heaven and earth 3 years ago. In fact, it's even comparable to Yuan Hao-chun's saint origin when he dealt with the lightning bolt earlier. This means I've met all the conditions to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. Duanling Tian was excited when he thought about this. He finally discovered he was facing the celestial ascension tribulation. He had noticed the tribulation clouds that were brewing in the sky had not only locked onto Yuan Hao-chun, but it had locked onto him as well. It seems like I have Yuan Hao-chun to thank for this. Usually, people who have comprehended heaven and earth to my level would need to find a chance to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. However, I'm lucky that Yuan Hao-chun attracted the celestial ascension tribulation when my comprehension of heaven and earth has reached the limit. For this reason, Yuan Hao-chun's tribulation clouds sensed this, and sent a tribulation lightning my way. At this moment, he discovered that not only did his ability to comprehend heaven and earth had reached its limit, but his comprehension of heaven and earth had also reached its limit for the time being. Duanling Tian and Yuan Hao-chun looked at each other for a long time, but none of them spoke. The atmosphere was very tense. On the other hand, although the main people involved were quiet, the people in the surroundings certainly had no qualms about discussing this matter. My goodness, am I seeing things? The second bolt of lightning actually went for Duanling Tian. An elder from Wandering Saint Palace exclaimed, breaking the brief silence. The second bolt of lightning? I don't think it's the second bolt of lightning. The lightning bolt that struck at Duanling Tian was similar to the one that struck at Lord Palace Master. Another elder of the Wandering Saint Palace chimed in. So what's happening exactly? Many disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace had a confused expression on their faces. If I'm not mistaken, at this time, a vice palace master from Wandering Saint Palace spoke up, his tone slightly troubled as he said, "Similar to Lord Palace Master, Duanling Tian is also undergoing the heavenly tribulation." Duanling Tian was also undergoing heavenly tribulation? Silence descended on the scene when the vice palace master from Wandering Saint Palace finished speaking. After a while, someone finally asked, How's this possible? How can Duanling Tian also undergo the heavenly tribulation? Lord Palace Master is the one who attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Exactly. Lord Palace Master's the one who attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Why is Duanling Tian also suddenly undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Impossible. There are certain conditions that have to be met if one wants to attract the heavenly tribulation. One of them is to have a certain level of comprehension of heaven and earth. It's impossible for Duanling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth to reach that level. More and more elders and disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace began to question the situation. Another vice palace master shook his head as he said, "Is it really impossible for Duanling Tian to comprehend heaven and earth to the required level?" When Duanling Tian dealt with the tribulation lightning earlier, his current connection to heaven and earth is very strong and isn't inferior to Lord Palace Master. It's quite obvious that Duanling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master. The Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace sounded very certain when he said this. His comprehension of heaven and earth is on par with Lord Palace Master? It took a while for the elders and disciples from Wandering Saint Palace to digest the Vice Palace Master's words. At this time, another Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Qiling's father, said, "Rumor has it that when one's comprehension of heaven and earth has reached its limit and successfully attracts the celestial ascension tribulation, if there's coincidentally another person whose comprehension has also reached its limit present, the latter might be able to benefit from the former and attract the attention of the tribulation clouds from the former's celestial ascension tribulation. If I'm not mistaken, this is exactly what's happening right now." Then he turned to look at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze. He did not expect Duanling Tian would be so strong. He remembered his son had said that Duanling Tian was no match for the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace 3 years ago. How's this possible? I've never heard about anything like this. The elders and disciples of Wandering Saint Palace were shocked when they heard Huang Qiling's father's explanation. Was this really possible? They had never heard of such a thing before. Huang Qiling's father turned to look at Huang Qiling and asked skeptically, "Are you certain Duanling Tian was absolutely not a match for Lord Palace Master 3 years ago? His current strength is on par as Lord Palace Master. Father, 3 years ago, I witnessed it with my own eyes. 3 years ago, Duanling Tian was indeed no match for Lord Palace Master. As for how he has grown so strong, I really don't know the reasons." Huang Qiling said wryly. Although he looked solemn inwardly, he was very excited. Just a moment ago, when he saw how strong Duanling Tian had become, he realized there was a chance Duanling Tian could survive this catastrophe. He became even more hopeful when his father mentioned Duanling Tian was not inferior to the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. That is impossible. Huang Qiling's father found Huang Qiling's words hard to believe. How can someone who was not a match for Lord Palace Master 3 years ago advance so much in such a short time? Even if he's a prodigy, it's still impossible. I really don't know. Huang Qiling shook his head in response. Meanwhile, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were frightened by the strength Duanling Tian had displayed. He was strong enough to attract the celestial ascension tribulation as well. All of them were discussing this matter among themselves. Their discussion was not unlike those people from the Wandering Saint Palace. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a level? Shi Nanfeng's expression darkened when he discovered this. He did not expect someone whom he was eager to kill had grown so strong to the point where that person was even stronger than him. Since this young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duanling Tian, had relied on Yuan Hao Chan to attract the celestial ascension tribulation. This means if Duanling Tian was able to pass the tribulation, he would become an eminent celestial. If this happened, it would be easy for Duanling Tian to kill them with just a wave of his hand. He knew very well he was no match for Duanling Tian at all. Damn it! How could Duan Rufeng have such a powerful son? Not only was Shi Nanfeng upset, but he was also jealous of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At this moment, his eyes were naturally trained on Duan Lingtian's companions. Kur, Duan Siling, Gan Ruyen. Shi Nanfeng's eyes glinted coldly. It was as though he wanted to vent the anger he could not vent on Duan Lingtian on his companions instead. After staring at each other for a long time, Yuan Haochun finally broke the silence between them. Duan Lingtian, you've concealed your strength very well. His gaze became more threatening as he spoke. 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian was as vulnerable as a baby in front of him. However, currently, Duan Lingtian was evenly matched with him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had even used him to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation as well. At this time, Shi Nanfeng raised his voice and said coldly, "Palace Master Yuan, kill him. Don't tell me you're planning to help the human become an eminent celestial." The voice of Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, carried Saint origin. For this reason, his voice drowned out all the discussions on the scene. It even drowned out the thunder from the tribulation clouds that were brewing in the sky. "Palace Master Yuan, quickly kill him. Are you going to help this human become an eminent celestial?" Many people could hear the exasperation and desperation in Shi Nanfeng's voice. It was not difficult for them to figure out the reason why. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace probably didn't expect Duan Lingtian would be so strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he would kill Duan Lingtian if he steps foot out of the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that he sees Duan Lingtian is much stronger than him, he must be feeling anxious. His words have just made himself an enemy out of Duan Lingtian after all. He knows he's not a match for Duan Lingtian, so he wants to borrow Palace Master Yuan's hands to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Everyone, including the people from Great Spirit Palace, could guess Shi Nanfeng's thoughts. Based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed, it was clear among the people present on the scene that only Yuan Haochun was a match for Duan Lingtian. After Shi Nanfeng's outburst, everyone's eyes shifted simultaneously to Yuan Haochun. They were all waiting for Yuan Haochun's response. Yuan Haochun remained expressionless. Duan Lingtian seemed very calm as well. He did not seem bothered with Shi Nanfeng's outburst. Instead, he responded to Yuan Haochun's words. "Concealed it very well? I don't know what you mean, Palace Master Yuan. What are you trying to imply?" Yuan Haochun's expression darkened when he saw Duan Lingtian feigning ignorance. "You're the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion but disguised yourself as a human devil to infiltrate into my Wandering Saint Palace. You even became our Wandering Saint Palace's Vice Palace Master. Didn't you conceal yourself very well? 3 years ago, when I was about to attack you, you pretended you weren't a match for me. Isn't that also concealing yourself?" His tone was clear and concise when he spoke. Words flowed out of his mouth eloquently. "Now that I hear Palace Master Yuan's words, indeed, it seems like I'm really adept at concealing myself," Duan Lingtian said with a small smile. His expression was indifferent, as though he was not bothered with Yuan Haochun's words at all. The first few sentences from Yuan Haochun might be true, but the final part of his words were his own assumptions. Nonetheless, Duan Lingtian did not intend to explain himself. What was there to explain? Would Yuan Haochun still listen to his explanation? 3 years ago, Duan Lingtian was definitely not a match for Yuan Haochun. He had not even broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone comprehend heaven and earth. Shockingly, at this moment, he had not only become a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but his comprehension of heaven and earth had also reached its limit. Furthermore, he had managed to attract the Celestial Ascension Tribulation from Yuan Haochun. This clearly showed his comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochun. For this reason, he was not afraid even if he had to battle Yuan Haochun at this moment. When Yuan Haochun heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw his indifferent attitude, he felt as though he had been taken lightly. As the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he endure such impertinent behavior? So, when he spoke again, his tone had turned even colder. "You're indeed calm." When the crowd heard Yuan Haochun's icy voice, they felt shivers running up their spines. It felt as though winter had arrived. As soon as Yuan Hao Chun finished speaking, his saint origin roiled under the surface of his body, strongly resonating with heaven and earth. It seemed as though it would surge out of his body at a moment's notice. His saint origin was like a dragon that had been chained, struggling and waiting for its release. Lord Palace Master is going to make his move. Almost everyone from the Wandering Saint Palace had the same thought in their minds. At this moment, the eyes of Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, shone brightly. He would be most happy to see Yuan Hao Chun attacking Duanling Tian. He fervently wished Yuan Hao Chun could kill Duanling Tian. After all, if Duanling Tian did not die, he and the Great Spirit Palace would definitely meet with a catastrophe. Once Duanling Tian dies, as long as I give Yuan Hao Chun some benefits, these people can be given to me as well. Shi Nanfeng's gaze landed on Kuer and the other two ladies, his eyes shining with perverse desire. It was not just Shi Nanfeng and the people from Great Spirit Palace, but the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were also hoping Yuan Hao Chun would kill Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was a human who was about to become an eminent celestial. If Duanling Tian successfully became an eminent celestial, it would not be good for the human devil clan and the rest of the devil clans. Yuan Hao Chun, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, seemed as though he was about to make his move at any time. However, Duanling Tian, young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, did not seem to take Yuan Hao Chun seriously at all. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. The tension felt palpable to the people in the surroundings. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out. In the distance, in the compound of Yuan Hao Chen's mansion, Yun Fuyi, a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and Yuan Hao Chen's eldest direct disciple, had an expression of horror and disbelief on his face. He could not accept that Duanling Tian had also attracted the celestial ascension tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. How's this possible? Based on Yun Fuye's knowledge, 10 years ago, this human young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was only a weak small-time martial art practitioner who had not even broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. However, currently he had become as strong as his master. Standing next to Yun Fuyi, Huang Wenjing stared at the purple figure in the distance. It was rare to see an expression of surprise on her usually expressionless face. She did not expect this man to be so strong. He actually concealed his strength 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Huang Wenjing witnessed her master and Duanling Tian sparring with her own eyes. That was why she was convinced Duanling Tian was not her master's match at all. For this reason, she also thought Duanling Tian had hidden his true strength. Gan Ruyen was dumbfounded. He has become so strong? On the other hand, Kuer and Duan Xiling, who were standing next to Gan Ruyen, did not seem shocked at all. They only calmly watched on as though they had expected this. Ping Lai, who was previously uncertain of what to expect, was shocked and elated when he saw how strong Duanling Tian was. Duanling Tian had even attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. Master strength, his master was really extraordinary. It seemed like the miracle he had fervently hoped for was not far off. At this moment, Yuan Haochen said pointedly, Duanling Tian, 3 years ago, I made a mistake by allowing you to join our Wandering Saint Palace and appointing you as a vice palace master. Today, I, Yuan Haochen, will kill you to cleanse my Wandering Saint Palace. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, Saint Origin surged out of his body immediately and pierced the sky. It swept out like a dragon that had finally gained freedom after being shackled for a long time. Swoosh! Meanwhile, a gust of wind blew past. People with a lower cultivation base saw Yuan Haochen disappear into thin air, whereas people with a higher cultivation base could faintly catch Yuan Haochen's afterimage as he moved. Their naked eyes could not catch up with his speed at all. The only people who could clearly see Yuan Haochen's movements were Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and Duanling Tian. Naturally, this group of people did not include the 2 figures hidden above the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan and his master. Not only did both of them clearly see Yuan Haochen's movements, but they could see it even more clearly than Duanling Tian and Shi Nanfeng. Human, the gray-clad old man, the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, frowned. Underneath the tribulation clouds, In Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, Yuan Hao Chun moved toward him as fast as a bullet. At the same, he could see the saint origin that surrounded Yuan Hao Chen's body was like a revolving dragon. Its connection with heaven and earth was extremely strong, pushing Yuan Hao Chun toward him. This speed! Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Yuan Hao Chun was about to reach him. Boom! At the same time, the saint origin that was roiling in Duan Ling Tian's body surged out as well. It resonated strongly with heaven and earth. He quickly cast his movement divine ability. Golden Crow Wings? As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, the saint origin formed a pair of flaming wings on his back. In just an instant, he disappeared before everyone's eyes as well. As Yuan Hao Chun chased after Duan Ling Tian seemed to have turned into a three-legged golden crow with the flaming wings at his back. When Duan Ling Tian moved, apart from using the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, he also used his movement martial tactic. Even then, his speed was not much faster than Yuan Hao Chen's speed. Yuan Hao Chen's speed was almost as fast as Duan Ling Tian. This was due to his mastery of the body movement divine ability, which was also an extraordinary divine ability. Moreover, his movement martial tactic was a level higher than Duan Ling Tian's movement martial tactic. His speed is really fast. Yuan Hao Chun thought to himself as he chased after Duan Ling Tian, surprised by Duan Ling Tian's speed. Let alone the human devil clan, even if it was among the devil clans, although he did not dare to proclaim he was the fastest, not many powerhouses who were not eminent celestials were a match for his speed. However, today he met someone who could match his speed. Not to mention that person was supposedly just an ordinary human. Halt! After chasing Duan Ling Tian for a while, Yuan Hao Chun discovered it would be difficult for him to catch up to Duan Ling Tian. He quickly raised his hand and his fingers grew claws as he reached out to grab Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, 5 rays of light that were filled with saint origin shot out from his fingers like 5 meteors flying through the sky. Swoosh! 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 The 5 rays of light shot through the sky at great speed. Their speed was 2 times faster than Yuan Hao Chin and Duan Ling Tian's speed. Within a few seconds, these 5 rays of light were already fast approaching Duan Ling Tian. As the lights filled with saint origin drew even closer to Duan Ling Tian, each ray of light grew bigger as though they were turning into pillars that held up the sky. In just a flash, the 5 rays of light turned into a dozen or so pillars of lights. It did not take long before the pillars of lights numbered in the hundreds. Swoosh! 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 The hundreds of pillars of lights that were filled with saint origin flew in the sky. Its speed was so fast that it seemed as though it would cause the earth to split and the sky to fall. What's this technique? Duan Ling Tian, who had extended his divine consciousness, had detected the hundreds of pillars of lights that were fast approaching him from behind. At this moment, these pillars arrived above Duan Ling Tian and began to form a huge cage to trap him. He did not even have time to react to this. As soon as Duan Ling Tian was seemingly trapped in this huge prison, people began to exclaim in surprise one after another. It was clear they recognized this technique. 5 Fingers Prison. From the discussions of the people in his surroundings, Duan Ling Tian learned that this technique was Yuan Hao Chen's assist-type divine ability, the 5 Fingers Prison. Originally, this assist-type divine ability powerful. If someone else were to cast this divine ability, it would be easily deflected by someone with similar strength. However, after Yuan Hao Chun had mastered this assist-type divine ability, he made many improvements on it and even incorporated the offensive divine ability that he had mastered, the Hands of Universe, into it. For this reason, when he cast this assist-type divine ability, the 5 Fingers Prison, even if his opponent was evenly matched with him, it would still require quite some effort for his opponent to break free. Boom! 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 Duan Ling Tian took a look at the prison that he was trapped in. After determining that he would not be able to break out with his brute strength, he immediately used his swordplay technique from the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Swoosh! 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 The sword chi flew unhindered and cut through the sky, making its way to the cage. However, after a few rounds of attacks, Duanling Tian discovered it would definitely be able to break out if he did not exert more effort. While Duanling Tian was still struggling with breaking out, Yuan Haochun was gaining ground and was already very close to him. Yuan Haochun easily moved and entered the prison. The cage seemed invisible to him since he was the one who had cast the technique. He said coldly as he entered the prison, Duanling Tian, you can never run away from my 5 fingers prison. Run away. When Duanling Tian heard Yuan Haochun's words, he narrowed his eyes. He said lightly, Palace Master Yuan, you think too highly of yourself. I, Duanling Tian, don't need to run away from you. He had anti away from Yuan Haochun earlier because he was preparing to attack Yuan Haochun in his best state. After all, compared to Yuan Haochun, he still needed more time for preparation. Although that might be the case, Duanling Tian was still confident he would be able to deal with Yuan Haochun even if he was not fully prepared. His confidence came from his speed and the 99 saint veins in his body. His speed ensured his agility in the battle, and the 99 saint veins ensured he could mobilize his saint veins at any time. Yuan Haochun was furious when he heard Duanling Tian's words and saw the nonchalant expression on his face. I really want to see where you get your confidence from. He raised his hands again, clawing at Duanling Tian. However, this time he did not cast his assist-type divine ability, the 5 Fingers Prison, but he cast his offensive divine ability, the Hands of Universe. As soon as Yuan Haochun moved his claw-like fingers, there was turbulence in the air. It sent shockwaves spreading in all directions. A powerful aura that seemed capable of drowning everything in its wake appeared suddenly. Soon after, Yuan Haochun lifted his hand to the sky as though he was seizing the sun and the moon and plucking the stars off the sky. His hands reached out as though it could wield the power of the universe. The word, universe, appeared in the air at this time. Yuan Haochun had cast the Hands of Universe perfectly. It's not an ordinary offensive divine ability. When Yuan Haochun attacked with his claw-like fingers, Duanling Tian could see that Yuan Haochun's offensive divine ability also contained a martial tactic he had seen before. He quickly recalled the scene from 3 years ago when Yuan Haochun's 5 fingers swiped out and easily caught his sword with this particular martial tactic. At that time, there was nothing he could do about it. In comparison, Yuan Haochun's current attack was much more terrifying compared to 3 years ago. After all, at that time, Yuan Haochun did not use this divine ability that had been fused with his martial tactic. The two techniques were in completely different leagues. Where did that confidence come from? Duanling Tian said as a faint smile appeared on his face. Rest assured, Palace Master Yuan, I'll show you now where my confidence comes from. His eyes turned solemn even though the faint smile remained on his face. Otherworldly celestial, sword-wielding art. Duanling Tian did not dare to let his guard down, since it seemed like Yuan Haochun was attacking without any reservations. His body moved and his clones appeared one after another, wielding the 1,000 Inscriptions Saint Sword with the techniques from the Sovereign Heart Sword. Suddenly, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Wind howled in the air as sword chi blasted fiercely toward Yuan Haochun like a battalion of army. The sword chi shot through the air. Its force caused the air to roil. Almost everyone at the scene was blinded by Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun's powerful attacks. Naturally, most of them could barely make out who was attacking. Duanling Tian possesses such strong techniques? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was a step away from becoming an eminent celestial. When he saw Duanling Tian's offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and his swordplay that was similar to a martial tactic, he realized that Duanling Tian's techniques were as strong as Yuan Haochun's techniques. Furthermore, Duanling Tian's comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochun's comprehension. The confidence Shi Nanfeng had in Yuan Haochun began to wane. He felt a hint of remorse as well. If he had known earlier that the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was so powerful, he would not look for trouble with Duanling Tian even if he wanted to avenge his last direct disciple. Provoking such a strong powerhouse was tantamount to bringing a huge disaster upon himself and the Great Spirit Palace. What followed after was exactly what Shi Nanfeng had imagined. Boom! 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 When Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen's attacks collided, the air rumbled and the earth shook. However, none of them seemed able to gain the upper hand. It was an extremely close match, and it was difficult to determine a winner and a loser. Things continued this way even after a few rounds of attacks. Neither of them managed to gain the higher ground. Duan Ling Tian has actually become so strong? Duan Ling Tian's strength had completely shocked the group of onlookers. Even those who could not see Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen's attacks understood how strong Duan Ling Tian had become when they saw that he was unharmed. He was not inferior to Yuan Haochen at all. At this moment, Shi Feng cried out, "Palace Master Yuan, let me help you." He became impatient as he watched how Yuan Haochen was still unable to kill Duan Ling Tian. He could no longer suppress his killing intent and charged at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the voice of Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. He saw Shi Feng lunging toward him from the corner of his eyes. His eyes glinted coldly. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to defend against both of them. Whoosh! Brilliantly bright bolts of lightning shone from the tribulation cloud, blinding those who stood beneath it. Boom! It was only natural the tribulation cloud also brought with it claps of thunder that sounded like an explosion. Is this the second stage of the celestial ascension tribulation? The lightning and thunder alerted Duan Ling Tian of the impending tribulation of the second stage of the celestial ascension tribulation. Duan Ling Tian had unknowingly been battling Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, for a long time now. Zoom! 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 2 bolts of lightning like 2 divine dragons struck from the sky. The first bolt of lightning struck at Yuan Haochen while the second one struck at Duan Ling Tian. After passing the first stage of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation together, Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen faced the second stage of their Celestial Ascension Tribulation at the same time again. Naturally, the second lightning tribulation from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was much stronger than the first. However, the tribulation lightning at this level was nothing to Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen. They managed to deal with it with just a wave of their hands. After all, the second tribulation lightning was the second weakest of the 81 tribulation lightning in a celestial ascension tribulation. If they could not even deal with the second tribulation lightning, they would not be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Although the second tribulation lightning was not powerful, it stopped Shi Feng in his tracks since he did not dare to go near Duan Ling Tian when the lightning tribulation lightning struck. He was only reminded that Duan Ling Tian was currently undergoing the heavenly tribulation. If he recklessly approached Duan Ling Tian while he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he was afraid he would be mistakenly struck by the lightning tribulation. Who knew if the bolt of lightning would be as powerful as the 81st one? At that time, he would surely die. Shi Feng thought to himself. Luckily, the second lightning tribulation struck at this time. Otherwise, I would have forgotten about it. He quickly retreated to the distance, ignoring the strange look the people in the surroundings gave him. Why did the palace master of Great Spirit Palace suddenly retreat? People began to discuss among themselves when they saw Shi Feng retreating. How can he not retreat? Both Duan Ling Tian and the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace are undergoing the heavenly tribulation. If Shi Feng rushed in recklessly, he might be mistakenly struck by the celestial ascension tribulation, a Crimson Blaze Palace elder said with conviction. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace must hate Duan Ling Tian to the core. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost all his senses and attacked Duan Ling Tian at this time. He's lucky the Celestial Ascension Tribulation's second tribulation lightning serves as a reminder to him. Otherwise, he would have died. So reckless. It seems like it's true that everyone from Great Spirit Palace is a brute. Some shushed before he said, "Speak softly. There are many people from the Great Spirit Palace around us. It won't do us any good to offend them." Many people learned about the reason Shi Feng had retreated through the conversation in their surroundings. It was only natural that Shi Feng heard the conversation of these people with his enhanced hearing. Various expressions flitted across his face when he heard the people's words. After a while, his eyes finally landed on Ku Er, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen. and a crazy idea formed in his mind. Should I seize this chance to take these girls hostage to threaten Duan Tian? I'll force him to stop defending himself and let Yuan Hao Chun kill him. However, he dismissed the idea quickly. He was afraid he would not be able to threaten Duan Tian with the girls. If that happened, he would fall into a disadvantageous position and completely provoke Duan Tian. At that time, he would be left with no way out. The Great Spirit Palace would have a hard time if Duan Tian did not die. Naturally, Shi Nanfeng had such fears because he was a selfish man. For this reason, he thought everyone was similar to him. If he had known Kur and Duan Xiling were Duan Tian's Achilles' heel, he would not have hesitated to take the girls hostage. Zoom. 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 Meanwhile, Duan Tian and Yuan Hao Chun kept moving. One was as fast as a cheetah while the other was as agile as a monkey. They kept crossing paths with each other, attacking when they could. However, it seemed like neither of them could gain the upper hand. They were evenly matched. After a few moments, Yuan Hao Chun backed away. Duan Tian had also stopped moving at this time. He stared at Duan Tian and said in a deep voice, Duan Tian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems like it'll be difficult for us to determine a winner among us. Duan Tian looked at Yuan Hao Chun intently and said, I also didn't expect Palace Master Yuan to be so strong. He paused for a moment before he began to speak again. This time, his tone had completely changed. However, I don't agree with you when you say it's hard to determine a winner among us. Yuan Hao Chun sneered as he said, What? Are you trying to say that you haven't unleashed all your strength? Naturally, he did not think Duan Tian was holding back since he could tell Duan Tian was fighting all might during their battle. He believed Duan Tian had nothing left in his arsenal. As soon as Yuan Hao Chun finished speaking, Duan Tian answered indifferently, In fact, I have been holding back. As he spoke, his body began to grow muscular. Even his purple robes became tight from his body's transformation. Rip. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Tian's body continued to grow until his purple robe tore open. What they saw next stunned them because they saw that Duan Tian was no longer human. Everywhere below his neck was covered in shimmering dragon scales. Moreover, his hands and feet had turned into dragon paws. Each paw had 9 sharp claws that seemed capable of tearing through anything. Humanoid dragon. At this point, Duan Tian finally decided to use his trump card and transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Dragon warrior? When Duan Tian transformed into a dragon warrior, the first person to react was not among the people beneath the tribulation cloud. It was a gray-clad old man hovering above the tribulation cloud. He was the master of the clan leader of the Human Devil clan. He's a 9-clawed dragon warrior? The gray-clad old man peered past the tribulation cloud and looked at Duan Tian in surprise. Does this mean there's a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Saint Province realm? This was the gray-clad old man's thought when he saw a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Usually, if there was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, there would be a 9-clawed divine dragon. 9-clawed dragon warrior. Soon after, the second person to regain his senses was the clan leader of the Human Devil clan. His eyes were widened in disbelief. He knew what a dragon warrior was. However, he did not expect to see a 9-clawed dragon warrior in the Saint Province realm's lower province. There were different levels of dragon warriors, and a 9-clawed dragon warrior was the strongest. A 9-clawed dragon warrior could only be created by the legendary 9-clawed divine dragon. The Saint Province realm has a 9-clawed divine dragon. The clan leader of the Human Devil clan had the same thought as his master. He felt wary when he thought about the existence of a 9-clawed divine dragon. After all, the 9-clawed divine dragon was legendary. If it existed in the Saint Province realm, it would not be good for the Human Devil clan and the other devil clans. Since there was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, there should be a 9-clawed divine dragon nearby, right? This alarmed the clan leader of the Human Devil clan and his master. Beneath the tribulation cloud, 9-clawed dragon warrior? Yuan Hao Chun and Shi Nanfeng, the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace and Great Spirit Palace, and the others recognized the form that Duan Tian had taken. However, it was natural that there were also few disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who were clueless. 9-clawed dragon warrior? What's that? However, they were stunned when they learned about nine-clawed dragon warriors and what it represented. A nine-clawed dragon warrior was a creation of a nine-clawed divine dragon. They might not have heard of a nine-clawed dragon warrior, but everyone knew about the nine-clawed divine dragons. It was the strongest existence in the dragon clan and was thought of as legendary. Yuan Hao-chan looked at Duanling Tian and said solemnly, Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to be a nine-clawed dragon warrior. I admit that I won't be able to defeat you now that you've transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. However, do you really think you're the only one with a trump card? Duanling Tian, who thought he could end the fight by transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, was startled when he heard Yuan Hao-chen's words. Did Yuan Hao-chen hold back as well when they fought earlier? The people present on the scene were shocked as well. They had all thought Yuan Hao-chen would lose after Duanling Tian had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. After all, both of them were evenly matched before Duanling Tian had turned into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Logically, he should be stronger than Yuan Hao-chen. It should not have been difficult for Duanling Tian to kill or defeat him. However, Yuan Hao-chen's words clearly indicated that he had a trump card as well. Lord Palace Master has something else up his sleeves? Even those from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked by Yuan Hao-chen's words, let alone those from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Yuan Hao-chen had held back his strength as well? Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, was certain Yuan Hao-chen would die until he heard Yuan Hao-chen's words. His eyes regained its shine, and his mood seemed to rise from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. He did not doubt the veracity of Yuan Hao-chen's words at all. After all, he was familiar with Yuan Hao-chen. Yuan Hao-chen was not the kind of person who would speak carelessly. The eyes of Yun Fuyi, the strongest direct disciple of Yuan Han-chen, lit up as he seemed to recall something. Master, however, after a while, the smile on his face froze as he recalled another important thing. If Master uses that move on Duanling Tian, then... Huang Wenjing, who was standing next to Yun Fuyi, seemed to have thought of something as her frosty expression thawed and was replaced with a worried expression. She quickly cried out, Master! No! Duanling Tian, you've joined the Wandering Saint Palace for 3 years now. You must have heard that all the palace masters in the Wandering Saint Palace have inherited the technique from generations ago to successfully overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. For this reason, there has never been a palace master who had failed the heavenly tribulation. Yuan Hao-chen's words confirmed Yun Fuyi and Huang Wenjing's suspicion. Their master planned to use the technique to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation against Duanling Tian. As the direct disciples of Yuan Hao-chen, they vaguely knew about the inherited technique that allowed the palace masters of Wandering Spirit to borrow the force from the tribulation lightning to resist the heavenly tribulation to overcome it. However, they were not certain of the details. If their master were to use it in a battle, he would not be able to use it again to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. That technique was capable of killing anyone who was not an eminent celestial. Swoosh! Naturally, Duanling Tian knew what Yuan Hao-chen was planning after he heard his words. It seems like the technique to overcome heavenly tribulation that has been passed down for generations to the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace can be used during battle as well. Needless to say, he was shocked to the core. He knew the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace had all inherited the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation, since there were no palace masters from the Wandering Saint Palace who had failed the celestial ascension tribulation. However, it was out of his expectation that the technique could also be used as an attack. The people present on the scene also realized what Yuan Hao-chen's words meant. They were extremely shocked as well. I see. Fair enough. Based on Lord Palace Master's words, it seems like the technique can be used in a battle as well. I didn't expect this. If that's the case, who knows who will have the last laugh. On one hand, we have a 9-clawed dragon warrior. On the other hand, we have Lord Palace Master who has inherited the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. In my opinion, it's highly likely Lord Palace Master will win. I agree. Apart from those from the Wandering Saint Palace, the others from the 3 palace and 6 halls were also discussing this among themselves. All of them concluded that Yuan Hao-chen would win. Everyone was still discussing among themselves when Duanling Tian started speaking. Palace Master Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, His voice was so loud that it drowned out all the voices in the surroundings, catching everyone's attention. Your technique must have a restriction, right? Otherwise, you would have used it to kill me earlier. Confidence could be heard in his voice when he spoke. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard Duan Tian's words. They found his words logical. If there were no restrictions, Yuan Hao-chun would not have fought Duan Tian for so long before finally deciding on using that technique, right? He could have just killed Duan Tian with a move. That's right. Yuan Hao-chun admitted without any hesitation. He did not try to deny it at all. Once I use the inherited technique on you, I won't be able to use it to overcome the heavenly tribulation. I'll have to overcome it with my own strength, so it carries with it the risk of failing. However, I'm confident I can kill anyone who's not an eminent celestial with that technique. Since I'm no match for you after you've transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, I might die. If I die, what's the point of leaving the technique unused? I might as well use the technique. At most, I'll just have to rely on my own strength to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. That way, I still have a chance of passing the heavenly tribulation, he said resolutely. Since Duan Tian wanted Yuan Hao-chun dead, he would drag Duan Tian down with him. After all, Yuan Hao-chun might not necessarily die. When Duan Tian heard Yuan Hao-chun's words, he could no longer remain indifferent. His expression turned solemn and his eyes gleamed calculatingly. The technique that has been passed down for generations must be really strong. Otherwise, how could it overcome the celestial ascension tribulation? There were 81 bolts of lightning in the celestial ascension tribulation, and each bolt would be stronger than the last. Moreover, none of the palace masters had failed to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation with the technique. The technique is even capable of dealing with the celestial ascension tribulation. Would I be able to deal with it? Duan Tian was hit with a pang of uncertainty. If I utilize the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, can I kill him before he casts the techniques? Duan Tian shook his head. Although he was already a true powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was not certain the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, was capable of defeating a devil cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the devil seal tablet in his possession was incomplete. For this reason, he did not dare to risk it. After all, he would die with just a misstep. At that time, he would lose everything. If the devil seal tablet was whole, he could have dealt with devils and devil cultivators who were eminent celestials or eminent devils. Palace Master Yuan, Duan Tian decided to concede defeat. He raised his hand and retrieved his purple robes before putting it back on. At the same time, he reverted back to his human form. He decided to concede since he would be facing a technique that had been passed down for generations to the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. When the people on the scene saw this, they were not surprised. After all, if they were in Duan Tian's shoes, they would have done the same as well. Palace Master Yuan, we'll fight again when both of us become eminent celestials. At that time, I would like to see how you'll defeat me, Duan Tian said as he looked at Yuan Hao-chun. The concession he had made was just temporary after all. Again, no one was surprised by this since they understood Duan Tian's thoughts. Yuan Hao-chun said indifferently, "Then, we'll have to wait until you attract the celestial ascension tribulation. It's not as simple as you think it is." Based on his words, it did not seem like he believed Duan Tian would be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. His belief was not without reason. In his opinion, Duan Tian's celestial ascension tribulation came from the tribulation clouds he had attracted. It was not Duan Tian's own doing. After all, in the history of the devil clans, there were many devils and devil cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth to its limit and tried to overcome their celestial ascension tribulation by using the celestial ascension tribulation others had attracted. However, all of them had failed without any exception. For this reason, he did not think Duan Tian would be successful. After all was said and done, Yuan Hao-chun was relieved with Duan Tian's concession. After all, this means he would be able to successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. The reason for Duan Tian's temporary concession was simple. As long he and Yuan Hao-chun successfully overcame the heavenly tribulation and became eminent celestials, Yuan Hao-chun would no longer be a threat to him since Yuan Hao-chun would have already used the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. An eminent celestial would gain the celestial origin energy that was unique to eminent celestials. It was so powerful that even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who had completely comprehended heaven and earth, was inferior. I'd like to see how Yuan Hao-chun will defeat me once I become an eminent celestial. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yuan Hao-chun eagerly, anticipating their next fight. Soon after, he shifted his gaze away and fully focused his attention on overcoming the celestial ascension tribulation. There are 81 bolts of tribulation lightning in a celestial ascension tribulation. Each one is more powerful than the last. It won't be simple to overcome it. He gazed at the tribulation clouds with a heavy heart. He actually conceded. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was disappointed when he saw Duan Ling Tian decided to concede even though it was a fairly obvious choice. He had been preparing to watch a show. Who knew Duan Ling Tian would back down? It would have been good if Duan Ling Tian didn't back down. At that time, Yuan Hao-chun would have to use the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation to kill Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Yuan Hao-chun might even fail the heavenly tribulation since he had lost his biggest trump card. It would be like killing two birds with one stone. Naturally, this outcome was the most beneficial to Shi Nanfeng. Although Yuan Hao-chun becoming an eminent celestial was good for the Human Devil clan, personally it was bad for him and the Great Spirit Palace. Shi Nanfeng was a selfish person. As the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, it was only natural that he hoped that Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Hao-chun would fall into a disadvantageous position. Duan Ling Tian would die, and Yuan Hao-chun would fail his heavenly tribulation. Nevertheless, isn't Yuan Hao-chun worried that Duan Ling Tian will kill him once he overcomes the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial? Shi Nanfeng thought with a frown on his face. If Yuan Hao-chun was killed, then he and the Great Spirit Palace would be Duan Ling Tian's next target. Yuan Hao-chun should be aware that he would not be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian once he passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. Right, there's something I forgot. Shi Nanfeng's frown deepened when he thought of another thing. Duan Ling Tian didn't attract the celestial ascension tribulation on his own. He's relying on the celestial ascension tribulation that Yuan Hao-chun attracted, Shi Nanfeng thought to himself. In the history of the devil clans, there are quite a number of people who opt to face the celestial ascension tribulation like he did. However, none of them was successful. No wonder Yuan Hao-chun isn't worried about his life being in danger after Duan Ling Tian becomes an eminent celestial. After all, it's unlikely that Duan Ling Tian would even pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Yuan Hao-chun doesn't think Duan Ling Tian would be able to overcome the tribulation. At this moment, Shi Nanfeng finally figured out Yuan Hao-chun's thoughts. I've wasted my time regarding Duan Ling Tian as my mortal enemy. As it turns out, he already has one foot in the coffin. When Shi Nanfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian again, the wariness and fear in his eyes had completely vanished. Currently, he looked at Duan Ling Tian as though Duan Ling Tian was already a dead man. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves again as Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Hao-chun came to a temporary ceasefire. Both of them were waiting for the third lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation to strike. Duan Ling Tian is wise for backing down at this moment. As long as he manages to overcome the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace will definitely not be a match for him. Yes, Palace Master Yuan will probably use the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. After he overcomes the heavenly tribulation, he wouldn't have anything left to deal with Duan Ling Tian, who has become an eminent celestial with. I really don't know what's going through his mind. If I were him, I would definitely use the technique to kill Duan Ling Tian. After all, it's not certain that he'll fail the heavenly tribulation even if he doesn't use that technique. Indeed, even without the inherited technique, Yuan Hao-chun might not necessarily fail the heavenly tribulation. However, he's placed himself in a disadvantageous position now. His only saving grace now is if Duan Ling Tian fails the heavenly tribulation. Based on the current situation, Palace Master Yuan really doesn't intend on using that technique to kill Duan Ling Tian, who had conceded. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls spoke loudly as though they were at the market. Naturally, their conversation was overheard by the people from Wandering Saint Palace. In just an instant, the expression on the faces of the people from Wandering Saint Palace hardened and their smiles disappeared. However, their expressions changed again when a vice palace master from Wandering Saint Palace spoke up. They began to smile again and a twinkle could be seen in their eyes. The vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace said, in the Devil Clan's history, those who relied on others' celestial ascension tribulation to attract their own celestial ascension tribulation have never managed to overcome the heavenly tribulation. After all, it's not their own celestial ascension tribulation. This means he's not ready to face the celestial ascension tribulation. That's right. I've read about this in ancient records. Indeed, none of the people who relied on others' celestial ascension tribulation had managed to successfully overcome it. Why didn't I think of that? That must be why Lord Palace Master is so calm. He must have thought about this. Someone laughed. If that is the case, Lord Palace Master doesn't even have to dirty his hands to kill Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian will probably be killed by the celestial ascension tribulation. As the Wandering Saint Palace's elders and disciples talked, broad smiles could be seen on their faces. Their mood lightened immediately. Meanwhile, those from the 3 palaces and 6 halls overheard the words of the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and realized they had overthought things. This is why he's the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He has already thought about this. Does this mean it's impossible for Duanling Tian to succeed? Of course. No one has done it before. Do you think he'll be an exception? The others looked at Duanling Tian with hints of pity in their eyes. Naturally, these people's conversations were heard by Kur, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen. 3 of them paled instantly. Uncle Peng Lai, is it true? Duan Xiling asked as she looked at Peng Lai who was near her. Her baby face was filled with worries. Duan Xiling was no longer the naive young girl she once was. She knew the precarious situation her father was in after listening to the conversation around her. Kur and Gan Ruyen turned to look at Peng Lai as well when Duan Xiling finished speaking. They were clearly curious about the answer as well. At this moment, they had fervently hoped that Peng Lai would tell them it was all an exaggeration. However, when they saw the grim expression on his face, their hearts sank. Kur, in particular, turned even paler. Peng Lai said solemnly, "If they didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Indeed, no one has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation by relying on others' heaven tribulations." When he saw their worries, he tried to console them and said, "However, Master is not from the devil clans. Perhaps he can create a miracle. It might be difficult for others, but this doesn't apply to Master." Although these words of consolation were said by him, in all honesty, he did not have high hopes as well. A miracle. After hearing Peng Lai's words, the 3 girls' expressions eased up slightly even though they knew he was merely comforting them. When they turned to look at Duanling Tian again, they looked at him with hope gleaming in their eyes. Although the chance was slim, they still hoped Duanling Tian would be able to create a miracle. There will be a miracle. Brother Tian has created so many miracles along his journey. This will not be an exception. Kur thought to herself as she stared at Duanling Tian intently. If something happens to Brother Tian, I won't live without him. She already knew what she would do if Duanling Tian perished. Si Ling and my sister. Kuer did not dare continue that train of thought. At this moment, she desperately wished for her man to create another miracle. For their daughter and her sister, if not for anything else. From a distance, Yunfuyu sneered as he glanced at Huang Wenjing who was standing next to him. Duanling Tian can't escape death after all. Naturally, Yunfuyu's sneer was not directed at Huang Wenjing but at Duanling Tian. He had looked at her while he was sneering because he wanted to share the delight he felt over Duanling Tian's impending death with her. However, to his surprise, he discovered not only did his little junior sister look despondent, but she looked slightly upset as well. "Little junior sister, aren't you happy for our master?" He was perplexed by her reaction. He called out to her again, "Little junior sister. Little junior sister. What are you thinking about?" Huang Wenjing finally regained her senses when Yunfuyu called out to her repeatedly. She smiled, but it looked forced as she said, "Senior brother, I'm happy for our master. I was just thinking about something else earlier." Yun Fuyi nodded and said with a smile, "Just wait and see. Duan Ling Tian will soon be killed by the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Master doesn't even have to dirty his hands to deal with him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned back to look at Duan Ling Tian with a pointed gaze. Although he did not have many interactions with Duan Ling Tian, he had been eager to kill Duan Ling Tian once he found out that he was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. It was unfortunate that he lacked the strength to kill Duan Ling Tian with his own hands. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would have been dead. After Huang Wenjing confirmed Yun Fuyi had looked away, she continued to look at Duan Ling Tian with an expression of worry and anguish on her face. Killed by the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? She did not know why she would still worry about him even though she knew that it was impossible for them to be together. She still wanted him to live well. She thought to herself helplessly, "I could still beg for mercy from Master to spare your life. However, what can I do if the danger comes from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation?" Above the tribulation clouds, "Master." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan looked at the gray-clad old man and said solemnly and warily, "Although there's no precedence of someone passing the heavenly tribulation under such circumstances, my instincts tell me that this man is different. He's a nine-clawed dragon warrior after all." Indeed, in the Devil clan's history, there was no such precedence of anyone passing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that they did not attract on their own. However, Duan Ling Tian was different from them. He was also a nine-clawed dragon warrior. A nine-clawed dragon warrior's body was as strong as an eight-clawed divine dragon. They could even go heads-on with the initial lightning bolts from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with just their brute strength. For this reason, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan felt wary of Duan Ling Tian. "Why? It seems like you're quite confident he would be able to pass the heavenly tribulation." The gray-clad old man asked indifferently after hearing words of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. From the beginning until now, the old man remained expressionless. It seemed as though he would still be able to maintain his composure even if Mountain Tai collapsed in front of him. "I have a feeling he's different from the devils in the past. He's human after all. It's not impossible for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation," the patriarch of the Human Devil clan said solemnly. "So? Do you plan to kill him now?" the gray-clad old man asked again. "Master, stop teasing me. He's undergoing the heavenly tribulation now. If I act now, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation will think I'm trying to help him, and in turn, I'll suffer from the lightning penalty," the patriarch of the Human Devil clan said with a wry smile. Although he was an eminent celestial, he would not be spared by the lightning penalty if he interfered in another person's Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Although even the strongest lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, the 81st bolt of lightning, was not a threat to an eminent celestial, if someone who was an eminent celestial tried to interfere, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation would release even stronger and more terrifying lightning penalty. In the course of the Devil clan's history, there were eminent devils and celestials who tried to help others to overcome their heavenly tribulations, but in the end, they were killed instead. Moreover, the lightning penalty that killed the eminent devils and celestials was 10 times more powerful than the final lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. With such precedents, how would the patriarch of the Human Devil clan dare to interfere with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? That would be akin to seeking death. So what if he manages to overcome the heavenly tribulation? You're not confident you'll be able to kill him after he becomes an eminent celestial? The gray-clad old man asked indifferently. After listening to the gray-clad old man's words, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan smiled wryly. "Master, although I became an eminent celestial earlier than him, I don't think I'll be a match for an eminent celestial who's also a nine-clawed dragon warrior." The gray-clad old scoffed as he said coldly, "If you're really that useless, I'll kill him with my own hands." He obviously felt exasperated by his disciple's behavior. The eyes of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan lit up immediately upon hearing the gray-clad old man's words. "All will be well with your help, master." What a joke! His master was at a level that was higher than an eminent celestial. He was comparable to a true celestial. In comparison, a mere eminent celestial who was a nine-clawed dragon warrior was just like a defenseless baby, right? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was Naturally, unaware that he was longer just facing the threat from Yuan Haochun, the palace master of Wandering St. Palace. Currently, he was still waiting for the third bolt of lightning to strike. Time continued to pass. In just a blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Suddenly, a blindingly white light flashed in the sky, seemingly capable of lighting up the whole world. Boom! Accompanied by the blindingly white light, deafening claps of thunder reverberated in the air. It was so loud that it even injured the ears of those with a lower cultivation base. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, 2 bolts of tribulation lightning struck down from the sky. The first lightning bolt struck at Yuan Haochun, while the second one struck at was Duanling Tian. These were the third lightning bolts that Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun had to face. Needless to say, it was much stronger than the first 2 light bolts. However, it was not difficult for both of them to deal with the third lightning bolts. With a casual wave of their hands, they nullified the lightning. The onlookers who were present were not surprised when they saw Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun dealing with the third tribulation lightning with ease. After all, it was only the third tribulation lightning out of the 81 bolts of tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. The people present on the scene would be even more surprised if both of them could not even deal with the third bolt of lightning. After Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun dealt with the third bolt of lightning, the place fell silent again. Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun were not the only ones waiting for the fourth lightning bolt to strike. The people present on the scene were also waiting for it. Time passed by silently. Boom! The fourth tribulation lightning came quickly. Following that, the fifth and sixth bolts of lightning struck as well. Boom! Boom! One after another, they struck at Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun, but both of them dealt with it effortlessly. However, both of them became serious when faced with the 30th lightning bolt. Its power was nothing the previous lightning bolts could compare to. Even then, it was still no threat to them. It was not particularly difficult for them to deal with it. Currently, more than a day had passed. It is becoming tougher and tougher. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he dealt with the 55th bolt of tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. He no longer had a relaxed expression on his face. After all, the strength of the 55th bolt of lightning was comparable to the full strength of a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 9th form saint of the celestial stage. Although it did not pose a huge threat to him, his mood turned somber when he recalled he still had 26 bolts of tribulation lightning to deal with. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the tribulation lightning continued. One after another, they became more and more powerful. It has also widened the horizon of those who were present. This is the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning. It seems like Palace Master Yuan Hao can barely hold on any longer. Among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, some were astute enough and noticed Yuan Haochen's deathly pale face. At this moment, Yuan Haochun had almost used up all his strength. After all, he had fought with Duanling Tian unreservedly 3 days ago. Duanling Tian is also barely hanging on. Duanling Tian is not faring any better. However, he can still transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, an elder from Crimson Blaze Palace, as his eyes glinted. As for the palace master of Wandering St. Palace, I think it won't be long before he casts the technique he had inherited to overcome the heavenly tribulation. I have long heard about it, but never had the chance to see it. I must make sure that I don't miss a single bit of it. In the past, I've always heard about how tough it is to overcome the Celestial Ascension tribulation, but I have never given it much thought. However, after personally witnessing it with my own eyes, I finally realize how terrifying the Celestial Ascension tribulation is. There are 11 bolts of tribulation lightning left. The Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace will definitely pass the heavenly tribulation with his inherited technique. However, I'm not sure what will happen to Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian did not attract the Celestial Ascension tribulation on his own. He must not be prepared for it. Under such circumstances, it's unlikely for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation, even if he's able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It's true that he'll become stronger after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, but the increase in power is limited. I believe he has more than 80% chance of passing the heavenly tribulation if he attracted the Celestial Ascension tribulation on his own. However, since that's not the case, regardless of your opinion, I think he'll fail. I agree. I'm not optimistic about his chance of successfully passing the celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, almost no one from the 3 palace and 6 halls thought Duanling Tian would be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. After all, they did not know anyone in the devil clans who had passed the celestial ascension tribulation under such circumstances. All of them failed their heavenly tribulation miserably in the end, so they did not think highly of Duanling Tian's chances of passing it. While people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were discussing the likelihood of Duanling Tian failing the celestial ascension tribulation, Kua looked at Duanling Tian with bright eyes that were filled with blind faith. Brother Ling Tian, I believe you'll be able to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. Kua desperately wished for Duanling Tian to pass the heavenly tribulation, not only for her sake, but for her daughter and sister as well. Naturally, if anything happened to her man, she did not plan to live as well. She would accompany her man on his journey to the netherworld. Father. Duan Siling looked at Duanling Tian anxiously. Her face had been tense for quite a while now. Meanwhile, complex emotions could be seen swirling in Gan Ru Yan's eyes. Her thoughts were a secret. Peng Lai was looking at Duanling Tian with hopeful eyes. He thought to himself, I hope that Master is able to create a miracle and set a precedent in the devil clans. After all, Master is also a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Hopefully, he'll be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. In a distance, hope could also be seen in the eyes of the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, Huang Wenjing, as she looked at Duanling Tian. She was also the last direct disciple of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It seemed as though she had forgotten that if Duanling Tian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial, her master would likely die. If Duanling Tian failed the heavenly tribulation, things would go well for Yuan Haochen. However, if Duanling Tian succeeded, Yuan Haochen would definitely not be a match for Duanling Tian. At that time, Duanling Tian would still be able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, but Yuan Haochen would have lost his trump card by using it to overcome Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Based on this, one could see Yuan Haochen would be in a disadvantageous position if he and Duanling Tian passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Yun Fuyi, Huang Wenjing's senior brother, who was standing not too far away, sneered as he said, I'm really eager to see how many lightning bolts Duanling Tian can endure. In his opinion, there was no way Duanling Tian would be able to live. Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, glared at Duanling Tian before shifting his gaze to Yuan Haochen. A hint of disappointment could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Yuan Haochen. He thought to himself, it's a pity Yuan Haochen didn't use his inherited technique to kill Duanling Tian. If he did, Duanling Tian would die and Yuan Haochen might not successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. It's also unfortunate that I can't kill Duanling Tian with my own hands. However, I'll be satisfied as long as he dies. It can be considered that I've indirectly avenged my direct disciple. I'll watch as he gets killed by the tribulation lightning. Naturally, it was a win-win situation for Shi Feng if Yuan Haochen had used the inherited technique to kill Duanling Tian. One of them would die and the other might fail the heavenly tribulation. He was overjoyed when he thought about Duanling Tian being killed by the tribulation lightning, but he became annoyed when he thought about Yuan Haochen successfully passing the heavenly tribulation and becoming an eminent celestial. Insatiable greed. These words described him perfectly. How many more tribulation lightning do you think Duanling Tian will be able to endure? As Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochen waited for the 71st tribulation lightning, the members of 3 palaces and 6 halls could not resist but gossip among themselves again. Most of them were discussing how many bolts of tribulation lightning Duanling Tian would be able to resist before he died. Earlier, I saw Duanling Tian was somewhat struggling to deal with the 70th tribulation lightning. My guess is that he'll transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when he has to face the 72nd or 73rd bolt tribulation lightning. An elder from Azure Sheen Hall guessed. 72nd or 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning? An elder from Crimson Blaze Palace chimed in, I think he'll transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when he's facing the 71st tribulation lightning. I agree. I saw him struggling as well when he was dealing with the 70th bolt of tribulation lightning just now. You're right. Most people agreed with the Crimson Blaze Palace elder's words. Tribulation clouds continued to converge until it covered the entire Wandering Saint Palace's estate. It was dark in the Wandering Saint Palace. Under such a condition, two people were attempting to pass their heavenly tribulation, the celestial Ascension tribulation. These two people attempting to overcome their heavenly tribulations successfully attracted the attention of many people. Most of them were members from the 3 palace and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. Apart from the leaders of 1 palace and 6 halls, the remaining high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were all present. All of them accompanied Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun in waiting for their 71st bolt of tribulation lightning to strike. All of these people were, naturally, standing below the tribulation's clouds. However, 2 people were hovering above the tribulation clouds. They were none other than the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and an old man. The old man's identity was extremely impressive. He was the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, a powerhouse who was even stronger than an eminent celestial. Currently, both of them were monitoring the 2 people undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation through the tribulation clouds. Both of them were focused on the purple-clad young man. They did not pay much attention to the other person. Something feels weird. It's as though someone is observing me. Moreover, it feels like there's more than just one person. Duanling Tian, who was waiting for the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning to strike, could feel the gazes from the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and his master. However, after checking his surroundings with his divine consciousness, he did not find anything amiss. Maybe I am mistaken. After a while, he gave up searching and continued to prepare for the arrival of the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning. Duanling Tian thought to himself in an attempt to console himself, "The celestial ascension tribulation is really scary. I used almost all my strength just to deal with the 70th bolt of tribulation lightning earlier. I'm afraid I'll need to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior after 2 or 3 more bolts of tribulation lightning." It's fortunate no one could read Duanling Tian's mind. Otherwise, they would definitely feel surprised, since Duanling Tian was confident he could deal with 2 or 3 more bolts of tribulation lightning before having to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A commonly known fact was the bolts of tribulation lightning after the 70th bolt of tribulation lightning were a lot more powerful. Time's up, Duanling Tian thought to himself after waiting for a moment. By this time he had grasped the timing of the tribulation lightning. After all, he had already faced 70 bolts of tribulation lightning. For this reason, he could accurately predict the coming of the next tribulation lightning. As soon as Duanling Tian finished thinking to himself, a blindingly white light flashed in the sky again, illuminating the darkened place beneath the tribulation's clouds. It caused many cultivators with a lower cultivation base to squint their eyes. Boom! A thunderous sound that seemed capable of shattering the sky sounded after the flash of blinding light. Those with a weaker cultivation base who were squinting their eyes earlier injured their eardrums, causing them to bleed from their ears. Some of them were even bleeding from all of their orifices. The combined sounds of 2 bolts of tribulation lightning are really terrifying. Many high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls thought to themselves. Swish! Swish! 2 pillar-like lightning struck down instantly after the deafening clap of thunder rang in the air. The 2 bolts of lightning made their way to Duanling Tian and Yuan Haochun respectively. It looked extremely horrifying, as though it would strike them to death. It's finally here. Duanling Tian was already prepared for the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. His saint origin circulated around his 99 saint veins before it surged out his body and resonated with heaven and earth. It seemed that it took only an hour for Duanling Tian to return to the peak of his strength. Otherworldly celestial, sword-wielding art. Duanling Tian, naturally, did not dare to hold back when facing the 71st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. He unleashed all his strength and techniques he had in his arsenal. Apart from using the offensive divine ability, he used the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Supreme Sword Dao Cultivation Method, the Sword Warding Heart. Swoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, several clones of Duanling Tian appeared before everyone's eyes. Apart from that, all his clones were also holding clones of the 1,000 inscription saint swords just like him. Show! 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 The brief sound of a sword cry rang in the air as the 1,000 inscription swords in Duanling Tian and his clone's hands slashed fiercely at the tribulation lightning. Black Turtle's Barrier. Duanling Tian quickly cast the strongest defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect in the upper province that he had not used for quite some time. It did not take long before the transparent figure of a huge black turtle appeared out of thin air, shielding him. Nobody was surprised when Duanling Tian cast the defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, since they had seen him use it before to deal with the tribulation lightning, and it was completely shattered by the tribulation lightning. This time was no exception. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions rang in the air, and the defensive divine ability, Black Turtle Barrier, was shattered by the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning. The Black Turtle Barrier only managed to deplete some of the tribulation lightning's energy. The remaining energy was still as powerful as an angry deva as it clashed with Duanling Tian's swords. Boom! 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 Thunder continued to sound in the sky from the tribulation clouds, accompanying the sound of the clash between the swords and the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning. A flurry of hurricanes swept out from the epicenter of the clash. Many small mushroom-shaped clouds formed and appeared at the center of the clash. Shockwaves formed and swept across the land. Naturally, everyone present on the scene saw the shockwave that was heading their way and cast their own defensive techniques to protect themselves against the incoming shockwave. What happened? Why isn't Duanling Tian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior yet? Is he that confident? I feel like he's just seeking death. Everyone present on the scene was focused on the purple figure in distance, discussing his choices. Meanwhile, the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning easily nullified the attacks from the swords. It continued on its way to Duanling Tian. Bring it on! Duanling Tian cried out as all of his clones disappeared and he faced the remaining force from the 71st tribulation lightning. In the next moment, Golden Crow Wings. Duanling Tian did not retreat. Instead, he cast his movement divine ability under everyone's watchful eyes. He charged as fast an eagle toward the tribulation lightning. Boom! 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 Thunder continued to rumble in the sky as the remaining force from the tribulation lightning struck at Duanling Tian, its blinding light shrouding him from everyone's sight. Is he dead? It seems like Duanling Tian has a death wish. I wonder what's going through his mind. Why is he refraining from transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Does he think he can save some kind of points by doing so? Most people shook their heads as they discussed among themselves. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials of the 3 palace and 6 halls only solemnly looked on as the tribulation lightning's blinding light shrouded Duanling Tian. At this moment, their divine consciousness could clearly sense a strong life force within the tribulation lightning. Duanling Tian did not die. Brother Ling Tian? Father! Kuer and Duan Si Ling cried out in unison. Both of them were filled with anxiety. Madam, young miss, master is fine. Both of them felt relieved when they heard Peng Lai's words. Similarly, Ganru Yen sighed in relief as well. She was also filled with anxiety, but she did not show it since, officially, there was no relationship between them. He was just her sister's husband. However, it seemed like she was overthinking things. Even if she did not hide her emotions, no one would pay her any attention. After a few moments, the glaring light from the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning disappeared under everyone's eyes. This is... Duanling Tian appeared in everyone's view again as soon as the light disappeared. Although he looked rather unkempt with his torn robes, blood-stained body, and his breathing was shallow and quick, there was no doubt that he managed to deal with the 71st bolt of lightning. Silence descended on the place before a spectator said, Is he really human? Most people had the same question in mind. Although the force of the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning had been depleted, no one was confident enough to say they would be able to survive it by just using their body to defend against it. However, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion managed to do it. Is this really what a human is capable of? Master, isn't this too amazing? Peng Lai gaped. His expression was one of shock and disbelief. As for Kuer, Duan Siling, and Ganru Yen, they did not care about anything else. All they cared about was that Duanling Tian was unharmed. My body is far stronger than the average cultivator even if I don't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Not even the devil clans who are known for their body refining techniques or the saint beasts that are famed for their strong bodies are a match for me in regard to brute strength. Duanling Tian was very confident about this. Although his body was not indestructible and not as strong compared to when he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it still seemed as though it was cast from copper and iron. He only suffered minor injuries when he dealt with the remaining force from the tribulation energy. Yuan Hao Chun. Duanling Tian murmured to himself as he looked at Yuan Hao Chun after he had successfully dealt with the 71st tribulation lightning. Coincidentally, Yuan Hao Chun was still dealing with the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning from his celestial ascension tribulation. Is this the technique that's inherited by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the heavenly tribulation? Duanling Tian was slightly startled because he saw Yuan Haochen standing motionlessly in the distance with a blank expression on his face. He could not detect any saint origin from Yuan Haochen, but Yuan Haochen seemed to deal with the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning with relative ease. Boom, 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 boom. The 71st bolt of tribulation lightning struck at Yuan Haochen fiercely, but when it was about 10 meters away from Yuan Haochen, it seemed to be deflected by an invisible force. In fact, it did not only deflect the 71st bolt of lightning, but it seemed to have destroyed it completely as well. Duanling Tian's eyes were filled with disbelief when he saw this. Both he and Yuan Haochen had successfully passed the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning, but they were in completely different states after dealing with the tribulation lightning. His robes were torn, and his body was riddled with wounds, but Yuan Haochen was completely untouched. The invisible force was extremely powerful. Not only did it deflect the tribulation lightning, but it even managed to destroy it. Duanling Tian had used his divine consciousness to probe Yuan Haochen when Yuan Haochen was dealing with the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning, therefore he knew the details of how Yuan Haochen had dealt with the tribulation lightning. At this moment, Yuan Haochen's body emitted an energy that did not seem like it belonged to him. It was this external force that was helping him to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Moreover, Duanling Tian could tell when the force dealt with the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning, it was not even using a quarter of its full strength. No wonder there are no palace masters in the Wandering Saint Palace who have failed the tribulations. It would be difficult for them to fail with such a technique. Duanling Tian thought to himself, feeling pressured. The 71st bolt of tribulation lightning was already so powerful, and there were 10 more bolts of tribulation lightning left. Moreover, each one was going to be stronger than the last one. Although my body is strong and powerful, I'm afraid I can only deal with 1 or 2 more bolts of tribulation lightning before I have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to deal with the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning. Even then, I'm not entirely certain I'll be able to endure all of the 81 strikes of lightning, even if I were to transform into a 9-clawed divine dragon. Duanling Tian was not entirely confident about facing the 81st bolt of tribulation lightning that was also the last and strongest. Bolt of tribulation lightning. How powerful! It's terrifying. So this is the technique that has been passed down for generations to the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, many people were in awe at the inherited technique Yuan Haochen had used to pass the heavenly tribulation. The onlookers might be marveling over Yuan Haochen's technique, but Duanling Tian did not have the time to care. He took the time to recover, although he was not severely injured. I have about an hour. It should be enough to recover, he thought calmly as he healed himself. Meanwhile, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Someone clicked their tongue as they said, "That lightning bolt was so easy for Palace Master Yuan to deal with that it didn't even touch the hem of his robe. On the contrary, Duanling Tian's bleeding and his robe is torn. He looks incredibly miserable. What a huge difference. However huge the difference might be, it has nothing to do with their personal strength though. Palace Master Yuan managed to deal with the lightning bolt so easily because of the extraordinary power of the inherited technique from the Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. The technique is indeed extraordinary. That was the 71st lightning bolt, and yet, It seemed so weak when faced with the inherited technique from the Wandering Saint Palace. It couldn't even touch the hem of Palace Master Yuan's robe. That's why there are no Palace Masters from the Wandering Saint Palace who has ever failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. With such an extraordinary technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, it's just a matter of course to pass the tribulation. Exactly. Many people sighed in amazement at the inherited technique Yuan Hao Chun had used to defeat the lightning bolt. After a while, someone was looking at Duanling Tian and commented, "Duanling Tian seems to be injured. It seems like he's in a precarious situation." Indeed. Duanling Tian's body is different from ordinary people, and his body doesn't even resemble a human when he transforms into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. But I think he's only capable of dealing with 1 or 2 more lightning bolts before he has to transform. After witnessing Duanling Tian's incredible transformation and his strength, many people respected him. However, it did not mean they thought he would be able to successfully pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. After all, the previous lightning bolt was only the 71st one. There were still 10 lightning bolts left. These lightning bolts would only get successively stronger. They all thought Duanling Tian would only be able to deal with 1 or 2 more lightning strikes before he had to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After that, he might be able to deal with a few more. However, what about the remaining lightning bolts? What other means did he have to deal with those lightning bolts? Although Duanling Tian's just a human, it's indisputable that he's a prodigy. It would be a pity if he fails the Celestial Ascension Tribulation today. How great would it be if he's not human but a human devil? Based on his talent and potential, he would definitely be the pillar of our human devil clan. The crowd felt sorry for Duanling Tian since they thought he would fail the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Both Palace Master Yuan and Palace Master Shi from Wandering Saint Palace and Great Spirit Palace are around today. Even if Duanling Tian manages to escape via the soul-detaching technique when he fails the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he would still be killed by the Palace Masters. In short, Duanling Tian would definitely die. You're right. Unless he manages to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and become an eminent celestial. Based on the current situation, I don't think he'll be able to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Time quietly passed by as the crowd continued to discuss among themselves. In just a blink of an eye, almost an hour had passed. It's coming again. When the 72nd lightning bolt was about to strike, the onlookers shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian, eager to see how he was going to deal with it. On the contrary, not many of them paid attention to Yuan Hao Chun. After all, with the inherited technique from Wandering Saint Palace, it should be extremely easy for him to deal with the remaining lightning bolts. Yuan Hao Chun was sure to become an eminent celestial. There was no point in watching him. Boom! As expected, the 72nd lightning bolt struck very quickly. They came in a pair. One struck toward Duanling Tian while the other struck toward Yuan Hao Chun. What happened next was within the expectation of the crowd. Duanling Tian managed to deplete a large amount of energy from the 72nd lightning bolt without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Then, he endured the remaining force of the lightning bolt with his extraordinarily strong physical body. For this reason, he was further injured. However, the injuries were not severe. On the other hand, Yuan Hao Chun dealt with the 72nd lightning bolt effortlessly, just like he previously did. Boom! Thunder rang in the air as lightning illuminated the sky. The 73rd lightning bolt was about to strike. Duanling Tian used the same tactic to deal with the 73rd lightning bolt, but it was rather difficult this time around. It resulted in more severe injuries. He thought to himself, "It seems like I'll have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to deal with the next lightning bolt. Otherwise, I'll be severely injured even though I might be able to deal with it. It wouldn't be good if I have to deal with the remaining lightning bolts in an injured state. It would be extremely dangerous and might cause a chain reaction that leads to me failing." Duanling Tian understood clearly the situation he was in. He would risk injuring himself by not transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I can't believe Duanling Tian didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to deal with the 73rd lightning bolt. He's indeed very bold. Even so, I think he's reached his limit. He would transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to deal with the next lightning bolt. I agree. Just as the crowd had predicted, about half an hour before the arrival of the 74th lightning bolt, Duanling Tian finally transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. He has finally transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I wonder how many lightning bolts he'll be able to deal with now. Regardless of how many lightning bolts he'll be able to deal with, he definitely won't be able to deal with the last few lightning bolts. There are 8 more lightning bolts left after all. I don't think he'll be able to deal with all of them. That's what I think as well. Many people were eager to see Duanling Tian's performance now that he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Boom! Finally, the 74th lightning bolt struck. Now that Duanling Tian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he dealt with the lightning bolt with ease. He did not sustain any injuries at all. When it came to the 75th lightning bolt, although it was slightly more difficult, Duanling Tian still dealt with it rather easily. Duanling Tian found the 76th lightning bolt difficult to deal with despite managing to escape. However, the 77th lightning bolt that was stronger managed to injure him. Moreover, the 78th and 79th further injured him. At this point, he was severely injured. The 79th lightning bolt had injured him before he could even recover from the injuries he sustained from the 78th lightning bolt. Duanling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood due to external injuries he sustained from the 79th lightning bolt. His blood looked dazzlingly red as it splattered across the sky. His expression was grim and his eyes showed a hint of unwillingness and determination as he thought to himself, only 2 lightning bolts are left. However, based on my condition, let alone a mere hour, it would be difficult for me to completely heal myself in 10 hours. How could Duanling Tian not feel unwilling? He only had to endure 2 more lightning strikes. However, based on the strength of the lightning bolts that had only progressively gotten stronger, he was not certain he would be able to deal with the 80th and 81st lightning bolts. I didn't have a chance to prepare in advance and use my energy wisely. Otherwise, I don't think I would be in such a miserable state now. If I had time to prepare, I should be able to pass the Celestial Ascension tribulation easily if I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After dealing with 79 lightning strikes, Duanling Tian became aware that he did not prepare sufficiently in advance. After all, he did not expect that he would be attracting the Celestial Ascension tribulation at all. I didn't expect Duanling Tian would be able to last until now. He even managed to deal with the 79th lightning bolt. Many onlookers looked at Duanling Tian in admiration. After all, it was not only humans who revered strong people, it was the same in the human devil clan as well. Duanling Tian was a mere human who had managed to come so far when facing the Celestial Ascension tribulation even though he was not given a chance to prepare for it. This was definitely something that would earn people's respect. Based on his current condition, it's likely he won't be able to deal with the 80th lightning bolt. However, he has broken a record in the devil clans even if he's killed by the 80th lightning bolt. An elder from Crimson Blaze Palace said, "In our devil clan's history, those who used others to attract the Celestial Ascension tribulation have all failed. The one who managed to endure the longest prior to this only managed to endure until the 75th lightning bolt. If he isn't a human but one of us, his name will surely go down in history in the devil clans." What a pity. After a while, the crowd shifted their attention to Yuan Haochen. Although Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had the inherited technique from Wandering Saint Palace, he no longer dared to let his guard down as the lightning bolts became stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 When Yuan Haochen was standing in the air, about 10 meters away from him, a lightning bolt's energy was dispersed in all directions by an invisible barrier. Boom! 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 Nevertheless, a good amount of the energy from the lightning bolt still managed to pierce through the invisible barrier and swept toward Yuan Haochen like a rampaging bull. He still had to use his own strength to deal with the remaining energy from the lightning bolt. Although this bolt of lightning did not injure him like it did Duanling Tian, he was still severely injured. His robe was torn and he was bleeding as well. However, his aura still remained majestic. Yuan Haochen panted in exhaustion after he dealt with the 79th lightning bolt. He was sweating profusely as though he had just gone through a tough battle. Many of the people present could not help but sigh when they saw Yuan Haochen's condition. Although Palace Master Yuan Haochen looks rather miserable now, he's still in a much better condition compared to Duanling Tian. Based on his current condition, I think it would be like a game for him to deal with the last two lightning bolts. Their fates are too different. Duanling Tian will die when the next lightning bolt strikes, while Yuan Hao Chun will pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. Regardless, it's still good news for the human devil clan. Palace Master Yuan is, after all, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. It's one of the forces from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. He's one of our own. On the other hand, Duanling Tian is just an outsider. You're right. Almost everyone present was certain Duanling Tian would be killed by the 80th lightning bolt. Based on the situation, they were not wrong to think so. Even Duanling Tian himself thought so. When Kua saw her man looking so miserable, her delicate and beautiful face was already drenched in tears. Her heart ached and she hated herself for not being to help her man bear the next lightning strike. She murmured to herself, "Brother Tian." "Daddy." Duan Siling, who was standing next to Kua, cried out as she wept. There were a few instances when she wanted to rush to her father but was stopped by Gan Ruyan. Gan Ruyan's eyes reddened as well as she looked at Duanling Tian. Her expression was tense and anxious. It was a look that she rarely wore. "Master?" Peng Lai stared at the purple figure in the distance and sighed. He felt as though his hopes had been dashed. Based on the current situation, he did not think it was possible for a miracle to happen. His master's injuries were severe. Let alone the 80th lightning bolt, if the 79th lightning bolt were to strike again, his master might not even be able to deal with it. "I'll die as well if master dies." The Wandering Saint Palace definitely won't let a traitor live. He was aware of this. After a while, it seemed like he had come to accept his fate as he muttered under his breath. "However, even if I die, I don't think I'll have any regrets. After all, I possess an indigo innate spiritual root." Despite his words, it was clear that he was in despair. "Brother Ling Tian," Huang Qi-ling murmured as she stared at Duanling Tian hopelessly. There was nothing she could do except watch at this moment. "You shouldn't have come 3 years ago." The most beautiful woman in the human devil clan transmitted her voice with a sigh. Huang Wenjing was not angry even though Duanling Tian did not respond to her. Instead, she continued to question him through voice transmission. "I still don't understand why you didn't escape when I intentionally spread the news about your exposed identity in the Wandering Saint Palace. If you'd left immediately, you would have been able to avoid my master and palace master Shi from the Great Spirit Palace. Is it because you're confident about your strength?" Huang Wenjing did not expect a reply from Duanling Tian. Therefore, she was surprised when she heard his response. "Thank you." Duanling Tian appreciated Huang Wenjing's help. Previously, Ping Lai had recounted everything that happened in the last year before he made his way here. He naturally knew the news of his real identity had been leaked in the Wandering Saint Palace earlier than planned. Rumor had it that someone had intentionally leaked the news, and Vice Palace Master Yun Fuyi had even killed a few suspects. He did not expect the person who had leaked the news would turn out to be Huang Wenjing. His eyes flashed with complex emotions when he learned about this. For this reason, he had quickly expressed his gratitude. Although she did not help much, it was the thought that counted. "You're finally willing to respond to me?" Huang Wenjing transmitted her voice. A hint of delight could be heard in her voice as well. "I think I'll be killed by the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation." Duanling Tian transmitted his voice again. "I'd like to ask a favor of you." Huang Wenjing cut Duanling Tian off. She knew what he wanted to say. "You want me to protect those 3, right?" "Yes." Duanling Tian replied via voice transmission. In his opinion, Huang Wenjing, the last direct disciple of Yuan Haochun, was doted on very much by her master. Therefore, it should not be difficult if she stubbornly insisted on keeping Kur and the others safe. Although the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were present, Yuan Haochun was about to become an eminent celestial. He would have the highest authority here. As long as she could get her master to agree to it, Kura and the other 2 would definitely survive. "They're really lucky. You're still thinking about them even under these circumstances." Huang Wenjing sighed faintly before she said, "I promise you." Her eyes were filled with determination to fulfill this man's last wish. She resolved to beg her master to spare this man's family even if she had to use her life to threaten her master. Thank you, Duanling Tian thanked her before he said solemnly, if there's a next life, I, Duanling Tian, will repay your kindness tenfold. If there's next life, I don't need your tenfold repayment. I want you to belong solely to me, Huang Wenjing asserted. Duanling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Huang Wenjing's response. He sighed inwardly. What virtues or abilities do I have that makes her like me so much? Duanling Tian continued, thinking to himself, it's so unexpected that I die here today. Before I die, I must speak to Kur. Otherwise, she'll definitely take her own life to follow me. He understood Kua's attitude very well. He had to talk to her. After all, he was aware that he would not be able to deal with the 80th lightning bolt even though he had tried his best to heal himself. Duanling Tian gazed at Kur from afar as he said through voice transmission, Kur, can you make me a promise? Brother Tian, what is it? Kur asked. I want to tell you that even if I fail the celestial ascension tribulation and die, the wandering Saint Palace might spare your life, Duanling Tian stated. He was quite confident in Huang Wenjing because he knew Yuan Haochen doted on her. He was certain she would be able to ensure their safety if she persisted. Moreover, Kur and the other two were not a threat to the wandering Saint Palace or the Human Devil clan. Brother Tian, I won't promise you if you want me to live without you. As your wife, we should be together in life and in death. Kur will never leave your side again. Kur refused Duanling Tian resolutely. She had expected him to say this. Kua's response caused Duanling Tian to feel deeply moved and helpless at the same time. What else would he need when he had a wife like this? However, he still planned to dissuade her. Who are you? Kur interrupted Duanling Tian. If you plan to dissuade me using sealing, I've already thought about it. I know my sister will definitely take good care of sealing on my behalf. Regardless of how Duanling Tian tried to dissuade Kur, she was very determined to follow Duanling Tian in death. When Duanling Tian saw Ku's determination to be with him in life and in death, he, who had given up, became motivated. His eyes narrowed, it was filled with determination. No way. I can't die. I mustn't die. In Ku's heart, Duanling Tian's life was more important than hers. Similarly, in Duanling Tian's heart, Ku's life was also more important than his. For this reason, although he did not have a solution, he decided to try with all his might to survive. Even if his body turned into ashes and his soul dispersed, he still had to fight even if it was not for himself, but for Kur. Duanling Tian knew better than anyone about his current condition. Appearance-wise he might seem okay, but in fact he had already spent most of his strength. Let alone the 80th lightning bolt, he might not even be able to endure the strength of the earlier lightning bolts. He had already accepted his fate. He did not even plan to resist the 80th lightning bolt since he knew it would be futile. However, Kur's determination had reignited his will to live. It would upset him if he had to leave her behind. I have about 30 minutes left. I must try and recover as much as possible. Naturally, Duanling Tian would not accept his fate since he had decided to fight. He consumed many wound-healing medicines regardless if they were effective or not. It was as though he had gotten them for free. It was unfortunate these medicinal pills were no longer effective because he had taken them too many times before. Duanling Tian quickly closed his eyes and mobilized his Saint Origin to heal his ruptured veins and injured internal organs as much as possible so that he could face the 80th lightning bolt in the best condition possible. Many people saw the change in Duanling Tian and began to discuss it among themselves. Why did Duanling Tian suddenly seem motivated when it seemed like he had given up earlier? Many people were calm when they saw Duanling Tian had solemnly accepted his fate. They could see he did not plan to put up a fight anymore. However, they were surprised when they saw the abrupt change in him. It seemed as though his will to live was reignited. Is it possible that Duanling Tian thinks he has a chance to overcome the 80th lightning bolt? It's impossible. Based on his condition, it's unlikely he would be able to fully heal himself in a few hours, let alone half an hour. How can he possibly overcome the 80th lightning bolt? What's with his sudden change? Is he possessed? I think he's just unwilling to accept his fate. After all, some people are quite stubborn. Even if he's unwilling to accept his fate, what can he do? Don't tell me he's able to go against the will of heaven and change his fate. The onlookers shook their heads at Duanling Tian. They thought his effort was futile and nothing but a waste of time. If I were him, I'll definitely spend my remaining time with my family and say goodbye to them. I wonder what goes through his mind. He should spend his time with his wives and daughter instead of doing something so futile. A vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace said as he shook his head. Many people from the Wandering Saint Palace agreed with his words. How can he still waste his time during this critical time? Yun Fuyi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace and the eldest direct disciple of Yuan Haochen, sneered as he glared at Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was only struggling on his deathbed. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be meditating in the distance. Duan Rufeng, your son is about to be killed by the tribulation lightning. I wonder what kind of expression you'd make if you're able to witness this scene. Even after so many years, Duan Rufeng was the person Shi Feng hated the most. After all, Duan Rufeng had managed to escape him. For this reason, he felt his anger slightly assuaged when he saw Duan Rufeng's son was about to be struck to death by the tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Brother Tian. Daddy. Kur and Duan Siling looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly and hopefully. On the other hand, Ganru Yen and Penglai had both come to terms with their fates. They no longer harbored any hopes. 30 minutes passed by in just a blink of an eye. The 80th lightning bolt was about to strike. The entire place fell silent. Only the deafening sounds of thunder could be heard from the tribulation clouds, reminding others that the celestial ascension tribulation had not ended yet. Boom, 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 boom. Along with the sound of thunder, the tribulation clouds kept rolling and brewing in the sky. Purple lightning bolts flashed ominously in the sky like pythons. It seemed as though a huge storm was brewing on the horizon. The area beneath the tribulation clouds turned darker, but it did not obstruct the crowd's sight. Above the tribulation cloud, the three-legged golden crow flew in and out of the colorful auspicious cloud like a flaming fairy. A distance away from the colorful auspicious clouds, two figures stood like a statue. They had been there for a long time. The patriarch of the human devil clan asked the gray-clad old man next to him, Master, it's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to overcome the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, right? If there are no surprises, he'll definitely be killed by the 80th lightning bolt. The gray-clad old man said. If there are no surprises? The patriarch of the human devil clan was confused. Under such circumstances, what else can happen? I'm just saying. The gray-clad old man shook his head and his gaze was drawn to the colorful auspicious clouds in the distance. To be more precise, his eyes were trained on the flaming bird flying in and out of the colorful auspicious cloud. Naturally, he did not know the bird was called a three-legged crow. His eyes flashed when he gazed at the three-legged golden crow as though he was mulling over something. After a while, the 80th lightning bolt was finally about to strike. Beneath the tribulation clouds. It's coming. The crowd was waiting eagerly for this. All of a sudden, the surroundings brightened as though it was mid-afternoon and the sun was burning high in the sky. Many people with a lower cultivation base squinted their eyes immediately. Many people thought to themselves, the 80th tribulation lightning is going to strike. Boom! As the earth-shattering sound of thunder rang in the air, a thick bolt of lightning struck from the tribulation clouds. Almost immediately, another identical bolt of lightning struck as well. These were the 80th lightning bolts that were heading toward Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochun respectively. The 80th lightning bolt preceded the last lightning bolt formed the celestial ascension tribulation. After overcoming the 80th lightning bolt, they would need to face the 81st lightning bolt, the last and most powerful lightning bolt. If they managed to survive the last tribulation lightning, they would successfully pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. In fact, the difference between an eminent celestial and powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was the celestial origin energy. If I can overcome the last two tribulation lightning, I'll be able to become an eminent celestial. Yuan Haochun smiled as he looked at the bolt of lightning that was striking at him. He had fully recovered after an hour of healing himself. Although this bolt of lightning was stronger than the previous one, he did not feel pressured at all. Although they were both facing the same tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian's situation was vastly different from Yuan Haochun. Even if Duan Lingtian fought with his might, he could not help but feel an instinctive fear. He thought to himself resolutely, "Even if I can't win, I won't give up. Even if I die, I'll die fighting. I'll die with dignity and pride." Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold as he cast his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, and fearlessly flew toward the lightning bolt like a three-legged golden crow. Yun Fuyi and Shernan Feng scoffed when they saw this and thought to themselves, seeking death. Apart from those two, a majority of the people looked at Duan Ling Tian in admiration. They admired his courage when they saw him charging headlong toward the tribulation lightning even though he knew he would die. After all, not everyone would be able to bravely face death in such a way. I, Peng Lai, have no more regrets even if I die to have an amazing master like him. For the first time, Peng Lai sincerely acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as his master as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian's flaming figure. Boom! 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 Yuan Haochen resisted the force of the 80th lightning bolt after some of its force was dispersed by the technique he had inherited from the Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the celestial Ascension tribulation. Although the force was oppressive, it was not difficult for him to deal with it at all. On the other hand, the 80th lightning bolt struck at Duan Ling Tian like a meteorite falling from space. This force was terrifying and explosive. The light from Duan Ling Tian's flaming wings seemed weak in comparison. Beneath the tribulation clouds, many people shook their heads and sighed when they saw Duan Ling Tian facing the tribulation lightning. His flaming self paled in comparison to the lightning that was like a falling meteorite from space. The differences between both of them are too wide. I don't think Duan Ling Tian will be able to overcome the 80th lightning bolt even when he's uninjured, let alone now that he's severely injured. I agree. The 80th lightning strike from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation is really powerful. It's many times stronger compared to the previous lightning bolts. Someone sighed. It's pitiful that a genius is going to die just like this. How can you say it's a pity? He's not one of us after all. He's a human and doesn't deserve our pity. Everyone believed Duan Ling Tian would not survive the 80th tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Meanwhile, Kur and Duan Xiling were so frightened when they saw Duan Ling Tian charging headlong toward the tribulation lightning that seemed like a meteorite from space. Their faces turned pale and they quickly closed their eyes, unable to watch the scene before them. Gan Ruyen, on the other hand, gazed at that purple figure solemnly. Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, had an expression of respect on his face as he watched Duan Ling Tian. Huang Wenjing closed her eyes as well. She could not bear to continue watching. She made a promise to Duan Ling Tian inwardly. Don't worry, as long as I, Huang Wenjing, am around, nobody will be able to hurt them. Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling closed both his eyes in pain. He had tightly clenched his hands into fists that his fingernails had cut into his flesh, but he was not aware of it at all. He was too absorbed in self-loathing and blamed himself for being too weak to help his friend. Ha! Die! Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Shernan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, smirked as they stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. It was as though they were afraid they would miss the scene of Duan Ling Tian being struck dead by the tribulation lightning. As for the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of them were watching unemotionally. They might hold a hint of respect for Duan Ling Tian, but in their opinion, he was not worthy of mercy because he was human. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder continued to reverberate in the air from the tribulation clouds. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was getting closer and closer to the 80th lightning bolt. In just a blink of an eye, he was only 100 meters away. He could close this distance in just seconds. Come. I'd like to see how strong the 80th lightning bolt is. Duan Ling Tian released all his saint origin that resonated strongly with heaven and earth, causing the golden flames that surrounded his body to burn even more brightly, accentuating his dragon scales. He looked like a fire god. Due to the strong connection between Duan Ling Tian's saint origin and heaven and earth, he seemed to have become one with the universe. It made him seem like he was not part of this world. Nevertheless, such a magnificent scene paled before the 80th tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. So what if one had a strong connection with heaven and earth? The tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation represented the power of heaven and earth. If the heavens wanted one dead, one would definitely die. The heavenly tribulation happened when one committed an act that went against the will of heaven. To succeed in overcoming the heavenly tribulation meant one had to go against the will of heaven. After Duanling Tian released his saint origin through the 99 saint veins, he looked coldly at the lightning bolt near him. Suddenly he cried out, "Go!" He quickly cast his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. A few clones appeared instantly. He and the clones, wielding the 1,000 inscription swords, charged toward the lightning bolt. Swoosh! 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 It was blindingly bright as Duanling Tian and his clones approached the lightning bolt. Whether it was Duanling Tian or his clones, none of their faces showed fear in the face of death. When everyone saw Duanling Tian and his clones who were wielding 1,000 saint inscription swords were only 50 meters away from the 80th lightning bolt, all of them thought to themselves, Duanling Tian is going to die. When Duanling Tian and his clones were about to collide with the lightning bolt, time seemed to have stopped. Boom! A loud noise could be heard from the tribulation clouds. Above the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan and his master, the gray-clad old man, watched in shock as the golden flame bird that was flying in and out of the colorful auspicious cloud suddenly let out a strange noise before it suddenly exploded, causing the air to turn turbulent. When they regained their senses after a while, they discovered the bird had disappeared. How fast! Naturally, the patriarch of the human devil clan did not think the bird had vanished. He knew that its speed was so fast that he was unable to catch its movement. Even the gray-clad old man could only vaguely catch the movement of the bird as it flew down the tribulation clouds at the speed of light. This speed! His eyes widened in shock as though he had just seen a ghost. It had been a while since any expression could be seen on his face. To think it was a golden flame bird that managed to elicit such an expression from him. Under the tribulation cloud, it seemed as though time had stopped at this moment. Swoosh! The golden flaming bird flew down before it collided with Duanling Tian and his clones. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt as though he was being held by a vast force. It caused him to lose control of his clones immediately. What's happening? The crowd watched as Duanling Tian and his clones that were wielding 1,000 inscription saint swords seemed to be shrouded by a bird-shaped golden flame that seemingly appeared out of thin air. Following that, they saw Duanling Tian and his clones colliding with the lightning bolt, resulting in dazzlingly bright light. The lights were a mixture of gold, white, and purple. Bang! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as mushroom clouds began to appear and a shockwave began to spread out. Although the people prepared themselves, many of them, especially those with a lower cultivation base, were blown away by the shockwave. Heavy wind began to blow and howled, causing the robes of the people present to flutter wildly. All of them squinted, trying to take a look at what was happening. What's happening? I don't know. The moment Duanling Tian collided with the tribulation lightning, he seemed to have cast a divine ability that shrouded him in the shape of a giant bird. The bird looks identical to the bird that flew up to the tribulation clouds earlier. Don't tell me the bird that flew up to the tribulation clouds earlier has something to do with Duanling Tian? Many people were stunned by what they saw, and they could not help but discuss Duanling Tian and the golden bird among themselves. This will only occur when two forces of similar strength collide. An elder from the Azure Sheen Hall murmured. His voice was not loud, but many heard it since the scene was completely silent. Many people sneered and jeered. Two forces of similar strength? Don't you think you're thinking too much? Duanling Tian has already exhausted all his strength. How could his strength now be as strong as the 80th lightning bolt? That's right. Based on Duanling Tian's current condition, even if the last divine ability he cast is extraordinary, I don't think he'll be able to overcome the 80th tribulation lightning. The shockwave earlier must be a result of Duanling Tian being killed. My divine consciousness can't enter that area at all. I think we'll only be able to see once the force from the collision disperses. Moreover, I agree. I think Duanling Tian is dead as well. As they continued their discussion, they were still staring intently at the area where Duanling Tian and the Tribulation Lightning collided. However, due to blindingly bright gold, white, and purple light, they could not see with their naked eyes nor use their divine consciousness to sense what was going on in that area. Kur murmured to herself, "Brother Tian." She had opened her eyes and looked at the tricolor lights that seemed to contain vast power. Her face was pale and her heart was throbbing in her chest. "Daddy!" Duan Ling cried out when she saw this. She felt the same way as her mother. That bird earlier, Gan Ruyen and Ping Lai saw the bird that seemed to appear out of thin air even though Kur and Duan Ling did not see it. Was this not the bird that acted as Duan Ling Tian's protector while he was in closed-door cultivation? Above the tribulation cloud. "He's still alive," the gray-clad old man said solemnly when the patriarch of the Human Devil clan discovered that his divine consciousness could not penetrate through the tricolor light. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was stunned and amazed. "Still alive? How's that possible?" "He's grievously injured. How did he survive?" He found this beyond his comprehension. However, he quickly regained his senses. He was the patriarch of the Human Devil clan after all. Then, he asked, "Master, can your divine consciousness penetrate through that place where the remaining force is still raging? Is that how you discover he's still alive?" "Yes." The gray-clad old man nodded. "I could briefly penetrate that place and discover he's still alive. However, my divine consciousness was instantly repelled by that force as soon as I saw that he's alive." His expression was grave when he spoke. "There's no way to explain how he survived, right? Not to mention that he's severely injured. Even at his peak, he might not have survived the 80th Tribulation Lightning." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was perplexed. "It's the bird that's formed by some unknown force that saved him." The gray-clad old man was aware of this. Although he could not clearly observe the situation, based on what he managed to see, it was not difficult for him to come to this conclusion. That bird formed from some unknown force is not sentient, right? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan became even more confused. It might not be sentient. However, there's no doubt it saved Duanling Tian during the crucial moment. It flew away from the colorful auspicious cloud and down the tribulation clouds before it shrouded Duanling Tian to help him overcome that lightning strike. The gray-clad old man continued to say, "Although the force that formed that bird is similar to the celestial origin energy, half of its force has already been depleted after the 80th lightning strike. In other words, even if that bird helps Duanling Tian to confront the last tribulation lightning after this, it might not be enough." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan, naturally, understood the underlying meaning in his master's words. "Yes." The gray-clad old man nodded. He said confidently, "When the last tribulation lightning strikes, he'll surely die." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan nodded. Then, he suddenly furrowed his brows as he asked, "Master, have you figured out what force it is that's equivalent to the celestial origin energy?" "I haven't encountered that kind of force before. It should be from the Devata realm. I have no idea what it's doing in the mundane realm." The gray-clad old man shook his head. "This human brat is indeed lucky. He actually obtained a force from the Devata realm." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan said enviously, "If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a formidable enemy to us. However, I'm certain he'll be killed by the last lightning strike." The gray-clad old man remarked. Beneath the tribulation clouds. As time passed by, the remaining force from the collision between the 80th tribulation lightning and the sun force in the shape of a three-legged golden crow gradually dispersed, revealing what it had hidden before. Everyone was stupefied by what they saw. They could not comprehend the scene before their eyes. Some of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. "Brother Tian, Daddy!" Kur and Duan Ling were delighted when they saw the purple figure in the distance. On the other hand, Ganru Yen and Peng Lai were just as bewildered as the people in the surroundings. "He's fine." Seeing that unharmed purple figure in the distance, Huang Wenjing was momentarily stunned before excitement flooded her heart. "Good job, Brother Ling Tian." Huang Qiling's face was glowing. He became so excited that he even pumped his fist. "How's this possible?" "No, I am possible." Both Yun Fuyi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace, and Shi Ninfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had a bitter expression on their faces when they saw the purple figure with a dragon body was fine. Everyone saw Duan Ling Tian standing with a 3-foot-long blade in his hand, completely unharmed. However, the blazing golden bird seemed to have vanished. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of everyone's surprise. He seemed to have forgotten the celestial ascension tribulation had not ended yet as he thought to himself, "The sun force seems to have returned?" At this moment, he was focused on sensing the sun force that had returned to his body. He discovered that half of his sun force had returned. All my sun force returned earlier. However, the sun force in the shape of a 3-legged golden crow depleted half its energy when it helped me overcome the 80th tribulation lightning. Duan Ling Tian very quickly came to this conclusion. Nonetheless, he was still shocked. Unfortunately, Elder Hua is no longer here. Otherwise, he'll be able to tell me what's going on with the sun force. The sun force had led Duan Ling Tian here, resulting in the improvement of his comprehension of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had even attracted the celestial ascension tribulation with the unwitting help from Yuan Haochen. He felt surreal. In just a day, he had achieved what took many people tens to thousands of years to achieve. I might not know how or why, but there's no doubt all these happened because of the sun force. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He remembered vividly how his comprehension of heaven and earth seemed to have reached its limit before he attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. All this happened when the sun force left his body and transformed into a 3-legged golden crow and flew into the tribulation clouds when he arrived. It's fortunate I have the sun force. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the 80th lightning bolt. I really didn't expect the sun force would return at that moment and help me overcome the lightning strike. Duan Ling Tian continued thinking to himself, however, I still have to face the 81st lightning bolt. Since it's the last lightning bolt, it's the most formidable and terrifying one. It would be no surprise if it's much more terrifying than the 80th lightning bolt. I might be able to overcome the last lightning bolt if the sun force is not depleted by half. With the current sun force, I'm afraid it's not enough to overcome the last lightning strike. He felt his heart sink when he thought about this. He was not delighted that he had overcome the 80th lightning bolt. Instead, he felt troubled. Naturally, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had overcome the 80th lightning bolt with the help of the inherited technique from the Wandering Saint Palace. How's this possible? Yuan Haochen thought to himself. He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive the 80th lightning bolt. What was even more shocking was Duan Ling Tian had finished dealing with the 80th lightning bolt before he could. Since Yuan Haochen was focused on dealing with the 80th lightning bolt, he did not pay close attention to Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he did not see the golden flaming bird assisting Duan Ling Tian. Impossible! Is this a joke? How did Duan Ling Tian overcome the 80th lightning bolt without sustaining any more injuries? Did the divine ability he cast earlier really help him to overcome the 80th lightning bolt? He actually overcame the 80th lightning bolt with ease. It's possible that the 81st lightning bolt might not pose a threat to him. See, could he be hiding his strength all this time? That's possible. The people in the surroundings who had just regained their senses broke out in an uproar as they discussed among themselves. Everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls was certain Duan Ling Tian would die when the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation struck him. After all, he was severely injured. Moreover, he might not even be able to overcome it even if he was at his full strength due to how powerful the 80th lightning bolt was. Who knew that at a time when everyone had expected him to die, a miracle would occur? He had cast all his techniques to deal with the lightning bolt when a golden flaming bird suddenly appeared and shrouded him, helping him to overcome the 80th lightning bolt. He did not sustain any injuries at all. Yun Fu Ye's expression turned ghastly. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to turn the situation around. Based on the technique Duan Ling Tian had used to overcome the 80th tribulation lightning, he should be able to overcome the 81st lightning bolt with ease. The 81st lightning bolt was the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. If Duan Ling Tian managed to overcome the last lightning strike, it would mean he had successfully passed the tribulation and would become an eminent celestial. Yun Fu Yi became worried when he recalled the battle between his master and Duan Ling Tian earlier. If Duan Ling Tian becomes an eminent celestial, I'm afraid Master might not be able to defeat him. Initially, his Master and Duan Ling Tian were evenly matched. However, Duan Ling Tian's strength surpassed his Master's strength once. He transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If his Master did not possess the inherited technique to pass the celestial ascension tribulation, his Master might be defeated or even killed by Duan Ling Tian. What to do now? What to do? Yun Fuyi felt extremely anxious. If Duan Ling Tian successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation, it would be a serious matter. Therefore, Yun Fuyi was not the only one who was in a panic. Shi Nanfeng was panicking as well. Damn it! Why is Duan Ling Tian's technique so strong? Does this mean he'll be able to easily overcome the 81st lightning bolt and become an eminent celestial? If that happens, I'm afraid even Yuan Hao Chun is not a match for him. If Duan Ling Tian became an eminent celestial, it was not only him, but the Great Spirit Palace would be in trouble as well. Yuan Hao Chun still had not recovered from his shock. Duan Ling Tian, how's this possible? He did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to overcome the 80th lightning strike since he was injured. Moreover, it seemed like the 80th lightning bolt did not injure Duan Ling Tian at all. What's happening? Yuan Haochen quickly sent a voice transmission to his eldest direct disciple, Vice Palace Master Yun Fuyi from the Wandering Saint Palace. Yun Fuyi quickly recounted what had happened to his master with a solemn expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian cast a technique we've not seen before? A golden flaming bird appeared and helped him easily overcome the 80th lightning bolt. Yuan Haochen's expression darkened when he learned about this. Master, based on his state now, it seems like casting that technique doesn't take a toll on him or cause any adverse reaction. I suspect he has been concealing his true strength since the beginning. Even during your battle with him, I suspect that he's been holding back, Yun Fuyi said through voice transmission. Concealing his true strength? Yuan Haochen frowned. If he had used this technique earlier to deal with me, I would definitely die. Why did he spare my life? Is it possible there's a limitation to that technique and he decided to use it to pass the tribulation? These were all his assumptions. He had no way of confirming them. Who knew if Duan Ling Tian really concealed his strength and spared his life just to tease him? Yuan Haochun glared at Duan Ling Tian and bellowed, Duan Ling Tian, you're really good at concealing your strength. I didn't expect you to be able to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Who knew you have such a technique up your sleeve? Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless when he heard Yuan Haochen's words. What was he good at concealing exactly? In fact, he, too, was baffled by the Sun Force's sudden return. Moreover, the three-legged golden crow formed by the Sun Force was not a technique he had cast. He was not even certain if he would be able to overcome the 81st lightning bolt. Naturally, he did not bother to explain this to Yuan Haochun. As everyone watched him, he only closed his eyes and rested like a king. As a result, Yuan Haochun almost threw up blood from being provoked. No, we can't let Duan Ling Tian pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial without doing anything. If he becomes an eminent celestial, I won't be able to defeat him even if I've become an eminent celestial. He was very clear about Duan Ling Tian's ability. There's only one thing to be done now. I'll have to notify the Patriarch of our Human Devil clan for help. If Lord Patriarch is with me, I don't think Duan Ling Tian will be able to put up a fight even if he becomes an eminent celestial. He quickly took out a bead that shone with purple light. Upon closer inspection, one could see flashes of lightning in the bead. It looked extremely captivating. He flicked his finger and shot the bead up into the sky. Swoosh! The bead shot into the sky, past the tribulation clouds, before it flared brightly in the sky. Its light was almost as bright as the lightning bolt from before. That's a violet ray bead? It did not take long for Shi Nanfeng to identify the bead that Yuan Haochen had flicked into the sky. That bead was known as Violet Ray Bead and was given to them by the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. One would be able to use the bead to call upon the Patriarch for assistance if there was an emergency. Shi Nanfeng sighed in relief when he saw Yuan Haochen using the Violet Ray Bead to summon the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. How could I have forgotten about Lord Patriarch? If Lord Patriarch attacks, even if Duan Ling Tian becomes an eminent celestial, he'll still die. He was very confident about the strength of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Violet Ray Bead. Many people exclaimed in unison. All of them recognized the bead and its use. Palace Master Yuan actually used the bead to call upon Lord Patriarch. This shows he's pressured by Duan Ling Tian. Isn't it obvious? Based on the strength Duan Ling Tian has displayed, Yuan Hao Chun won't be able to suppress him once he becomes an eminent celestial. You're right. Moreover, it doesn't seem like it would be a problem for Duan Ling Tian to overcome the last tribulation lightning. That's why, for the time being, Lord Patriarch is the only one who can suppress Duan Ling Tian if he becomes an eminent celestial. Based on their conversation, it could be seen that the human devils had a lot of confidence in their patriarch. After all, he had become an eminent celestial for quite some time now. He was like a patron to the human devils. He was strong and invincible in their eyes. It did not even cross their minds that their patriarch might not be a match for Duan Ling Tian once he became an eminent celestial. They were certain their patriarch would be able to easily suppress and kill Duan Ling Tian. That's... An astute onlooker suddenly cried out as he looked at the tribulation clouds. A figure descended from the sky at this moment. The figure belonged to a green-clad middle-aged man with a strong build. His appearance was ordinary with large eyes and thick eyebrows. He carried a calm and indifferent expression on his face. Yuan Haochen and Shiren Feng cried out respectfully when they saw the middle-aged man, Lord Patriarch. They bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man as soon as he appeared. Their eyes glittered with astonishment. They did not expect their patriarch would arrive so quickly. Neither Yuan Haochen and Shiren Feng, the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace and Great Spirit Palace respectively, knew the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had arrived so quickly because he was already here for a long time. It was only natural that Yuan Haochen and the others who were beneath the tribulation clouds were unaware that their patriarch was hiding above the tribulation clouds, observing the situation. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Kuer, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen, everyone, including Ping Lai, cried out in unison when they heard Yuan Haochen and Shi Nanfeng's words, Lord Patriarch. They bowed at the green-clad middle-aged man. Apart from Yuan Haochen and Shi Nanfeng, almost everyone on the scene hardly ever saw their patriarch. If the two palace masters did not greet the green-clad middle-aged man, they might not even recognize him. Lord Patriarch arrived so quickly. His speed is really fast. He appeared so quickly as soon as the violet ray bead was used. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Won't Lord Patriarch take some time to come over when he sees the light from the violet ray bead? However, he appeared as soon as the violet ray bead was used. The crowd was in shock over the sudden appearance of their patriarch. After all, this was the first time for many of them to see the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, an eminent celestial. At some point, Duan Ling Tian had stopped resting and opened his eyes. His gaze immediately landed on the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, studying him. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was looking at Duan Ling Tian as well. He did not pay attention to Yuan Haochen, Shi Nanfeng, and the others. Instead, he called out to Duan Ling Tian and said in a light tone, I have to say you're really lucky to be able to obtain a force from the Devata realm that's comparable to the celestial origin energy and use it to your advantage. A force from the Devata realm that was comparable to the celestial origin energy. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the words of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Naturally, he knew the patriarch was referring to the sun force in his body that was bestowed to him by the three-legged golden crow, Elder Hua. Previously, Elder Hua had explained to him that the sun force was superior to all forces in the mundane realm and comparable to the celestial origin energy. Up until then, no one knew about this. However, the patriarch managed to figure out how extraordinary the sun force was as soon as he appeared. Moreover, his guess was extremely accurate. A force that comes from the Devata realm and is comparable to the celestial origin energy? Yuan Haochen, Shi Nanfeng, and the others were also shocked when they heard their patriarch's words. Did Lord Patriarch just say that Duan Ling Tian's force is comparable to the celestial origin energy? Many people were skeptical. They thought they had heard wrongly. They looked at each other in confusion as they whispered among themselves. The patriarch said the force that Duan Ling Tian possesses is comparable to the celestial origin energy. Is he referring to the technique Duan Ling Tian cast earlier? In other words, the golden flaming bird is a force from the Devata realm. A vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace blurted out. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan's next sentences indirectly confirmed the speculation of the vice palace master of Crimson Blaze Palace. I can see that the force that formed the bird isn't something you obtained through cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, you must have had a fortuitous encounter. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan looked at Duan Ling Tian calmly. Based on the patriarch's words, it seemed like he had completely figured Duan Ling Tian out. His knowing gaze made Duan Ling Tian feel naked. Duan Ling Tian remained silent, but he felt a jolt of fear in his heart. Is this the might of an eminent celestial? He's even able to see through the sun force and find out that I obtain it not by cultivating, but by chance. The sun force was given to Duan Ling Tian by the three-legged golden crow, Elder Hua. Elder Hua had fused the sun force with his saint origin. Today was the first time the sun force had separated itself from his saint origin. For this reason, the force was depleted by half when it helped him overcome the 80th tribulation lightning. Since he did not obtain the force through cultivation, once it was depleted, he could no longer recover them. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not angry at Duan Ling Tian's lack of response. Instead, he continued talking in a leisurely manner. Earlier, that force that's comparable to the celestial origin energy formed a golden flaming bird and assisted you in overcoming the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. However, half of that force has been depleted. Am I right? When Duan Ling Tian heard this, he could no longer keep calm. He felt a hint of panic begin to rise in his heart. He did not expect the patriarch would be able to see things so clearly. His eyes widened in fear as he looked at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. He felt vulnerable. An eminent celestial is really terrifying. The patriarch continued to say confidently, if I'm not mistaken, it won't be able to help you overcome the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation even if you cast all your techniques along with it. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened because the patriarch had poked at his sore point. This was exactly what he was worried about. The people present on the scene might think he would be able to overcome the 81st lightning bolt with ease similar to how he had overcome the 80th lightning bolt, but he knew his condition very well. Although the sun force had returned to his body, he knew it was not enough to help him overcome the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. When Ganru Yen and Ping Lai heard the patriarch's words and saw the grim expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, they cried out in unison, "What?" Like many others, they had assumed Duan Ling Tian would be able to easily pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. Little did they know the situation would turn around again. I thought I'd be able to witness another miracle. Who knows, it would be so short-lived. Peng Lai smiled bitterly. Brother Tian, Daddy. Kuer and Duan Si-Ling, who had sighed in relief, began to feel worried again. Huang Wenjing turned slightly pale. Her heart seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell. How could this be? Huang Qi-Ling felt the same way as well. I see. So Duan Ling Tian overcoming the 80th lightning bolt was just his last struggle. I actually thought he would be able to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Many people thought to themselves. Yun Fuyi and Shi Nanfeng smiled. In fact, most people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were smiling as well. I see. Yuan Haochun smirked when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like I've overestimated your ability. To think I've mistakenly summoned Lord Patriarch here to deal with you. It seems like there's no need for any of us to make a move. The last tribulation lightning will kill you as it is, he said mockingly, his spirit becoming higher. Most people at this point realized their patriarch had arrived since a while ago. That must be how he knew so much about the situation. How astute! As expected of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. His current predicament had been cleanly exposed by the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. At the same time, he turned his head slightly to look at Kuer and Duan Si-Ling. His eyes darted back and forth between the 2 ladies as though he was trying to imprint their appearances into his mind. Goodbye, Kuer and Si-Ling. If there's a next life, I'll definitely treat both of you better. Even if Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to accept his fate, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Naturally, he did not plan to stay idle and wait for death. Even if he was sure to die, he would do his best to fight regardless of how hopelessly strong the last tribulation lightning was. He would fight to his last breath so he would not have any regrets left when he died. After the patriarch of the Human Devil clan exposed Duanling Tian's condition, he did not return to above the tribulation clouds. He remained there, looking indifferent. As for the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of them looked at Duanling Tian mockingly. They looked at him as though he was a dead man walking. After all, based on their patriarch's words, Duanling Tian would definitely die, and they did not doubt his words. Moreover, even if Duanling Tian miraculously managed to pass the Celestial Ascension tribulation, he would still be killed since their patriarch was here. I didn't expect the young mansion master of the influential Azure Cloud Mansion is only outwardly strong. I thought he would be able to easily overcome the last tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension tribulation when I saw how easily he dealt with the 80th lightning bolt. Me too. I thought he was going to pass the Celestial Ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. Who knew the truth is completely different. Our Lord Patriarch is indeed amazing. He's able to see through Duanling Tian's condition and pointed it out in just a few sentences. As it turns out, Duanling Tian won't be able to survive the last lightning strike from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. This human genius is destined to fail and die in our Human Devil clan. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening thunderclaps sounded from the tribulation clouds. In the tribulation clouds, bolts of purple lightning like small snakes continued to flash. The last tribulation lightning from the Celestial Ascension tribulation is going to strike soon. At this moment, Yuan Hao Chun finally stopped paying attention to Duanling Tian. After he had healed his internal injuries earlier, he had been preparing to face the 81st or last lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Naturally, he was confident about overcoming the last lightning bolt since he had the inherited technique from the Wandering Saint Palace. Today I, Yuan Hao Chun, am going to become an eminent celestial. The Wandering Saint Palace will stand above the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Yuan Hao Chun thought to himself excitedly. The members of the Wandering Saint Palace were, naturally, excited as well. Lord Palace Master is going to become an eminent celestial soon. From now on, our Wandering Saint Palace is going to become the strongest force in the Human Devil clan. On the contrary, the expressions of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls darkened slightly when they realized Yuan Hao Chun was going to become an eminent celestial soon. In general, Yuan Hao Chun becoming an eminent celestial was beneficial to the Human Devil clan. However, it was not the case for the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Brother Tian, regardless of the result, I won't leave your side. Kur gazed at Duanling Tian resolutely. She had seen Duanling Tian's intense look earlier. She knew what it meant, so she had prepared herself for the worst outcome. In the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. The solitary destructive heaven was a vast Devata realm. It was naturally bigger than the mundane realm. At this moment, someone sighed in a misty location. The mist hid a bottomless abyss and a little floating island. The island looked like a speck of dust floating in a bottomless abyss. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see clouds and mist were moving at a moderate speed around the little island. Sword rays could be seen between the clouds and mist as well. A small yard could be seen on the little island. The yard contained a small and unremarkable wooden house. At this moment, a tall young man could be seen sitting in front of a wooden table in the yard. The young man looked ethereal as he sat there as though he did not belong in this world. He wore a rather shabby ash color robe. His long hair was pulled to the back. He had a pair of straight eyebrows that slant up slightly. His eyes were as bright as stars. His handsome face was a chiseled perfection. He seemed so charming that one would find it difficult to shift their attention away from him. At this moment, the young man's knowing eyes were staring into the void. Swoosh! There was turbulence in the void as the reflection of a mirror image could be clearly seen in his eyes. If Duanling Tian was here, he would see that the mirror image displayed what was happening to him in the Wandering Saint Palace as he prepared to overcome the 81st lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension tribulation. The sound of someone scoffing coldly could be heard from behind the young man. Currently, there were two people standing behind the young man. An old man and a young man with a strong build. The young man wore a long red robe. It was the red-clad young man with a strong build who scoffed at the old man. He said in a low voice, "If you didn't act on your own and infuse your sun force into your young master's body, would your young master be in this predicament?" The old man could not help but smile bitterly. "Lord Kuang-Ling, I've no idea things would turn out this way." "All right," the young man sitting in front of the wooden table said. His voice was calm and soothing to the ears. "Since he's not aware, he's not completely guilty. We can't blame him for this. After all, he did it out of kindness. Moreover, it might not be a bad thing for that brat." The young man looked at the purple figure in the mirror image intently when he spoke. "Master, what do you mean?" The red-clad young man was impudent toward the old man, but he was respectful toward the young man sitting in front of the wooden table. He was even subconsciously modest. "You'll know what I mean if you continue to watch." The young man smiled mysteriously and did not bother explaining his words. The red-clad young man and old man instantly shifted their attention to the flashing scenes in the mirror image. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. If Duanling Tian saw the old man standing next to the red-clad young man, he would definitely be shocked. The old man was none other than the three-legged golden crow Elder Hua, whom he thought had died along with the destruction of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Moreover, Elder Hua was no longer bound to the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Who knew that those from the Devata realm would be able to monitor what was happening in the mundane realm? What powerful and terrifying method was this? There were merely 81 Devata realms but countless mundane realms. Currently, in one of the many unremarkable mundane realms, a group of people was waiting for the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation to strike. The last tribulation lightning is going to strike. Duanling Tian felt fear in his heart. Even then, he had quietly extended his divine consciousness over to Kuer and Duan Si Ling as though he wanted to hear their breaths for one last time. After all, he did not think he would be able to survive the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Duanling Tian did not expect things would turn around time and time again. Felt as though he was on a roller coaster. When he did not think he would survive the 80th lightning bolt, the sun force had returned to him in the form of a three-legged golden crow and helped him to overcome the lightning bolt. However, he fell into despair when he realized the sun force could only help him once. What remained of his sun force was not sufficient to help him with dealing with the 81st lightning bolt. Boom! Everyone felt shivers running up their spines suddenly. "It's coming!" An extraordinarily blinding white light burst forth from the tribulation clouds, causing many people to shut their eyes even though they had prepared for it. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder accompanied the blindingly bright white light. The thunderclap was much louder compared to before. Moreover, when thunder rang in the air, the entire Wandering Saint Palace shook as though it was going to be uprooted. "It's coming!" When Yuan Hao Chan heard the earth-shattering thunderclap, his eyes brightened immediately. His saint origin began to roil under the surface of his skin as he cast the inherited technique that was passed down for generations to the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. The 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, which was also the last lightning bolt, had arrived. This meant he was about to become an eminent celestial. With the inherited technique, he was not afraid he would fail the celestial ascension tribulation at all. He might feel the pressure or injure himself, but he did not think he would fail to overcome the last lightning bolt. He was feeling extremely confident. On the contrary, Duanling Tian felt differently even though he was preparing to face the 81st lightning bolt as well. "I, Duanling Tian, have overcome many major setbacks in my life. However, I didn't expect I would die here today." Duanling Tian was extremely unwilling to accept his fate. However, what could he do when things were out of his control? As soon as thunder rang in the air, two dragon-like lightning bolts struck from the tribulation clouds like two meteorites falling from space. Upon closer inspection, the purple lightning bolts that were flashing in the tribulation clouds could no longer be seen as the two dragon-like lightning bolts struck down. Furthermore, the thunderclaps that had been ringing in the air had also stopped. However, most people were unaware of this since their attention was focused on the two bolts of lightning that had struck down. The power from the two bolts of lightning made many people with a low cultivation base shivered in fear. They could clearly feel the formidable force of these two lightning bolts. Good. You're finally here. Yuan Haochen laughed and charged out fearlessly to confront the last lightning bolt from the celestial Ascension tribulation. After all, he had the inherited technique from the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, none of the palace masters from Wandering Saint Palace had ever failed the celestial Ascension tribulation. Regardless, most people's attention, including the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, was on Duan Ling Tian. There was nothing to see on Yuan Haochen's side. His success was guaranteed after all. This Duan Ling Tian will definitely be struck dead by the tribulation lightning. That human genius better not antagonize our Human Devil clan again if there's a next life. Many people looked at Duan Ling Tian, anticipating the scene where he would be struck dead by the last lightning bolt from the celestial Ascension tribulation. Although this might be the end of the road for me, I still want my last moment to be a moment of glory. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed resolutely. His saint origin circulated through his 99 saint veins before surging out his body unreservedly. At this time, he discovered his sun force that had just returned to him but had yet to fuse with his saint origin had also surged out with his saint origin. Similar to earlier, it had turned into a three-legged golden crow and shrouded him. When people saw the golden flaming bird again, their eyes widened. It's that bird again! A few high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls quickly realized something. Indeed, the bird seems weaker compared to earlier when the 80th lightning bolt struck. Its force seems to have been halved. It's impossible for this bird to resist the last lightning bolt from the celestial Ascension tribulation. Shi Nenfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, confirmed this after he used the divine consciousness to confirm the veracity of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's words. Earlier, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had bluntly said that the force that was comparable to the celestial origin energy was insufficient to overcome the last lightning bolt of celestial Ascension tribulation. Elder Hua, in the last moment of my life, I will not go down without a fight. I'll fight along with the sun force you have bestowed me. I'll see you again in the afterlife. I hope you won't be too disappointed when you see me. After all, you sacrificed your life to save me. After a while, Duan Ling Tian could no longer continue his train of thought. He needed to focus on the last lightning bolt of the celestial Ascension tribulation that was fast approaching him. He quickly took out his 1,000 inscriptions saint's sword and faced the lightning bolt. Golden crow's wings. Black turtle's barrier. Otherworldly celestial. Sword-wielding art. Duan Ling Tian cast all the techniques in his arsenal without holding back, revealing all his abilities. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian's clones fell into ranks to attack as they wielded the 1,000 saint inscription swords. Meanwhile, the 3-legged golden crow formed by the sun force continued shrouding Duan Ling Tian as he charged toward the last lightning bolt from the celestial Ascension tribulation. Attack! Duan Ling Tian bellowed as he got closer to the last lightning bolt. His voice was so loud that it could shake the earth. It was as though he wanted his thunderous voice to be the last thing that everyone heard from him. At this moment, the place had fallen completely silent. Only the sounds of Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen confronting the last lightning bolts from the celestial Ascension tribulation could be heard. The lightning bolt's force is extremely terrifying. The force is almost 100 times stronger than the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial Ascension tribulation. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian was less than 100 meters away from the lightning bolt. Such a terrifying force, let alone the half-depleted sun force. Even if I have all the sun force and cast all my techniques, I'm afraid it would still be almost impossible for me to deal with the last lightning bolt. He could acutely feel how terrifying and powerful the tribulation lightning was. The previous lightning bolts simply could not compare to it at all. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Duan Ling Tian used the sovereign heart sword of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method to wield the 1,000 inscription saint sword, and his clones followed suit. They fell in a row like shooting stars before they finally collided with the last tribulation lightning from the celestial Ascension tribulation. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the collision happened, the deafening sounds of explosions rang in the air, causing a flurry of hurricanes to sweep out. Even then, Duan Ling Tian's resistance was akin to a rock being dropped into the ocean. He only managed to deplete 10% of the last lightning bolt's force. If I'm at the peak of my strength, the sword's power would be stronger. Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to give up. He had been injured a few times while he faced the celestial ascension tribulation. He would not have failed so terribly if he was at the peak of his strength. He would definitely be able to deplete more of the last lightning bolt's force. At this moment, the three-legged golden crow formed from the sun force that was shrouding Duan Ling Tian flapped its wing and collided with the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation as well. Golden flames clashed with the purple lightning bolt. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions from this collision was much louder than before. After all, even if the sun force had been half depleted, its force was still superior to the 1,000 inscriptions Saint Sword. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the sun force depleting at a very quick speed. Although the lightning bolt was losing force as well, it was not as quick compared to the sun force. Based on the situation, when the sun force is completely depleted, the lightning bolt would still have about 50% of its force left. At that time, I'll definitely be struck dead by the lightning bolt. Although Duan Ling Tian had prepared himself to face death, he still could not help but feel a hint of desperation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could do nothing but watch as the three-legged golden crow formed from sun force was depleted by the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. He tried to urge out whatever saint origin he had left in his body, but it was depleted by the lightning bolt as soon as he surged out. Elder Hua, I've disappointed you? Duan Ling Tian felt sorry when he thought about Elder Hua, who had saved his life at the cost of his own life. He remembered Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, who had left behind the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method's Sovereign Heart Sword. Master Feng Qingyang, I only cultivated the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method's Sovereign Heart Sword you left behind to the third stage. You must feel very disappointed. It's unfortunate I won't have a chance to meet you and call you Master. This was one of his regrets in life. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the only person he recognized as a master wholeheartedly. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian also remembered his beloved family and friends whom he had not met in many years. Dad, Mom, Little Fair, Nian Tian, Tian Wu, Xian Nai, Bai Yao, Xianlan, Uncle Feng, and senior brother Bai Li. When he thought about his family and friends, his desire to live was reignited again. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. There are still many things I need to do. I still have to search for my dad, my mom, Little Fair, and Nian Tian. Not to forget Uncle Feng, senior brother Bai Li, and the others. They're still in this lower province of Dao Martial Saint Land. What if they meet with an accident? Moreover, there's still Tian Wu. I promised Uncle Feng I would bring her back. When Duan Ling Tian thought about his family and friends, he remembered he still had many unfinished businesses. He was unwilling to die. Moreover, he still had Kur and Duan Si Ling as well. How could he let Kur follow him to the afterlife? No. No way. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Is there any way for me to get out of this predicament? Duan Ling Tian began to panic when he saw the last vestige of the sun force would be completely depleted in about 10 breaths' time. Although he had mentally prepared himself, nothing could prepare him for the moment when he was truly on the brink of death. For this reason, he was panicking. He was thoroughly distressed and instinctively released his spiritual energy. Moreover, the blood in his body began to boil as well. The three-legged golden crow formed by the sun force won't be able to last any longer. A few more breaths had passed. Duan Ling Tian began to get more impatient. His spiritual energy was raging and his blood continued to boil. He had fallen to the depth of despair at this moment when he suddenly discovered a change in his body. His dragon scales had disappeared and he had reverted back to his human form. What's happening? Previously, whenever Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he had never suddenly reverted back to human without intending to. Now that he had reverted to human, he was naturally naked. He instinctively changed into a new purple robe. This is as soon as Duan Ling Tian put his robe on, he discovered that the dragon energy in his body had become restless. Usually, to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, all he needed to do was fuse his saint origin with the dragon energy. The dragon energy had always lay calmly in his body since the day he obtained it from the dragon clan in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It would not move unless he was going to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian was further shocked after a while. He discovered the dragon energy had surged out of his body. It came out. It was as though his body was the prison and the dragon energy that yearned for its freedom had broken free of its shackles. My eye. At the same time, Duan Lingtian clearly sensed the spiritual energy he had released earlier had mysteriously gathered before they returned by entering one of his eyes, the strange eye. He had obtained the strange eye when he had fused with the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. He felt a stabbing pain in his eye when his spiritual energy rushed into his eye. It felt as though his spiritual energy was a hook that was pulling on his eye. It did not take long before he realized his spiritual energy was drawing on the force of the one-eyed devil vulture's eye. Boom! The dragon energy surged out of his body in the form of golden flames and shot into the sky as it kept expanding. Boom! 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 At the same time, the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation finally depleted all the sun force. The sun force was no more. As soon as the sun force disappeared, the lightning bolt continued to strike toward Duan Lingtian fiercely, engulfing him when it struck. The scene was akin to a solitary boat being swallowed by the sea during a thunderstorm. When Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen saw the sun force being depleted by the lightning bolt and the lightning striking Duan Lingtian, they could not help but scream in unison. Their eyes were filled with indescribable sorrow. Kuer's expression was sorrowful as tears welled up in her eyes. She felt as though her world was collapsing. After all, her man was her world. Brother Tian, Daddy! Duan Xiling began to sob. She thought her father had already been struck dead by the lightning bolt. Shernanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, smirked. Duan Lingtian is finally dead. Duan Lingtian is dead. The last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation is too terrifying. Duan Lingtian is quite strong. However, look at how weak he is compared to the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. If he had managed to overcome this lightning bolt, he would have passed the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. How unfortunate that he failed. Someone scoffed. So what? Even if he passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial with Lord Patriarch around, he would still die. Indeed, Lord Patriarch definitely won't let a human eminent celestial go. After all, he'll become a huge threat to the human devil clan and the devil clans. When the crowd saw the sun force was gone and Duan Lingtian seemed to have died from the lightning strike, they began to discuss among themselves again. All of them were certain he had already died. He failed after all. Huang Wenjing's face turned pale and her eyes were filled with sorrow. The only man she had ever loved had died in front of her. She thought she could hear the sound of her heart breaking. Unlike Huang Wenjing, Yun Fuyi, who was standing nearby, laughed coldly when he saw the lightning bolt engulfed Duan Lingtian. Silly human! How dare you run rampant in our wandering Saint Palace? You deserve to die. Master! Brother Lingtian! Both Peng Lai and Huang Qiling closed their eyes in pain and their bodies shivered violently. All of a sudden, a voice filled with shock and disbelief rang in the ear. It was not very loud, but it sounded deafening in everyone's ears. He's still alive. The person who had spoken was none other than the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Kuo, who was preparing to take her own life, suddenly paused as well. Shernanfeng looked at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and asked in disbelief, Lord Patriarch? Who did you say is still alive? Although he knew the answer, he was unwilling to believe it. Boom! Before the patriarch of the Human Devil clan could respond to the question from Shernanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, a deafening explosion rang in the air. It reverberated through heaven and earth, and the entire place seemed to quake. What was more shocking was that, after the explosion, the deafening roar of a beast could be heard as well. Is that a dragon? It's a dragon's cry. It did not take long for many of the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls to identify the sound. At this moment, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan could not be bothered to respond to Shi Nanfeng's question. He was focused on looking at the source of the sound. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the scene before him. Shi Nanfeng followed the patriarch's gaze. His eyes widened as well. This is... Everyone, apart from Yuan Haochen, who was focused on overcoming the heavenly tribulation, turned to look at the source of the noise. It was where Duan Ling Tian was at when he was struck by the final lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. Everyone, including Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen, was stupefied. In a distance, everyone could see the final lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation that engulfed Duan Ling Tian seemed to be repelled by something, gradually disappearing. At the same time, a golden flame divine dragon that was several hundred meters long appeared before everyone's eyes. The aura the divine dragon emitted was threatening, waves and waves of energy rolled out of it. The energy felt so powerful that it seemed as though it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. Apart from that, the left eye of the divine dragon that was the size of a coping stone seemed to contain magic. Once one looked at it, it was hard to look away. It was as though one was bound by magic. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the divine dragon repelled the final vestige of the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation before it disappeared into thin air. If it did not deflect the final tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation, the spectators would have thought it was a figment of their imagination. Is that a divine dragon? The divine dragon had 9 claws on each of its paws. It's a 9-clawed divine dragon. Goodness! A 9-clawed divine dragon actually appeared. Moreover, it dealt with the remaining force of the lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. Is it helping Duan Ling Tian with his heavenly tribulation? Isn't it obvious? Duan Ling Tian really conceals his strength well. He waited until the final moment and stunned all of us. Exactly. It seems like Duan Ling Tian has endless tricks up his sleeve. I really don't know what else he has up his sleeve. The crowd broke out into an uproar after a moment of silence. Many were filled with awe and disbelief. Time and time again, Duan Ling Tian had shocked them with his techniques. At this moment, they believed he had more tricks up his sleeve. How many times did they think he was going to die only to be proven otherwise? This made them realize how ignorant and arrogant they had been. After the realistic 9-clawed divine dragon formed by golden flames disappeared, a purple figure was revealed. Duan Ling Tian. He managed to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Upon seeing her man successfully overcoming the heavenly tribulation, Kuer felt so relieved that tears began to form in her eyes again. Brother Tian. She was glad she did not take her own life yet. Daddy. Duan Xiling smiled through her tears. An expression of happiness appeared on her childlike face. A rare smile also bloomed on Gan Ruyan's usually tensed face. Master. Peng Lai's eyes lit up. He did not expect his master would still be able to create miracles at this moment. He's fine. He's fine. Huang Wenjing sighed in relief when she saw the man she loved did not die. A rare smile appeared on her usually frosty face. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to her. Otherwise, her smile would have captured many people's hearts. Huang Qiling had closed his eyes when he saw the final lightning bolt engulfed Duan Ling Tian. He could not bring himself to watch as Duan Ling Tian died. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw the 9-clawed divine dragon repelling the final lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. He laughed, unable to conceal his joy. He seemed even more thrilled than if he were to pass the heavenly tribulation himself. Nice one, Brother Ling Tian. The expression of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan darkened. He felt a wave of embarrassment washed over him when he recalled his words proclaiming Duan Ling Tian's impending doom. He had said with such confidence that it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. Duan Ling Tian's survival was akin to a hard slap to his face. How did he do that? Not only did Duan Ling Tian overcome the final lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, he even emerged unscathed. What? How's that possible? He. How does he know such a technique? Shock and disbelief appeared on Shi Nanfeng's face when he regained his senses. He did not expect Duan Tian to have another card up his sleeve. Shi Nanfeng's thoughts were similar to those high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Wandering Saint Palace's Vice Palace Master Yun Fuyi. At this moment, Yuan Hao Chun finally overcame the Celestial Ascension tribulation. He was naturally elated. I made it! He thought Duan Tian had died. He was shocked when he turned around and saw Duan Tian standing unharmed in the distance. Moreover, the final lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension tribulation had disappeared. He could not believe Duan Tian had made it as well. In fact, Duan Tian had overcome the tribulation faster than he did. He was dumbfounded. What happened? How did he survive? Didn't Lord Patriarch say he was sure to die? At this moment, the tribulation clouds dispersed, revealing pentacolor lights shining down from above. It lit up the surroundings, giving it an out-of-this-world look. 2 beams of pentacolor light shone down at Duan Tian and Yuan Hao Chun respectively. It shrouded them, bathing them in the pentacolor sunglow and causing them to disappear before everyone's eyes. Eminent Celestials. At this moment, the spectators knew Duan Tian and Yuan Hao were about to become eminent Celestials. The pentacolor sunglow that would appear once one overcame the heavenly tribulation would help them generate energy that did not belong in the mundane realm, the celestial origin energy. The celestial origin energy was different from the sun force that Elder Hua bestowed on Duan Tian. The sun force had been forcefully sent into Duan Tian's body by Elder Hua. Therefore, he could not recover it once it was depleted. On the other hand, the pentacolor sunglow would help Duan Tian's body create the celestial origin energy. During this process, he would master the way to create celestial origin energy. It was somewhat similar to how he used to create Saint Origin. Upon seeing Duan Tian was about to become an eminent celestial, Shi Nanfeng began to panic. He turned to look at the Patriarch urgently and shouted, "Lord Patriarch, we can't allow Duan Tian to become an eminent celestial. We must kill him before he becomes one." It seemed like he had lost all sense of propriety when he raised his voice at the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. When the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan saw Shi Nanfeng's rude behavior, he scoffed. He was already in a bad mood to begin with. He waved his arm and an oppressive force swept toward Shi Nanfeng and pushed him toward Duan Tian, who was shrouded by the pentacolor sunglow. From the beginning until the end, Shi Nanfeng was like a defenseless baby before the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. When he drew close to the pentacolor sunglow, he felt the destructive aura from it and cried out, "No!" Upon seeing this, Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, fell to his knees immediately as he said, "Lord Patriarch, please show mercy." The high-ranking officials from the Great Spirit Palace fell to their knees as well to beg for mercy for their palace master. Finally, the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan pulled Shi Nanfeng back in the nick of time. However, the pentacolor sunglow still managed to shine on Shi Nanfeng's right arm. He instantly cried out in pain, sounding like a pig in a slaughterhouse. His right arm was burned to a crisp by the pentacolor sunglow. There was nothing left. In just a blink of an eye, Shi Nanfeng's arm was burned until there was nothing left by the pentacolor sunglow that shone on Duan Tian. He was the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 hall, and a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, faced with the pentacolor sunglow, he was like a defenseless baby. In fact, the Patriarch of the Human Devil had pulled Shi Nanfeng back before Shi Nanfeng's arm had touched the pentacolor sunglow. He had more than enough time to cast his defensive technique. The truth was he did cast his defensive techniques, but it was all in vain. The pentacolor sunglow helped those who had overcome the heavenly tribulation to create the celestial origin energy that was superior to all energies in the mundane realm. It was one of the steps one had to take before one could transcend to the Devata realm. It was so powerful that it could even kill an eminent celestial who tried to interrupt the process, let alone a mere powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The pentacolor sunglow was only harmless to the specific person who had successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation. Anyone who tried to interrupt would be killed without a doubt. After Shi, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, staunched the bleeding on his arm, he thanked the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. He did not dare to get angry at all. "Thank you for showing mercy, Lord Patriarch." After all, he had just remembered that no one, not even an eminent celestial, could interfere with someone who had overcome the heavenly tribulation and was shrouded by the pentacolor sunglow. Earlier, he had forgotten himself and asked the patriarch to stop Duanling Tian from becoming an eminent celestial. Was he not indirectly asking the patriarch to commit suicide by doing so? When he recalled how stupid and rash he was, he broke out in cold sweat. "I can see you temporarily lost your composure due to the deep enmity between you and the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. That's why I didn't let the pentacolor sunglow burn you to a crisp," the patriarch of the Human Devil clan said with a stern expression on his face. "Thank you for showing mercy, Lord Patriarch." "Thank you." Shi nodded as soon as he heard the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's words. He was so humble that it seemed like he was groveling. It was as though he had forgotten who had caused him to lose his right arm. Naturally, even if he remembered, he would not dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, he knew the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had shown him mercy even when he had lost all sense of propriety and indirectly offended the patriarch by asking him to stop Duanling Tian from becoming an eminent celestial. If he was in the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's shoes, he would not have shown any mercy. At this moment, many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shook their heads. Many of them thought Shi had been too rash. Palace Master Shi is too reckless. Well, I can understand him. After all, his favorite disciple was killed by the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duanling Tian is the son of his nemesis. How can he stay calm when his nemesis' son is about to become an eminent celestial? Naturally, there were also some that justified his action. Even then, he's still too impulsive. It might vex him to see his nemesis' son becoming an eminent celestial. However, he had forgotten one thing. Can Duanling Tian escape from Lord Patriarch? That's right. Duanling Tian isn't merely the son of Shi Nanfeng's nemesis. He's also human. Lord Patriarch would never allow a human who had become an eminent celestial to leave. Yes, a person like Duanling Tian will only be a scourge to the Human Devil clan if he's allowed to leave. Based on the discussion, it was clear to see that apart from finding Shi Nanfeng's action reckless, they also thought that Duanling Tian, the young mansion master from Azure Cloud Mansion, would not be able to escape from their patriarch even if he had become an eminent celestial. They knew Duanling Tian would be powerful once he had become an eminent celestial. Moreover, they thought he was likely to be stronger than Yuan Haochan, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who had become an eminent celestial at the same time. However, they did not think Duanling Tian would be a match for the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. At this moment, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan whom everyone regarded highly was staring at Duanling Tian, who was shrouded in the pentacolor sunglow with a solemn expression on his face. That bird is the manifestation of the force that's comparable to the celestial origin energy. It has disappeared once he has depleted it. How and why did the 9-clawed divine dragon appear? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan felt wary when he thought about Duanling Tian, who had transfigured at the nick of time. He did not know what technique it was and if Duanling Tian could cast the technique anytime he wanted to. When the 9-clawed divine dragon appeared, he had felt a wave of fear washed over him. It felt as though the 9-clawed divine dragon was a threat to his life. In the end, he decided to speak to his master, the gray-clad old man, who was still hidden above the clouds. "Master, what's the technique Duanling Tian used at the end? Where did the 9-clawed divine dragon come from? Is this another of his divine ability?" Although the tribulation clouds had disappeared, no one had noticed the presence of the gray-clad old man. It did not take long before the gray-clad old man said, "No. The 9-clawed divine dragon came from the dragon energy in his body." Dragon energy? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was puzzled. The dragon energy is a force unique to a dragon warrior. It helps one to transform into a dragon warrior. When a divine dragon bestows a human with the ability to transform into a dragon warrior, the dragon would inject dragon energy into that human's body. Divine dragons can only bestow humans with this gift once in all their lives. In fact, dragon energy from a 9-clawed divine dragon is much stronger than ordinary celestial origin energy. Based on what we saw earlier, the dragon energy is even capable of turning into the projection of a 9-clawed divine dragon to aid the human during desperate times. The gray-clad old man paused for a moment before he said, "You should know the dragon energy from normal divine dragons isn't capable of such a feat. However, I used my divine consciousness to probe Duan Ling Tian earlier and discovered that after the projection of the 9-clawed divine dragon disappeared, the dragon energy didn't return to Duan Ling Tian's body. There's no longer any dragon energy left in his body." There's no longer any dragon energy left in Duan Ling Tian's body? The eyes of the patriarch from the human devil clan lit up immediately. Does this mean he's no longer a dragon warrior? That should be the case, the gray-clad old man answered. While everyone was staring at the pentacolor sunglow that shrouded Duan Ling Tian, Kur, Duan Siling, and Gan Ruyen were also looking at it. The excitement and joy on their faces could not be hidden at all. After all, Duan Ling Tian becoming an eminent celestial was undoubtedly good news. It seemed like they were not worried even when everyone present thought Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape from the patriarch of the human devil clan. This was because they were aware of Duan Ling Tian's situation. Duan Ling Tian's strength was limited before he became an eminent celestial. For this reason, he did not even use his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, since it would only be futile. His strength had reached its limit when he was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from comprehending heaven and earth, there was nothing he could do to get stronger. However, things would be different once he became an eminent celestial. He would be able to use his assist-type divine ability to increase his strength once he had gained the celestial origin energy. Others might not know how powerful the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was. However, as Duan Ling Tian's close companions, they were aware of the strength of the divine ability. Once he becomes an eminent celestial, it's unlikely that even the patriarch of the human devil clan would be a match for him. Although Gan Ruyen had her differences with Duan Ling Tian, she had to admit his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a cut above the others. In terms of strength, it was even comparable to the movement divine ability that the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect had mastered. The movement divine ability that the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect had mastered was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, just because Kur, Duan Siling, and Gan Ruyen were confident about Duan Ling Tian's strength, it did not mean the others felt the same way. For Huang Wenjing, Huang Qiling, and Ping Lai, the strength of the patriarch of the human devil clan was deeply engraved in their minds. For this reason, similar to the others from the human devil clan, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would be a match for their patriarch even after he had become an eminent celestial. Huang Wenjing thought to herself, Master will become an eminent celestial as well. I'll beg Master to spare him and protect him. I'm sure Lord Patriarch would have to consider Master's opinion as well since he has become an eminent celestial. Although the patriarch of the human devil clan's sudden arrival had dashed her hopes, she still had to try to save Duan Ling Tian no matter what. After all, he was the only man she had ever fallen in love with. She could not bear to watch him die. Although Yun Fuyu and Huang Wenjing were standing near each other and were looking at the same scene, their feelings were completely different. At this time, most people thought Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape. Currently, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pentacolor sunglow, was thoroughly immersed in the process of gaining the celestial origin energy. At this moment, he felt as though something was wrapped all over him. However, it did not feel suffocating nor restrictive. He thought it felt extremely comfortable as though he was in his mother's womb. He was completely relaxed. The tension in his body that he had felt ever since he returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had eased completely. He could feel a new force growing in his body. As the new force grew, his saint origin began to retreat. He felt a close connection to this force as though it was one of his limbs. In fact, it felt somewhat similar to his saint origin. This is the celestial origin energy? Naturally, it did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to identify the new energy in his body. He quickly checked his body and found a pure and dense energy inside. Although it had only begun to form and there was not much of it now, it still easily overpowered his saint origin. It was only natural since the energies were in different leagues. With just a thought, Duanling Tian fused his saint origin and celestial origin energy. They're both mine. I think as long as I will it, it'll be able to fuse. As the celestial origin energy continued to form in Duanling Tian's body, he began to recall what had happened earlier when the final lightning bolt had completely depleted his sun force. It was so dangerous at that time. I was so close to dying. Fortunately, the dragon energy in his body surged out in the nick of time and stopped the final lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation from killing him. His spiritual energy from his strange pupil that he obtained from the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture had fused with the dragon energy and formed a lifelike nine-clawed divine dragon. When the nine-clawed divine dragon appeared, it had domineeringly overwhelmed the final tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Duanling Tian continued thinking to himself, however, as soon as the nine-clawed divine dragon dealt with the final lightning bolt, the dragon energy seemed to have disappeared along with the spiritual energy from the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. When the dragon energy formed the nine-clawed divine dragon, the spiritual energy from the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture had formed its eyes. This might be the reason why the nine-clawed divine dragon was so overwhelmingly strong. I'm afraid the dragon energy and the spiritual energy from the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture are gone. This means from now on, I'll lose the strange pupil and my ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. I can feel that my eye has returned to normal. Duanling Tian sighed. He did not expect to lose two of his major abilities just to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Not only did he lose the ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, but he had also lost his strange pupil. That's the way it is, I suppose. You gain some and you lose some. I could have died. Losing these two abilities is nothing in comparison. Duanling Tian knew he had gained more than he had lost. After all, his life was priceless. Duanling Tian was never the kind of person to dwell on things. Now that he had confirmed he had lost his ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior and his strange pupil, he was ready to move on. He quickly shifted his attention back to the celestial origin energy in his body. Now that I've gained the ability to generate celestial origin energy, this means I can enhance it through my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. With it, I don't think I'll be at a disadvantage even if I have to fight a stronger eminent celestial. Duanling Tian became more confident as he thought about it. He was very confident in his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. The celestial origin energy is really different. Indeed, it belongs to the Devata realm. Although I don't have much of it yet, the saint origin in my body is no match for it at all. How powerful will I become once all my energy turns into the celestial origin energy? Duanling Tian began to study the celestial origin energy in his body. When all my energy has turned into the celestial origin energy, I'll probably become a celestial. He did not discover anything groundbreaking. For this reason, after a while, his mind began to drift to when he was faced with the final lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation again. I remember when I used the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, to face the celestial ascension tribulation. It seemed like I was on the verge of enlightenment. At that moment, it felt as though I was close to comprehending the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Heart Illumination. I wonder if I'll be able to find an opportunity that will enlighten me. Duanling Tian had long mastered the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Sword Warding Heart. All he needed was a chance to comprehend the fourth stage, the Sword Heart Illumination. It seemed as though he was given a chance while he faced the final tribulation lighting from the Celestial Ascension tribulation, but it was not the most suitable time for him to seize that chance since he was in a life-threatening situation. Since there's nothing for me to do now, let's see if I can comprehend the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword now. If I succeed, my strength will improve tremendously as well. The techniques in the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword are much stronger compared to the third stage, the Sword Warding Heart. When Duanling Tian thought about this, he no longer wasted any more time and began to comprehend the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method Sovereign Heart Sword. During this process, he had completely forgotten about the passage of time. He did not know how much time had passed when he finally opened his eyes due to a change in his body. It's over. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed the pentacolor sunglow had stopped helping him to generate celestial origin energy. Apart from that, he discovered his celestial origin energy had fused perfectly with his saint origin. He could convert the heaven and earth spirit energy into celestial origin energy now and mobilize it anytime. Duan Ling Tian discovered he could finally move his arms and legs. He was no longer restricted by the pentacolor sunglow. Suddenly he made a new discovery. Boom! 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 On the outside, the crowd saw the two beams of pentacolor sunglow expand, looking like pillars that held up the sky. The two beams of lights shone dazzlingly. It looked incredibly stunning. At this moment, everyone in the Human Devil Saint City saw the two beams of pentacolor sunglow from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate as well. Is that? Doesn't this signify the emergence of an eminent celestial? Many people in the Human Devil Saint City had knowledge about the celestial ascension tribulation. It did not take long for them to figure out what the beams of lights were. Emergence of an eminent celestial? Shouldn't there only be one beam of light? Why are there two? Moreover, both of the lights came from the Wandering Saint Palace. Don't tell me there are two new eminent celestials in the Wandering Saint Palace? Two eminent celestials? How's that possible? But there are two beams of the pentacolor sunglow. How do you explain that? Meanwhile, the other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, looked in the direction of the Wandering Saint Palace in unison. Shock and disbelief could be seen on their faces.